Have you ever, correctly, had a gut feeling to dislike someone who, on the surface, was a cool person that everybody else liked? What's that story? A few years ago, when I was still in college, I took a summer job at a movie theater. I met a lot of really cool people there, including myself. But there was this one guy who always gave me the creeps. We'll call him Drew. He was friends with almost everyone, including myself, and had been for years. We'd attend the same parties, and he'd do all these little things that would feel like red flags to me, but apparently not to anyone else. Fast forward about a year. I no longer work there. Myso and I have been together for maybe a year, and he has been promoted to manager. Drew has also been promoted to supervisor. It should be noted that there were a lot of teenagers employed at this theater. One day, two of the younger girls come into the office. If they were 18, they were only just to talk to Myso. They tell him they're sorry because they know Myso is friends with Drew, but they have to tell him something. The younger one tells him that a few weeks prior, she was sitting alone in the break room, eating her lunch. Drew walks in and says to her, "Do you touch yourself?" She doesn't answer. He says, "Because if not, you should." I think he said more, but Myso is so furious when he told me that story that he was having trouble telling it. Myso fills out the report for the poor girl and passes it on to the GM, who then informs him that Drew had 5 counts of sexual harassment on his file already. But corporate loved him, so they could never fire him. So never spoke to Drew again. Last I heard, he was fired, removed from his job at a brewery by security for sexual harassment. Many of our other friends are still very close with him. I don't understand it, but I'm just thrilled to have that creep out of my life. My stepfather. He's my mom's third husband. Mom met him at a bar, a country bar she used to go dancing at, and saw him there for a while, before deciding to introduce him to her kids. He took us all out to dinner that night, and we had a relatively good time. Then we all went back to the house. We weren't home long before I heard him and my mom giggling in the hallway, and suddenly I just felt sick. I was about 12 at the time, by the way. I'm not sure what it was, but suddenly I just hated this guy. My mom asked what was wrong, and I just said I didn't feel good, and went to my room. Imagine the surprise of all of us kids when we woke up to see that this guy was still there. He moved in that very night. I tried to make the best of a bad situation, though I avoided him for some time. No more than a week later, he offers to brush my hair for me. We're all in the living room watching TV. I'm hesitant at first, but my mom encourages me. Apparently he had sisters and knew how to brush girls' hair. I kept my hair about waist length back then, and it was a beach to get the knots out, so I caved and let him brush my hair. He just brushed it, no big deal. So when he offered other times, I let him. Then one day he offered, while no one was there. Because my hair was so long, why don't I sit up on the edge of the chair in front of him? "Oh, hey, would you like a back rub? I rub your mom's back all the time." I should mention this wasn't my first interaction with a perv, and I actually was very bothered just by being that close to someone. I hated being touched back then, but because everyone obviously liked this guy, I told myself I shouldn't cause any problems. Next thing I know, he says, "Can I rub down a little further? In front? It's your decision. You're completely in charge here." Thank God I had the courage to say no. I avoided him for ages after that, and didn't have the sense to tell my mom or my brothers. This guy proceeds to find ways to get both of my older brothers out of the house by the time I'm 15. He goes long periods of time seeming to be a perfectly good guy, and then out of nowhere hits me with something pervy and horrid. Sophomore year comes up, and we get our class rings. Well, these things are not cheap, and we've always been fairly poor. My mom says I have to ask dumbass, name changed, not so obviously, for the money. I ask him to buy my class ring and he says, "What's in it for me?" I go silent. My mom is right there. She innocently says she can bake you a cake. I'm good at baking. He's quiet for a while and has to think it through. Then he says, "Okay, but there are rules." I forget what all of the rules were, stupid stuff mostly, but his final rule was, "If you lose this ring you get naked." What? This is an expensive ring. It's a lot of money, so you better not lose it, or you get naked for me. My mom tells him to stop, but only half-heartedly. When I try to talk to her about it later she says, well, I guess you better not lose it. At that point I kinda figured I couldn't count on my mom for help. Over the years I've learned she was messed with a lot when she was younger and has convinced herself that all men are this way. I love my mom to death, but it kills me that she believes this. He's never stopped being a total asshole. I lived with him until I was 20. I was very shy and having a job was very hard for me. I tried moving in with my oldest brother to help him take care of his kid, but after 3 months I was asking to come home and once again got the what's in it for me response. I got to hear all about how he'd lived the past few years just for me and mom. Bought us a house and everything, and how ungrateful I was. I came back to what was essentially a prison. I had my nephew with me at first as my brother was going to give my mom custody of him. That is, until my stepdad got mad at him and kicked him hard. Or 3-year-old little boy who hadn't done anything more than annoy him probably by making noise. So mom calls up my brother and tells him to come get him because she's afraid to have him around my stepfather. Then once he's gone she convinces herself that he never did that. Finally I met my first boyfriend. By this time I'm 20. I had gotten 2 part-time jobs and he worked at one of them. I was hanging out at his house a lot and my stepdad got jealous. He decided to give me a curfew of midnight and said if I break it then I'm out of the house and can't ever come back unless I sleep with him because he knows I can't be a virgin anymore. I was, so there was no excuse now. I cried to my boyfriend and he told me I could come live with him. This was after we'd only been seeing each other for about 3 weeks. That night I didn't go home. My stepfather called me and screamed, called me a stupid little bitch, and I screamed back and told him how he made my life a living hell. An hour later he and mom pull up with his truck full of all of my stuff that he could put in it. He took my car because it was mom's and dumped my stuff right there telling my boyfriend I was his problem now. I will never forget the smirk on my mom's face when she hugged me and I apologized for everything. She said she wasn't mad at me at all but was proud. Apparently I'd had the guts to do what she couldn't. Of course, not long after I left he finally proposed to her and they got married. It's screwed up to realize that the reason your stepfather didn't marry your mommies because he wanted a shot at you first. Anyway, this is way longer than I meant it to be, but the point is that everyone who meets this asshole loves him. They do not know who he is, just that he's personable and relatively smart. But I never forget that first night when for no apparent reason I just felt sick at the thought of him. Edit. There is an update post somewhere in the comments. It was too long for me to post here, so I just did it as a reply. The TLDR is no, I'm not with that boyfriend anymore, but we were together 7 years. Yes, mom is still with this asshole, but I never see him. She's afraid to leave him, but now that it's just the 2 of them, she sees it as her being the only one who has to tolerate his crap and she's willing to do that for what she sees as financial security. She visits by herself and no one questions why we don't go visiting there. My mother's cousin is a vet out in a rural area. This dude makes bank and is a really super nice guy. He was very close with his elderly mom and dad. Sadly his first wife lost a ton of weight and then felt that she was out of his league and left him. Few years later he shows up to my mom's house with this Sophia Loren type. 10x out of his league. She was all sweet and sugar pie to everyone. I forgot what I did to piss her off, but it was an accident. But she broke character for just a second and let Cruella de Vil show through. I was a kid and she grabbed my arm and looked at me like she would kill me. Everyone said I was crazy and mean and that looks aren't everything and that she loves him. Like I was trying to sabotage his relationship. Fact me right. Flash forward 2 years. She kicked his parents out of the house they were in for 50 years, sold their home against their will, stole all their money, forced him to choose between them and her. Sadly he chose her. She drained him, tore apart his family, and ruined the last year of his father's life. He died scared and miserable. Told his mother, just give me the money, you won't live long enough to use it. It broke her heart that her son just stood their point, but karma paid that bitch a visit to the tune of acute leukemia and she died. His mother is still alive, in her 90s, and doing pretty well. He's back in the fold. Just sucks his father didn't get to see the end, where everything went back to the way it was. City council hired another medic. Older dude with long hair. Not that that matters. He was new to the scene, recently completing the course. Point guy, why awesome to hang out with. Went to the bar with the younger emts. Played video games, etc. Point at first I thought he was cool, but as I observed his work, I was his superior, and at his probationary level, I noticed something was off. Point at the private council meeting I spoke openly about this in his 30-day review. I stated something was off. He didn't seem like a people person, and generally the type that would do this job. Point they said that I had no grounds to state that he wasn't sweeted, and that he did his job as described. I countered with the fact that when caring for people, being a people person is an unwritten rule, and that doing your job without caring leads to mistakes, and in our job field a mistake means death. Point they weren't having it, so I finally said, look, in this job field you need to learn to read people, and in telling you that something isn't right here, city council told me that basically I was jealous because he got along with the emts. Honestly, I could care less. I'm not in this job for them. Point fast forward a month and I get a call from an ER about an hour from us. They said that their report said the patient was administered 80 milligrams of drug X. The patient denied receiving it, and since they couldn't figure out what the fuck the medic would have even given it, they ran a tax panel on him, which showed that he did not receive it. Point the doc told me normally he'd let it slide as an error and ask me to speak to him about accuracy, but he felt something was off. Point I thanked him, and after hanging up pulled the trip sheets. Right in the run report it has the drug, the amount given, and the time. Point I pulled up the narcotics log. It showed drug given and replenished along with the tag numbers. Next I called a friend of mine who is a local cop and was off duty at the time. He came over, and I opened the other medic's narc box. Sure enough, it had been opened and replaced. We then went through his logs for the past 2 months he had been working, and located at least 12 times drugs had been given when probably not needed. Point I called the doc back and explained to him, and his exact quote, here's my personal phone number and our lawyer's number. I'll fax you over a written statement along with the test results. I'll see if we have anything on other patients he brought in. My buddy then called dispatch to tell the council members there was an emergency at the station and they need to come in. Point when they got there we showed them all the evidence and what we suspected. Within 15 minutes we not only had the dad approval, but also a judge sign an arrest warrant. Point turns out the dude admitted to having a 20-year painkiller addiction that he ran out of sources, so he figured being a medic would give him easy access. He even told the judge he was worried that he would have killed someone just for the meds. At the trial I was asked for what resolution I wanted. I told the judge, being a paramedic I've seen how drugs change a person, and that I don't hold him fully responsible. On my recommendation he got 3 months in a locked drug rehab facility followed by 6 months of house arrest. 4 years later the dude is clean and runs a fundraiser to help raise money for the end to provide anonymous narcan services and drug awareness programs. Today this guy would be an honored member of my crew. Addiction literally changes people. Point the end result is I now am solely responsible for hiring the medics, reviewing, and dismissal. I no longer need to justify to council why someone was dismissed. This job is one where a gut feeling decides someone's fate. It was a coworker of mine. Call her M. M was friendly, and everyone liked her. Something was up with her though, and I had a bad vibe. She was always complaining about money issues, but then would go out for meals, or come into work with new clothes that were not indicative of someone with severe money problems. She allegedly complained of such severe financial problems that she was telling people she was having trouble putting food on the table for her kids. It was that level of desperation. Everyone really liked her, I didn't. I had a really odd feeling about her, like she was being constantly deceptive. People would always help her out, either by giving her gift cards to Target, extra clothes or canned food. Point she also complained of car issues for a period of several months. This wonderfully kind lady at work, C, let M borrow her car during the workday. This was so that M could use whatever money she said she had to go to the store and buy food for her family. Additionally, she used C's car to take a nap from time to time. She claimed to work another evening job, and she was often very tired. Point every year, our company sponsored a local family that needed a lot of help. We were a small business at the time, 50 employees, and we'd all donate something to the family at Christmas. It was usually toys, clothes, gift cards and so forth. This year, we decided as a group to my silent opposition that M would be our family this particular year. We amassed close to $1,100 worth of food, toys, and clothes and presented it to M before Christmas that year. She cried and said thank you. 3 months later, C's car was stolen right out of the employee parking lot. Coincidentally, M didn't report back to work that day after lunch. Long story short, M had made a copy of C's car key at some point and stole the car and drove out of state with the intent to flee and not return. We had come to learn that M had a long history of criminal charges, and M was eventually arrested in a traffic stop after C reported the car stolen. As it turned out, M was a financial criminal specializing in identity theft. She had swindled many people and had a long criminal history including multiple felonies right from the beginning. I knew something was up with her that I didn't like, but I couldn't put a real finger on it. I don't know why I saw it and no one else did. I actually began to question my morals, asking myself why do I dislike M when everyone else does not. I wrestled with it personally for some time, but in a weird way, felt vindicated when the truth revealed itself. Edit, just fixed a few typos. Used to work with a psychopath. Dude only ate cookie cake, only watched Disney movies, only listened to music from the 30s and 40s, drove an antique muscle car, enjoyed killing small animals, and always carried a 6-inch buck knife, which I wouldn't consider weird, except we worked in hospitality. If there was ever a stereotype for serial killers, this guy faking nailed it. Everyone else had passed him off as a sweet, sheltered young guy who didn't realize he was kind of strange. I did too until we started talking one night and he admitted to me he had serious anger issues, blackouts and the like. Gets into our group of friends at work and starts kind of obsessing over one of our female coworkers. Everyone passes it off as a crush. I knew better. She rejected him. Wasn't pretty but he played the let's be friends card. So me and my buddy were super tight with this chick. She starts telling us he's saying things behind our backs trying to make it look like we were talking about her, obviously trying to separate us. I'm not fooled. Couple months go by, things calm a bit. We are still being nice to the guy. Invite him to go hiking with my buddy, my little brother, and I. Dude shows up to the trail with a faking combat machete, his buck knife, a slingshot Ike, and looking like we are about to play the most dangerous game. Both my brothers pass it off as enthusiasm for the hike. I'm wary. I pick up a strong walking stick and begin carving it into a spear as we walk. Psycho notices and looks upset, like I've inconvenienced him, and then asks if we all want to come to his secret spot. It's only 12 miles into the trail and off the path by a little bit. My little brother was fat and we only had one bottle of water between us all in a southern summer. I tell him we can't, then he starts insisting my buddy go with him, and he was almost about to until I dropped our code phrase and gesture to bail. Always have one or a few of these with your friends. He says he's coming with me and that's when I saw the look in Psycho's eyes, rage. He drew his machete and stepped towards my friend as he turned his back, so I stepped towards him with my spear. He saw me and shot off this smile and a laugh and said he'd go alone, then stepped off the trail into the woods and disappeared. I know he was watching us as we left because I told my buddy to take my little brother and stay at least 10 yards in front of me, and the entire time I could hear twigs snapping behind us. To wrap it up, we all survived, but it wasn't long after that when Psycho started stalking our coworker, showing up at random times and discarding dead animals on her property. She complained along with a dozen people not long after that, and he was fired. But not before he attacked her at work and had his ass beat. Don't know what happened to him after that. Don't really want to. Yup. First was a dude who seemed way too interested in me and tried to contact me way too often right from the beginning. I went out with him only few times. Everyone else thought he was a good catch. I first became suspicious when I added a photo to Instagram while studying in a library and he showed up a few hours later, just casually saying he came to see friends or something else equally lame as an excuse. He lived 2 hours away. Finally had the confirmation to my uneasy feelings about him when I stayed home from a party because I was sick. He accepted me to come and seemed upset when I told him I'm staying home, sent me many messages. I went to take the trash outside and guess who was there, in his car, staring me like the creepy stalker he was. Later accidentally found out from my neighbor it wasn't the first time. In a perfect place where he apparently watched me the whole evening instead of being at the party. When I said I never want to see him again he was really persistently aggressive for a long time until he finally backed out. Second was my friend's boyfriend when we were 16. He was really popular. Even though he wasn't really good looking he was extremely charming in a strange way. But people were just drawn to him. Every single time I saw him, it was him in the spotlight, telling a story, a joke, pouring a drink, whatever. I mostly saw him at parties or in big groups when they went out together with my friend. He was unusually generous, his parents were very wealthy, and funny. He instantly became a hit in our friend group, especially among the guys. At the end it went basically that my friend had isolated herself from us and her boyfriend stayed friends with the guys. And they seemed to be more interested of him than her anyway. From the moment I met him, I was uncomfortable of how he was almost too friendly. He wanted to have a super deep conversation like 30 minutes after we met first time at a party, asked me some really personal questions, and was somehow too interested about my life. But the thing that made me upset was that he made constant remarks of my looks, complimenting me in a way that was just in the line of being inappropriate, but not there yet, comparing me and my friend. Over time he started doing this more loudly, with other people hearing, not just me, other girls in general. Basically joking about my friend and her flaws in front of everyone, telling funny embarrassing stories of her. If she tried to say anything, he told her she was way too sensitive, it was just a joke, etc. He started flirting shamelessly with other girls in front of her. Unfortunately one time I said what I think of him to his face. He got really mad, she took his side, and was really angry to me. I lost all contact with her for almost 3 years. It wasn't just me though. She lost basically every friend she had, and he started going out alone, her being alone at home. Before that incident happened I did have many conversations with her and tried to be extremely careful when talking with her about him, but she was always somehow so guarded and basically complaining about him, then apologizing in his behalf and excusing his behavior, blaming herself out of everything, etc. But it was clear that they had a very toxic relationship. He was manically controlling, insanely jealous. He had all her passwords, went through her social media accounts before forcing her to take all them down. Went apeshit if she just looked at another guy in a wrong way, mean, belittling her all the time. Also it turned out later he cheated basically the whole time, since day one. I later heard from mutual friends it finally ended when her dad saw the marks he had done. He was violent. To my knowledge he wasn't when I still was friends with her. It came later and went apeshit. Forced her to go the police, took her to live with him, forced her to cut all contact. He terrorized her for a long time after that. For example, threatened to kill her dog. I still kinda miss our friendship. We both apologized to each other and get back in touch later, but somehow it just wasn't the same anymore. We tried for a while but it just died out eventually when we both had our own lives to live. It was clear that she went through some severe emotional trauma. Everything from the way she laughed. He said it was annoying when she laughed too loud, to her looks changed when she was with him. I feel kinda uneasy writing these things since my Reddit account is supposed to be anonymous and I fear someone I know reads these. Oh well, whatever. One of my best guy friends had this girlfriend whom I didn't hate exactly. We were acquaintances, and I thought she was nice on the surface, nothing more than that. For some reason I didn't really want to get to know her too well. Just something off-putting. For example, she would say things like, "Oh, when I see someone that needs help, I just have to help them." All the power to her, but I personally never found it too charming when people bragged about how much of an angel they were. Another example was, cats just love me for some reason. When I was at this farm all the stray cats crowded around me, and they didn't do that with anyone else. Anyways, that wasn't anything serious, but the little things and quirks just wasn't my taste, I suppose. Most good people don't brag about their good deeds, So one day my friend who has been taking caring of his jobless girlfriend for over a year now, paying for her housing, food, medication etc. calls me and asks me to buy some plan B because she got wrapped by a stranger. I do so and head over to their apartment. She's hiding in the bathtub with blankets and he says that she needs a girl to talk to and if I could spend some time with her. As a favor to my friend I do and spend hours with her until she feels better. Story she told us was that she went over to a friend's house. Her friend had a roommate had a friend who rapped her. Also she was against going to the police because they wouldn't do shit she said. So I say that if she needs someone to talk to she can call me. However I sleep from 9 AM to 5 PM because I work night shifts at a hospital. 1 week later she says that it wasn't some stranger who rapped her, but her actual friend whom she previously had a crush on. She lied because she was scared of the outcome. I'm assuming she didn't want to rat out her friend to the police. Fast forward another week. I've talked to her a couple times, but one day she calls me at 10 AM. I sleep through my phone. Another call at 12 PM. I miss it, but wake up enough to text her, asking what's wrong. I don't get a reply, and fall back asleep. Another call at 2 PM. Slept through that one too. I wake up around 5 PM and see all these missed calls. She still hasn't replied to me yet, so I inform her boyfriend that I've gotten a few missed calls from her. After that she hated me because I wasn't there for her. Almost a month flies by now and my guy friend is starting to get really stressed out with financial issues. He was 20k in debt before he met her and it's now double that. According to my friend she doesn't do chores, but is at home all day or smoking medical weed with friends. Doesn't put in effort to find a job because it stresses her out too much. Constantly is mad and complains about the apartment being a mess. Pull out her hair in rage and arguments etc. I asked if he could get family to help out or anything, but his girlfriend doesn't want him to tell his family anything. His family thought she's an angel at this point because they haven't heard of how they are actually doing. After a ton of arguments and some on and off again relationship time, he finally kicked her out of his apartment to be picked up by friend who had rapped her. Many of our mutual friends, very good people, have taken up the responsibility of listening to her problems and have had the unfortunate time of being yelled at by her as well. They didn't know that side of her before. Side note, she owes me $60 for that plan B. Still edit, spelling/grammar errors. I had a manager years ago that everyone loved. When I was hired I ended up on his team and any number of people came to me saying how lucky I was and that they were jealous. He takes care of his people, always gets the good projects for them, makes sure they get a good cut of the yearly salary increase, etc. etc. The day I started was his last day before he went on a 2 to 3 week vacation. So I only met him briefly and walked away from that with plenty of anxiety. Something was just off with this guy. But, again, everyone loved him. People that had known him for years. What did I know? Over the course of the next year, people were just giving this guy a hand job at every turn. I didn't get it. We got along fine, but I made sure to keep my hand on my own dick. After a while, I'd start to voice my concerns a bit to some of my coworkers. I was treated as an outcast and some of his bigger fanboys were outright hostile at times. So, fast forward a few years, and, to my knowledge, I was the only one of 100 people that ever voiced anything but absolute admiration for the guy. Then things started unraveling. Let's see, turns out he was faking the wives of 2 of his employees. Rumor has it also someone's daughter, but I'm not so sure about that. And, I guess he left them with a lifelong gift that keeps on giving. He was, 4 years, regularly stealing from the company. I'd heard somewhere north of $1 million all up. I'm sure that's probably an accurate number. He would regularly go on longer term, 3+ week vacations. We find out it was because he was a serial DIYer and was in jail/rehab 2 to 3 times a year. This was long before online records, so nobody ever knew. He frequently beat his wife and kids. Again, pre-online world, so nobody really had any way of knowing. One of his sons has some type of permanent vision problem because of a beating. He finally hit someone while drunk, so had a trial. It was a family member of someone prominent in the community, so it got some press. That was how we all became aware of he's the real deal. Anyway, he goes to trial and is convicted. They had a sentencing hearing and the victim and family members said their piece. Then this guy's family, his father, a sister and a nephew, got up to, we think, support him. Wrong. All three of them begged the judge to give him the maximum sentence. They spoke of him stealing from family, massive drug/alcohol abuse, hinted at rapping family members, on and on. The judge gave him 3 years and I think he was out in 6 months. The insane thing is that some of his fanboys hoped that he'd be hired back to his job when he was released. People were jockeying to position themselves back on his team if he was rehired. I noped right on out of there at that point. So my husband has this cousin, Jason, and he faking loathes him. Always has since he was a small child. There are stories about my husband trying to beat Jason's, as when they were 5. It was so bad that as an adult my husband refused to attend any family gatherings that Jason would be at out of the fear that he would beat the living shit out of him. Nobody could ever figure out why my husband hated his cousin so much. He had never done anything to him, and my husband is the most laid back and friendly person I have ever met. He genuinely likes everyone, except for this motherfucker. I never understood it myself, never having met Jason, and anytime I would ask my husband about it, he would always says, I faking hate that kid. He's not right. Jason was pretty well liked throughout the family, so my husband's position caused him to catch a lot of shit from other family members. I finally got to meet Jason a few years ago at my brother-in-law's wedding, and I saw right faking off what my husband was talking about. To the casual observer there was nothing tangible that Jason did that you could put your finger on, but something was off. He would laugh and smile, but the smile didn't go all the way to his eyes. His eyes were just flat and empty, unless he was looking at the girls at the wedding. And when I say girls I mean children under 10. When he looked at those girls his eyes lit up with this sick little light. You know how someone who hasn't eaten in a long time looks when they finally get a meal they love set in front of them? That's how Jason's eyes looked when he looked at those little girls, like he was hungry, and they were his meal. About 2 years ago Jason's dad married a woman with 2 young daughters. Jason would often volunteer to babysit. About a year ago Jason was arrested and convicted of rapping both those little girls multiple times. Fuck you Jason. I wish my husband had beat your ass you creepy fuck. My sister's first husband. I was 5 when they got married, and I only actually met him a few times in person because they lived on the other side of the country. My family really loved him. He was charming, athletic, smart, handsome, financially secure, and seemed like a great dad when they had kids. Plus, he was never anything but nice to me. But I always sensed something shady about the guy. When I was in the 5th grade, I remember getting in huge trouble for a class assignment, an essay describing our families in which I described him as a bad person pretty much word for word. There's something I just don't like about him. It was one of the only times I got spanked as a child. Well, fast forward a couple years, and my parents discovered that he'd been abusive to my sister and the kids almost the whole time. They ended up divorcing, and he has proven to be a complete sociopath ever since. He hadn't paid a dime in child support, despite being well off enough to buy a new luxury sports car every few years. And uses their 2 kids, who are now teenagers who know he's full of shit, to play mind games with my sister, bringing her to court for full custody, knowing he won't win due to his past, just to cause her inconvenience and rack up legal fees for her. Just as an example, he also has refused to let the kids fly out to visit our side of the family a few times for no reason whatsoever. He's an asshole, a narcissist, a complete faking sociopath, and somehow 10-year-old me was able to sense it before anyone else in my family. Finally my moment to tell my story. When I was around 17 over 18 I went to a house party with my then girlfriend. About 2 hours in, and a guy walks up to us and starts to blatantly hit on my girlfriend, like doesn't even care for the fact that I existed. It was honestly so inappropriate and unnecessary, it made my blood boil. But the guy was the star athlete at his school, so obviously he just felt like the world belonged to him. Next day he has somehow come across my girlfriend's number, and he starts texting her. Despite our relationship being strong, I can tell girlfriend is flattered to be given attention by this guy. Oscar. Being a teenager, Fast forward 2 to 3 years later, and this guy Oscar is starting to make headlines as his success grew. In fact, within the next few years, Oscar Pistorius went from being just a high school athlete to the most recognized disabled athlete in the world. Highly respected, adored, and decorated, he seemed on top of the world. However, whenever Oscar appeared on TV, I just recall him being the biggest douchebag I'd ever encountered as a teenager. Sitting with friends once, I voiced my personal dislike for the guy. My friend's reaction was strong and immediate. "How? What's wrong with you? He's such an inspiration to millions. Do you have any idea what he's had to go through to get to where he is?" You get the idea. Anything negative about our national hero was immediately shut down and admonished. All that changed February 14th 2013. Fuck him. He was a douche. My brother's now ex-wife. My parents loved her. Brother's friends loved her. Of course my brother loved her. I was best man at their wedding, and when I gave my speech I wasn't able to really mention her at all, because I just didn't think she was a good person. I never told anyone this. We lived on different sides of the country, so by the time they were getting married I had only met her a few times. I was immediately struck with her being superficial and selfish. I don't think she really did anything to warrant that, but I guess throughout my years of dating superficial and selfish people I've learned to hear their dog whistle. There's a loud siren going off when a girl's largest asset is being pretty. They live in a different world, but eventually the real one catches up to them, and, having always had things handed to them because they are pretty, they blame everyone else for the shock of reality when they start getting treated like everyone else. Recognizing this, I just plain didn't like her, didn't want to be around her, but I was glad my brother found someone that made him happy. So how I felt didn't matter. Fast forward only about a year, and she turns abusive. My brother was woken up several times to her punching him, spitting on him. His crimes were wanting to have a few hours to himself each week to watch football. Finally she grows to hate that his life doesn't revolve around her so much that she moves out. She quits paying her half of the mortgage and won't talk to him. He begins marriage counseling, but she won't go, so he goes alone. He tries talking to her, only to have her parents block his attempts. Finally, having been in this situation before myself, I tell him what I think is happening. She met someone else. Someone she probably even told him about causally, because she's obsessed with the new car smell. He didn't believe it. I told him to just look at their phone bill. Sure enough, a number jumps out. Hundreds of texts and hours of calls at like midnight and later. Sorry people, but married people don't talk to friends that long, that often and that late. They're cheating. So he finds out who it is. It's some married guy with kids she mentioned is getting divorced. We are just friends talking about our problems. Eventually she shows up to get some things. My brother tells her, sorry, you don't get to skip mortgage payments for 6 months and then just show up like you own the place. So she hits him. So he finally calls the cops cause she said she's going to tell the police he raped her. She goes to jail for domestic abuse and he files for divorce soon after their divorce. I find out that she has married that other guy. A few years has passed since this, and I guarantee they are divorced. Never trust a girl whose biggest asset is her looks. My friend met this guy, and after a few weeks they got closer / started to entertain the idea of dating. She told me he was previously in a relationship, less than 1 month broken up, and he was 28, and lives with mom and dad in basement, spends all his money on tattoos and his truck kinda guy. She also has an ex who warned her about this guy, says he is strange and not right. She put it off as ex is jealous, decides to not pay any mind to what he has to say. One summer day we decide to go to a baseball game. All of us, my boyfriend and I included, got a hotel room. Go to the game, tailgate, have fun with a huge group of people, but I notice he's not very social with anyone, more so just watching her. We are in his truck right before the game, and he starts to say weird shit that is just very protective. They've been dating about 2 weeks, and making me feel uncomfortable. If that guy tries to hit on you, let me know, I'll break his arms. Everyone proceeds to get drunk. We go into the game. They just disappear from this group of 15 people without saying a word. Later that night my boyfriend and I go back to the hotel. It's dead bolted. We knock. He answers completely naked. We are confused. Boyfriend tells me grab my things and we are going home. Crazy proceeds to jump back on her to have sex, and she was giggling / laughing, I assume not noticing us in the dark room. I really don't have an explanation. Most uncomfortable thing I've ever seen or experienced in my life. Fast forward 2 weeks. Dating a total of 1 month. He flips out calling and texting her because she's out with friends male and female at the bar. They live 1 hour apart. He starts saying things like he's going to kill himself. How he wishes he could make her happy. She doesn't respond because she thinks it's childish. So he turns around and starts to say how she is a slut hoe, should kill herself. Yeah, I told her to run as fast as she could. He continued to contact her for about 2 months until she blocked him on everything. He came up on my newsfeed about 3 months after she blocked him and got the ex he was dating pregnant, and now they live in his mom's basement with a newborn. Fun stuff. My friend Joe was still friends with his ex from high school, Marnie, in his late 20s. Marnie seemed to be around him all the time. She struck me as creepy, angsty and socially stunted with cold dead serial killer eyes. For some reason, my mutual friends put up with her and included her in our social gatherings. I spoke 1 sentence to her at a bar and she tried to add me to Facebook. I don't add people I don't know very well on Facebook, so I declined. Marnie tried again. I still declined. She then complained to my friends that I didn't add her. My friends said to me, "Oh, but she's nice. Give her a chance." But I remained suspicious. The red flags followed. I was recording Joe's Bangs album. Joe was late to sessions twice because Marnie had called him at midnight, crying about their breakup from 10 years ago and threatening suicide. Not only is that a shitty thing to do, but Marnie was very much aware when Joe was recording. He was posting about it on social media. These weren't very frequent, maybe 1 session a week. Interesting timing. We had to cancel and reschedule because Joe was so exhausted from dealing with her. Yes, he should refuse to deal with her, but she shouldn't have bothered him in the first place. When we finished recording, Joe, the band and some friends, and I had drinks, and Marnie showed up. We got onto the topic of what we look for in an ideal partner. Marnie said, well, it was Joe, but that didn't work out, haha. It was so awkward that everyone suddenly made excuses to leave and go home. I organized an outdoor event in our town. My friends, including Joe, said they would come. The event didn't actually start till 12 PM and my friends said on my FB event page that they'd arrive at around 1 PM. I was there from 9 AM to set up. As I walked around the site, I passed Marnie about 3 times. Just stalking up and down the event site, glaring at nothing with her serial killer eyes for 4 hours, until Joe showed up. I chose to ignore her, because what the fuck. Finally, Joe had a gig to release the album. We got drunk and merry at the gig, and rolled down to a nearby cocktail bar to have a celebratory fancy martini. Joe was the most sheet-faced, and was on cloud 9 after a great gig and some album sales. Suddenly, Joe realized he forgot his keys or something, so he announced that he was heading back to the gig venue. Marnie flipped her sheet screaming about Joe being too drunk and irresponsible, and then started detailing his rather personal mental health issues from high school, like shrieking about self-harm in the middle of this little cocktail bar playing soft jazz on a Saturday night with people nibbling on soft cheeses. Joe wisely decided to just leave. Marnie stomped after him, slamming the bar door. My friends and I, worried that Marnie might actually murder Joe, chased after her down the main street of our town. Marnie kept calling Joe to unleash primal, guttural screams of rage into her phone. "Where are you? Ag." People around us looked afraid. We got to Joe before her, who had found his keys and was having a relaxing sit down backstage, threw him in a taxi and dispersed, leaving Marnie alone. "I can't believe she did that," gasped my friends. "I can," I said. Joe finally grew some balls and cut off Marnie, and we didn't hear from her again until a year later when Joe started dating a new girl. They weren't official when the new girl quietly asked me, "Do you know someone named Marnie?" I don't know who she is, but she messaged me, said she knows Joe and wants to talk. I'm worried. TLDR. Friend's psycho clinger high school ex ruins everything. I'll throw in a couple little wholesome twists to this prompt. Took my baby niece shopping with me one day when she was maybe a little over 1 years. She's a sweet kid, but not one of those that's overly outgoing point anyways. We end up shopping next to your stereotypical biker gang looking guy in his 40s or 50s. He's just minding his own business, but my niece kept eyeballing him and smiling. After a few moments of this he gave in, and kind of showed a sideways grin. When I gave him a friendly smile back, he walked over to us. He started doing sweet baby talk to my niece, and proceeded to show me pictures of his grandkids. Sweetest guy ever. My heart melted. I know not to judge a book by its cover from experience, but I absolutely love that little ones don't even have the concept of race, religion, sexual orientation, etc. They just see people ! 2. Friend and I had just picked up a box of pizza and stopped to get gas. We live in a town where there's a decent amount of homeless people, so it's not at all uncommon to see or interact with one. We've both had good and bad experiences with them, so neither of us are opposed to helping. But we also don't go out of our way to do it. One of the homeless guys was pretty much just doing his one thing, but gave us a kind smile as we walked past him. Clearly homeless, but wasn't pushing us for anything. As we were in the car about to leave, my friend says, "That one homeless guy stood out to me for some reason. Do you mind if we give him a slice of pizza?" I told her I thought that was a wonderful idea, but was honestly a little apprehensive it might open an uncomfortable door. We pulled up next to him and offered a slice. He was so happy and asked if he could have too, which we let him. At first I couldn't decide if I felt like really beggars can't be choosers, dude, or kinda bittersweet that 2 slices was a luxury. Then he walked over to his homeless friend and gave him the other slice. They both gave us the biggest genuine grins and waves as we drove away. My heart exploded. She admitted she was a bit skeptical of offering at first, but she said she just had this feeling that she'd regret if she didn't offer him one. It seems like we're born with pretty good instincts about people, both good and bad. These stories just seem to support we should trust our guts, whether it's that your perfect neighbor is actually a creep, or that the scary tattooed thug is actually one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. TLDR baby niece keeps smiling at scary biker dude who ends up being a sweet grandpa. Friend gets out of ordinary feeling to offer food to homeless guy, who ends up sharing with his friend. It was like that with my niece's boyfriend. She was about 16. He seemed a hard-working guy who tried to get the family to like him by helping any way he could. I just couldn't like him despite everyone else loving him. She was with him for at least 6 months before I wanted to take her to the mall for a last hangout day, as I was moving states very shortly after and I'd miss her. The guy just had to come along when my plan was just the 2 of us. Then they had an argument in the car on the way to the mall about her texting people and not wanting to give up her phone. I told him flat out that he doesn't need to see her phone, that's her damn phone, and if she wants to talk to male friends, that's her damn right. This bullshit continued into the mall, where he hauled off and punched a sign, essentially breaking it. It was just one of those standalone signs near the stairs, but security came and made us leave. My last faking outing with her was ruined because this douche was an overbearing asshole. I treated them like children on the way home. She sat in the front with me with her phone, and he was in the back. He kept pleading for her to sit in the back with him and talk about this. She stayed with him for about a year, got pregnant by someone else / broke up, got back with this asshole who ended up choking her while she was pregnant. She ended it with that one and is with another winner who proposed to her after being together about 11 months. I don't get a good vibe from this one either. In my senior year of high school, I took an elective economics class, a notoriously easy A at our school. The teacher was stereotypically cool. He coached girls basketball and wore polo shirts with the collar popped, had a mini fridge in his class, and generally didn't give a shit. He was popular, especially with the jocks, as he didn't even try to hide his favoritism for them. Girls on his team could help themselves from the fridge. They didn't have to come to class and basically got to fuck around all day. His daughter was on the team and he gave off a real trying to be the cool dad vibe. I didn't like him, mostly because I was the opposite of cool and wasn't very fond of jocks. I thought it was bullshit that he got away with being a shit teacher just because he coached sports, but since I wasn't exactly the studious type I wasn't going to complain. Either I was sitting in class while he bantered flirtatiously with some of the basketball players and thought I bet he's faking them and immediately felt guilty because I knew how easy it was for a rumor to ruin someone's life. Another wonderful teacher of mine had almost lost his license over a false accusation. Well, guess what I read in the paper over Christmas break? The teacher had indeed been faking one of his basketball girls. In fact, his daughter's best friend, 15 years old. With just a few weeks till the end of the semester, a substitute teacher administered the final exam that had already been written by the original guy, now sitting in jail. You know how in a multiple choice test, they'll sometimes give you 3 plausible choices and 1 ridiculous choice? His questions all had 3 ridiculous choices and 1 very obvious answer. It eventually came out that the administration had received reports of his relationship with the girl, but didn't act on them. It was incredible how much he got away with, just because of his value to the athletics department. I just googled it and found link to the case where they sued the school for not acting on the reports. Found the link to the case where they sued the school for not acting on the reports. It was worse than I remembered. Yes, I used to be an administrator of a college radio station, and there was this guy who came in and immediately charmed everyone via his looks and charisma. Only a good friend of mine who also was on staff there, who worked with him years prior at a different company, and I were put off by him because something seemed off. I was civil, but I kept things at arm's length, especially after I was publicly snubbed by him when he was passing out invitations to his wedding, which sucks for him. I give awesome gifts. Fast forward to the next summer. I'm moving internationally and will be leaving my position. However, the next person to take my job was out of state for the summer, so I offered to continue as acting administrator until I left, which would coincide to around the time of the new guy's return. The charmer, at this point, also had gained a position of authority. He almost immediately dropped the facade of friendliness and began blatantly manipulating the entire station to change from a music station to a sports/talk format, which everyone acquiesced to because the general manager had a crush on him, which he exploited despite being married. When I tried to call him out on this being a very bad idea, he screamed at me in front of the entire board. The only reason I didn't scream right back was because I was dealing with a brutal stomach bug and didn't much feel like vomiting by raising my voice, and the board just let him get away with it. So, despite my protests, the station began emphasizing sports and talk. I leave and wash my hands of the situation. They didn't listen to my judgment once before, and the station tanked, which is another story entirely, so I was going to let this play out. 3 months after I've moved, I come to find out that the station has, so far, received multiple FCC complaints, gotten listener complaints, cut back on decades-long flagship music shows with huge followings in favor of live-to-air sports broadcasts, and had gotten the budget frozen due to negligence, a good chunk of which was due to this guy's incompetence and the GM's passivity to it. That was 4 years ago. The station, which is one of my babies, given how much time I've put into it, is still recovering, all because of one smarmy douchebag him. This will get buried and that's not a big deal. It's a pretty minor story. I work overnights at a gas station. One night like 2 years ago this guy comes in, and I instantly dislike him. Just like immediate gut feeling, this guy and I will not get along. He had just moved into the area and started coming to the store regularly. He made friends with some of my coworkers. He is an aspiring DJ and artist. He smokes a ton of weed all the time, and overall is still just your everyday average chill stoner wannabe hippie guy. I still didn't like him. Cut to like a year into it, he gets a puppy. The dog is cute as shit, and I don't mind the puppy being in the store because come on, I'm not going to kick out a puppy. As the dog grows up my patience gets a little more thin, and I ask him not to bring the dog in. It's store policy, etc. etc. Of course, as soon as I bring it up, he says it's a service dog. My bullshit detector goes off, but I figure I'll ask my coworkers about it since they're friends. All my coworkers tell me he's just calling it a service dog, so he can bring him wherever he wants, like concerts and downtown bars and such. I still let it go for a few months, because in truth it isn't a big deal. and I generally don't try to look for arguments with people. Then one night he comes in, and a different person is holding the dog's leash, and that was the line for me. If you're going to claim that as a service dog, you damn well better know the rules you're breaking. I ask them to leave the dog outside. He says no way, that's a service dog. He doesn't have to. I say no man, you need to be in control of the dog. So he just grabs the leash and says what now? I say well, what service is that dog trained to do? FYI, that's literally the only question I can ask regarding service animals. I'm not asking about his disability, simply what the dog will be doing in the store. He refuses to answer, says I can't ask that question, threatens lawsuits, gets extremely angry over this. So I ask him and his crew to leave, which he does with a nice flipping of the bird and homophobic slur to cap it all off. So he goes to my boss and complains. My boss comes to me and says, hey, it's not a big deal, we don't want trouble, just don't talk to him any more than you have to. And my boss is probably right. I don't like it, because the argument turned personal against me, and we have the right to refuse service to assholes no matter what. But whatever, he wins his little fight and I continue to sell him stuff for another week. Then he goes back to my boss and says, you know what? That's actually not good enough anymore. My civil rights were violated, and I'm going to demand that you fire the guy who kicked me out of the store, and I want a settlement of $50,000 or else I'll sue. So my boss comes to me and says, yeah, you were right, that guy's a dick. I banned him from the store. If he comes in, just say he's not allowed in and call the police. If he doesn't leave, and I didn't see or hear about him again for 6 months until last week. He broke into somebody's house as part of a robbery and stabbed a dude. I wonder if jail allows service dogs. When I was 12, there was this girl in our class. She was bubbly and popular, but I felt something about her was off. I remember standing by my locker and literally telling my best friend, I don't trust her. I don't think we should be friends with her. But my best friend did end up befriending her throughout the school year, and consequently I became friendly with her as well. Fast forward to the second half of the following school year, and she has completely manipulated students and teachers alike not to like me. I was a very shy, easygoing kid then, and it absolutely destroyed me that I thought I had done something wrong. She did a lot of hurtful things I won't get into right now. She was a bully, but bullying happens, so I didn't think anything of it. My mother had me transferred to another class to get away from the toxic environment. I had blocked everyone I knew from the old class, and that was supposed to be the end of it. But it wasn't. Over the next couple of years she harassed me, called me with other people's phones, had other people call me to hear me out about anything and everything. One day I came home, walked into the living room, and 2 of her friends had gotten into the house by lying to my parents about being good friends with me, and they were waiting for me. The thing is though, these 2 girls lived 2 hours away. These 14-year-old girls had taken the train and traveled 2 hours to lie their way into my home just because this girl said I deserved it somehow. She would also walk past my bedroom window at odd hours and just stand there for a while on more than one occasion. Because we were both 14-year-olds, nobody took me seriously. I kept changing my phone numbers and she would somehow find it every single time. Apparently she had also stalked an ex-boyfriend when she was 16 or 17 and gone hysterical over something weird I don't remember. I'm now 22 and I've moved away a couple of years ago. I haven't heard from her since I was 18, but I'm still wary of any of her friends because she's weird, and I fucking knew it. Well, this actually happened recently. I'm a chef. I have my red seal, my food safe, diploma, etc. I got it all. I have my BSc as well through a top university in Canada. I have been doing sales for my employers, including procurement and purchasing, but they've been having trouble with their restaurant recently, so they asked me to check in and report to them. They are largely a grocer, but have one restaurant to promote their organics. The chef at the restaurant was well liked by the staff. Everyone always talked to him and enjoyed his presence, it seemed. He talked a lot about sports and was respectful to the women in the dining room. But me, I didn't like him the second I met him. He was sitting on a milk crate while looking at his phone. The line was dead, but it was disorganized, messy, and the food quality was substandard. The cooks ran the kitchen, not the chef. I took a look at the other stuff, specifically the finish of the risotto, the stews, the steak cuts, the salmon and whitefish cuts, etc. They were not cut properly. I found a prime rib, still bagged, that had been sitting in its own blood for what was obviously quite some time. If you're going to age a prime faking rib, you take it out of the bag and clean the blood off of it before racking it. I asked about it. He just looked at me as if to say, "Who the fuck are you to ask?" He had no idea who I was, just some sales guy, right? Well, no. Part of the reason why I stepped away from the kitchen was to pick up more experience in the procurement and sales industry. I wanted a better understanding of the procurement sector of the restaurant and food industry. I worked in various competitions, did 5 years under a well-known chef in Toronto, spent even more years running a restaurant/nightclub when I was in school, and afterwards, I worked in Taste of Danforth, Toronto, and volunteered for huge non-profit organizations. So yay, I'm the guy you want looking into this sheet, because you can't do your own job, dickhead. I stuck around for a few hours to watch the line rush. Not once did the chef actually help anyone on the line. Food wasn't being plated consistently, a 14-ounce steak was sent back for not being cooked properly, tables weren't being properly timed for sending out, and the chef just continued to sit on that faking milk crate. I dug into the finances. In this scratch kitchen, food wastage shouldn't be more than maybe 20%, with some potential to drop even more. This was at 40%. I couldn't believe it. In the one day I was there, I saw so much food being thrown out from the kitchen staff that I damn near blew up. Next day, I reported everything. They asked me to take over as soon as possible until they can get a new chef. I agreed, after some negotiation over salary, which I managed to turn into a wage. I've already done 65 hours this week. And I'm about to log in 15 more. Now to fire his ass, but wait. There's more. A couple of the servers were terrified of this guy. He was reportedly harassing them, and the supervisor/bar manager wasn't reporting it. He would spend hours in the office, and the same day I came in, he was caught beating off to something in the office. The next day, after I was tasked to take over, I was called. He didn't show up for work. I started looking into his background. He's never been a chef. He falsified references, experience, education, etc. His address was fake. His phone number was fake. So how the fuck did anyone get a hold of him? He started calling into the restaurant and asking for a couple of the girls' email or phone number. This guy simply just vanished. This incident caused a lot of ruffled feathers. One of the hour managers was fired for dereliction of duty. The bar manager was fired. I just fired 3 cooks, the sous chef, hired 3 more cooks, no sous chef yet, and threw myself into this. Right now, this is the first morning I have had in over a month, not including family day, that I have been able to sit at home and post on Reddit from my PC. So I guess I'm the chef now. My wife has a friend she grew up with. They were extremely close and knew everything about each other. One day out of the blue she goes to visit a friend and his wife on the West Coast she said she was best friends with in college. We live on the East Coast. My wife talked to her every day while she was in college, and she never mentioned this dude. 3 months after this visit this guy leaves his wife, files a divorce and moves back east to be with my wife's friend. We thought it was a little shady, but we gave him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was in a horrible marriage, etc. We gave him a shot. Then we met him. He was way too nice. I mean annoyingly nice. The dude's personality was like a walking How to Win Friends and Influence People book. He did every little cheesy psychological trick used car salesmen use to make you feel comfortable. He just sent out a real fraudulent sleazy vibe. My wife and I felt the exact same stench coming off this guy. My wife gets a call from her friend a month after this guy moves here that she's moving in with him 2 hours away. My wife gave her some sound advice. She told her she's moving away from her family, friends, and everyone she knows to move in with some dude she barely knows. But her friend insisted she knew him from college. Her and him were best friends. Blah blah. So she moved away. We didn't hear from her for a few months. But when wedded she was so elated. Their Facebook statuses were always super cheesy about soulmates and love and whatever. So my wife and I thought maybe we were wrong. He is cheesy, but if he makes her happy it makes us happy. Point. As soon as his divorce from his first wife is official, he proposes to her and they get married. They move again, even further away from everyone for some half-baked job opportunity he was offered. That's when sheets started to surface. 2 months into her marriage he sends a private message to my wife about how her friend isn't living up to the standards he had for her. He was reaching out for tips on how to communicate with her. My wife explained to him, you marry someone for who they are, not what you'll think they'll become. He didn't like that advice. My wife called up her friend and read her the email and asked her what the fuck is up with this guy. Her friend was pissed that he reached out to my wife instead of communicating directly to him and called him out on it. They got in a huge fight and then he flipped it on my wife, saying if she didn't share his private email with her they wouldn't be having this fight. Then he accused us of meddling in his relationship. Real narcissistic shit. She was letting him manipulate the reality of the situation. Months go by with no communication from either of them. My wife is getting very concerned for her, so she reached out. They planned a girls' weekend up by her. So my wife drives the 3 hours to her house. They go to dinner, drink wine, and talk. My wife reiterated exactly what happened because she totally saw it from his view and forgot the facts. Her friend was starting to see what was going on. She was getting upset. He was calling her obsessively the whole time they were at dinner. She kept sending him to voicemail. When dinner was over my wife went to her friend's house to spend the night. He was supposed to be out of town. This guy shows up and starts screaming at both his wife and my wife. My wife doesn't take shit, so she gave him a verbal as whipping. Her friend kicked the guy out and my wife came home. After I found out this guy yelled at my wife, I reached out to him and explained if he ever talked to my wife like that again, I will be taking a trip up there and it would not be friendly. We haven't heard from them in a few days. My wife calls her friend to see if she's okay. Her friend starts screaming at her, saying, why did you talk to my husband that way? And your husband threatened my husband. Just a totally different person than she left her. He twisted the story again and made it like we were out to get him. The scariest thing about psychological abuse is that it makes the victim a shell of who they were. Constant gaslighting makes the victim feel like they're crazy. My wife is tenacious. She loves her friend. She never gave up trying to have a relationship. They spoke amicably, but never spoke of their relationship. Then her Facebook posts became very strange. Every update was an update about what she did that day. No matter how mundane the task was, it was posted. You could bet every day at around 5 PM there was a status of her day, what time she woke up, what time she went to work, her food intake, etc. My wife was having one of her surface calls with her and got right to the point and asked her why she was making her everyday tasks public on social media. She explained, after bringing down her wall, that her husband wanted her to be more productive. He felt like she wasn't doing enough. She had a full-time job, and when she got home she wanted to veg out and watch television. He wouldn't let her. She was becoming what he wanted, an obedient servant. She used to come to our house to visit. He never came because he knew we didn't like him, and there was always a good hour before she put her guard down and relaxed. We were having some drinks and she got into the topic of sex. She was saying to my wife how bad it sucks to be a wife and be forced to have sex every day even though she doesn't want to. We explained to her that it was called rap, that being married does not mean you are someone's sex toy. That was the last straw. We told her she was being emotionally abused. We showed her websites explaining what he was doing to her, and just like last time, she felt empowered, went home, didn't speak to her for a few days, and when called to follow up, he convinced her that we were meddling. At this point my wife reached out to her family and her other friends, but he had them fooled. They thought she was overreacting. We looked like the assholes. He did such a good job of manipulating everyone that he was some kind of great guy. Always quick to help out and go the extra mile if he knew someone was watching. We felt helpless. One summer a bunch of us rented a lake house. They went and we figured we'd be amicable and not ruin everyone's vacation. There was 5 couple including us and them. We all went swimming and her friend went to take a shower. He went to the house about 10 minutes after her and we all went to grab some snacks. When we entered the house we heard him screaming at her for not telling him he was taking a shower. We all heard it. Finally other people saw the monster we saw. When he realized he was exposed, he made her leave the vacation early. Now that other people saw the real person he was, his control of her communication to the outside world was full throttle. No one heard from her. She never answered calls. We were concerned. The greatest thing that could ever happen to her was he upgraded their phones. She was at home cleaning the house using the old phone to listen to music on Spotify. She kept hearing messages dinging. She checked the messages and saw that he was talking to a girl, sending dick pics, telling her how his wife treats him like shit and he's a victim. That did it. She woke up. She confronted him with it, and he said it was her fault for not giving her enough sex. They just got a divorce, and he is living with the girl he was talking to, starting the cycle all over again. She is going to therapy to undo all the damage he did. TLDR, we knew this guy was no good, and he psychologically abused my wife's best friend. PS, psychological abuse is real. It's hard to prove because there are no bruises. It is also hard to prove to the abused that they are being abused. I actually have had this happen quite a few times, but the first two were the worst. 1. My mom started dating a guy when I was 4 or so, and I hated him. He came across as dangerous to me. She ignored me until he started getting violent. She dumped him, but the next night he came over and was trying to force his way into our house and shouting threats about torture and death. We called 911, but he would disappear when the cops showed up and start again when they left. This went on all night, and I was terrified. 2. About a year and a half later she got another boyfriend. I got an even stronger bad feeling about him, but again she ignored me. He seemed nice at first, and even convinced my mom to go on a long camping trip with me in tow. She agreed as there were others going. We camped for over 6 months. I missed school. He quickly got aggressive, especially toward me. He made me eat raw snake and then told me it was poisonous. Threw an axe at a tree I was standing in front of, missing me by inches, then mocked me for crying. He told my mom he was trying to toughen me up, and she bought it. We go back home, and he only gets worse. He won't let my mom and me leave at the same time because he says he's afraid she'll leave him. He used those times to hurt me, then started molesting me. I would beg my mom not to leave me, but she had to grocery shop so we could eat. Nothing seemed amiss to her. I never told anyone what was happening because he threatened to kill my mom if I did, and I believed he would. My saving grace was when my grandpa showed up one day because he hadn't seen or heard from us in a while. When he meets her boyfriend, gets the same feeling I had at first. He went and got the shotgun from his truck and told her boyfriend that we were going home with him and to stay away or he'd shoot him. We found out the guy was a heroin addict and had already done the same thing to his daughter. To top it off, my mom was pregnant by him with my little sister when we left. Justice was never served officially, but the guy got what he deserved. He ripped off his drug dealer and was killed for it. Kids have great gut instincts. I never dismiss my own now either. I had no control then, but now I do, and I would rather be considered a BTCH than trust the wrong person. I have PTSD thanks to that pose. I'm a mom now and pay close attention to how my son reacts to people. Sorry if that was TMI, but I wanted to make sure people really understand and listen to their kids and their own gut instincts. In college there was a guy that was in a few classes with a roommate of ours. We'll call the roommate Bob and the friend from class, Nick. Bob started to bring Nick around to parties, out to the bars with us, etc. Everyone loved Nick. Social, funny, had a lot of money from his parents. He claimed it was all his. He was generous and would show up with booze and always buy shots. Something always rubbed me the wrong way about him. I mean, outwards he was pretty cool and everyone loved him. The way he interacted with bartenders, servers, new people we encountered always came off as so faking disconnected. Like they were subservient peasants. I don't know. To this day, years later, it's still hard to really put it into words how those interactions I saw really creeped me the fuck out. I voiced this to one of my buddies and he said that I must have misunderstood or something along those lines. So we continued to have him around. Everyone continued to love him, and I kept thinking he was really off. He also lived nearby campus and commuted from home, but had zero friends from home. That always seemed like a red flag for a guy that was so outwardly cool. Fast forward a year, and he starts getting oddly possessive of our parties. Senior year we lived off campus, and I heard him start telling girls, when he thought he was out of earshot, "Yeah, I own this house, but let my boys live here." We were renting it, and not from him. His girlfriend was terrified of him. Clearly miserable, but wouldn't break up with him. I always suspected there was some extreme levels of crazy going on behind closed doors. He started invited packs of strangers to our place. Our basement was huge and unfinished, so it was a college kid's dream. So the first few times we kind of let it slide, but all the roommates were like, "What the fuck is Nick doing?" Afterwards things got even weirder when we finally talked him about his control over our own place. He went on this long weird rant about how his dad owned Miami, which made no faking sense. We were nowhere near Florida, and that since he bought beer years ago. He was allowed to do this. He owned it. But the convo was beyond weird, because he wasn't screaming these, he wasn't angry, he was just ranting and explaining how all these random things built up in his mind to allow him to own the house. He actually said owned at one point. Again, we were renting this place, and not from him. Everyone was kind of confused at his response, but he was so level-headed and ridiculous that no one pushed it further. So we asked him not to bring as many people around, but he was still welcome to come. We had a Jersey Shore theme party, and that's when shit finally clicked for everyone else. And he was not right. He made rounds of every single one of our girlfriends. He fed them the same lines I had heard him say to random girls, and even to us. It was even more wacko, because he showed up with some girl who wasn't his girlfriend. "You shouldn't be with Bob. After all, I do own these guys. We should head up to so and so's room. It's basically mine," to so and so's girlfriend. When asked what he was drinking, "It's Patron on ice." Yeah, he had a cup with a shot of Patron and an ice cube. Then he left and showed back up with about 20 random people. Got the cops called on us. I'm a bit fuzzy on the progression of events the rest of the night because I was hammered, and this was years ago now. But when the cops showed up, he ran. Got picked up down the road and like denied knowing us or something, and he was with a 20 years old, so he put the fact that he boozed her up on us. We never heard from him again. I felt the worst for Bob. Bob had graduated from a small HS with like a class of 20. He was so desperate for friends that when he made friends, they were considered actual family to him. Bob's a great dude, still is, and he was crushed. Nick just straight disappeared. No one had classes with him that year, so we legit never saw him again. TL doctor, if you ever hear a guy tell someone he's drinking Patron on ice, run away. My grandfather's second wife. His first wife, my grandmother, passed away in the late 80s, before I was born. She came on the scene in the late 90s. She was about 10 or 15 years younger than him. The whole family was happy that he was dating and had found someone to make him happy. But to me, she seemed really phony. Fake smile, dead eyes, a little too nice, like she was trying too hard. They quickly got married. She encouraged him to buy a condominium with his money. Then things got weird. She started isolating him by turning my grandfather against everyone in the family. Grimmer Wormtongue style. She'd tell him that his son, my dad, never loved him, that his daughters, my aunts, didn't care, how they were terrible selfish kids that never visited enough and resented him. He started believing it, turned bitter, then angry, and ended up disowning my father and my aunts. She ended up changing my grandfather's will so that she was the sole inheritor of all of his money. She prevented any contact and threatened to call police if we reached out. She, herself, started writing insane letters to my father. They'd come by mail and would be about 10 or 20 pages long, handwritten, seemingly threatening to hurt my sister and I. Things like, "You love your children, don't you, Frank? Wouldn't it be terrible if something happened to them, Frank? You better keep a close eye on them because they might be harmed, Frank." My dad got worried and ended up paying a private investigator to look into her. It turned out she was a retired nurse who'd done this to 3 other men. Showed up, quickly married them, isolated them, waited till they died, and collected the inheritance. then moved on to the next one. If I recall, there was also speculation that she was tinkering with his medication. Being a retired nurse and all, she'd know what would help or hurt him. He ended up passing away very weirdly and suddenly from an aortic rupture, and we always wondered if she played a role. She threw a huge stink at the funeral and tried to bar my family from entering. Then, she disappeared into the sunset with his money, and we never saw her again. TLDR, Grandpa meets a nice lady, she goes all Fatal Attraction, and separates him from his entire family, scoots away with all his money. I had a classmate in college who made my skin crawl if he came within 15 feet of me, to the point where I didn't need to look around to know the dude was there. I have generalized anxiety disorder with a lot of social element, so I chalked it up to that initially and didn't think too much more about it. My friends all liked him and got along with him, so I tried my best to be friendly. But the skin crawling never went away. When we all lived in the dorms, he lived about 10 doors down from mine. One night he had taken a female friend of mine out on the town for the night, and afterwards they went back to his room. Around midnight I was woken up by a weird noise I couldn't quite make out but still unsettled me. I went into the hallway to go yell at whoever it was to knock it off, and I found that the noise was coming from his room. I don't think at the time I knew what was up, but I remember having that skin crawling feeling amplify somehow. Something was not right. Anyway, this dude calmly opens the door and there is my friend, on the floor, bleeding heavily from the noise and lips with massive swelling and making this weird ululating moaning noise. He had stripped her naked and bound her wrists behind her back with duct tape and just answered his door, nude himself. It was one of, if not the most horrible thing I have ever seen. Apparently he had drugged her with some day-trap drug, but didn't use enough, so she fought back and then beat her and bound her. I didn't think to yell or anything and just kinda went nuts on that faker. Luckily some other folks were awoken by the noise and the rat came out and pulled me off of this piece of sheet before I was able to cause too much permanent harm. And we got my friend an ambulance as whole, had to wait for the cops in the second ambulance. I got arrested and released the next day after my friend woke up and the other people from the dorms talked to the cops. The thing that got me was that this guy was so calm and confident when he answered the door. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something like, "What's up, bro? Something is just broken inside that dude, or just missing altogether." From what I've gathered, since then he is probably a sociopath with some kind of additional issues. Not really sure what they are, but they must be doozies. I don't like talking about this at all, but I mention it here to advise that when you get that feeling, be alert to it. Don't necessarily go nuts and start smacking the source, but be a little more cautious around whoever is causing it. Hunting for a flatmate some years back, as a 23-year-old woman and a 62-year-old man applied. Well, I'd said in the ad that I wasn't fussed about age or gender, and I needed to fill the room, so I let him come over and look at the place. He seemed a nice enough bloke, bit of a handyman, keen gardener, devout Catholic. He emphasized this a number of times, telling me how often he attends church and how involved he is with the Catholic community. My cat didn't like him much. Usually she's velcro to the ankles of new people in the house, demanding attention, but she came over for a quick sniff of this bloke when he rang the doorbell, then just went and sat on the garage roof and watched. My only reservation at this stage was that I hoped he wasn't going to try and get me to church, but I flathead with born again Christians before and resisted plenty of efforts to save my soul. I asked for references, and the only one he would give me was an old friend who lived in another city. I called her, and she was full of nothing but good words about him. Marvelous cook, clean, helpful, friendly, respectful. She also told me all about how well he got along with children, how he used to babysit her friends' kids and take them to the swimming pool all the time. And wasn't that wonderful that a man who's never been married or had kids of his own should get the chance to spend time with kids when he's nearing retirement? Well, my mum thought he was a pedophile and said so when I went to see my parents and told her about him. This was at the bare minimum of telling her before I'd mentioned the reference or the Catholic thing, although that made my dad go aha. When I mentioned it, she said she had a very unpleasant feeling about this bloke and that I should decline him. My dad and I were still ambivalent at this stage and decided to see how things played out with applying for the room. I have absolutely no idea if he was a pedophile or a cat kicker or whatever. But what he did do was go ballistic when I called and said the landlords needed a credit check and at least one reference from a previous landlord or tenant. Rage that he'd been flatting in this town for longer than I'd been alive, and he'd never had to submit to that sort of offensive and invasive process before. And what right do the landlords have to know anything about him? And I knew nothing about anything. Charming. About a week after that melodramatic withdrawal from the flat application, I got an apparently very friendly, totally nothing ever happened email from him saying that he was a pizza delivery driver at weekends and that I should let him know if I was going to be in on Saturday night, because you never know when a delivery might be declined and there might be a free pizza for a hungry student. By then, my nope was thoroughly engaged and I ignored the email and spent Saturday night at my parents' house. Dude, there are 4,000 people in this town. I expect I could mention your name to 3 people at work and get a reliable character reference if you really have been flatting in this town for longer than I've been alive. My brother's baby mama. When I first hear about her, I was just happy that my brother found someone for his crazy ass. Then they got pregnant when they had been dating for only a month and knew each other for as long. I was living 2,000 plus miles away at the time, and so all I knew about her was what I saw on Facebook or what I heard from my mom and sister. Even after my first FB stalking, I knew something wasn't right about this girl and immediately started calling her crazy eyes and told my brother to be careful. I remember telling my mom and sister that she made me uncomfortable. They brushed it off and were just happy for my brother. Then I started hearing stories from my mom and sister about when my brother and his baby mama would visit. She was always inappropriate, no problems drinking and smoking cigarettes and cannabis in front of her other 2 kids, and while she was still breastfeeding my nephew. I'm not 100% on this, but I'm fairly certain she did the same when she was pregnant too. She would get in disagreements with my mom over stupid stuff. There was a comment on Facebook that she made to my mom that made my mom upset. My sister and mom joined my feelings regarding this woman fairly quickly. My nephew was 1.5 years old when Crazy Eyes left my brother. After 2 years and a baby, she decided that she no longer loved my brother and that she never did. She called him a fling who overstayed his welcome. I also found out that she had been emotionally and physically abusing my brother for their entire relationship, and that's why he lost 45 pounds while they were dating. She still manipulates my brother for money and make him feel like shit, even though they are not together. I also found out that she prevented my brother from being on the birth certificate, so he has no legal rights over my nephew. I wanna slap that bitch in the face so bad. I'm so mad for being right about her. My husband's coworker gave me an uneasy feeling when I met her at their company's party. First, we had the same name, and I thought, oh great, another Claire. Then she became really interested in talking to me all night. I couldn't shake her, and her attitude was kind of abrasive. Something didn't feel right. I'm friends with several of my husband's coworkers and asked them about her. They freaking love this girl. Oh, Claire is so great. I love her attitude, such sass. Yeah, she can be a little rough, but she is funny. She lives right near you guys. We should all hang out. A few weeks later, my husband didn't come home by 2 or so, and I checked the bank account. He had been to several restaurants, shops, and bars, and was ordering quite a lot for one person. We have been together for 12 years and we share a computer. I decided to check the computer and see if he googled an event or something I didn't know about. His iMessages had texts to Claire. They were out together, alone. He had been sneaking around with her for months. She lives in walking distance, so that night he was also at her apartment. Probably not the first time either. I guess she really wanted to get to know the woman whose husband she was sneaking around with. I knew that girl was off. My husband and I are resolving it in our own, and none of our mutual friends know her involvement in our marriage. They still think she is so great. I'm waiting for it all to naturally implode when we end up at the next event together and she decides to talk to me. When I was in high school, UK 11 to 16 education, we got this new form tutor. For some reason I just didn't like her from the moment I set eyes on her. Something was scarily familiar about how she held herself, the way she talked. First thing she did was try and befriend the class and started telling these stories from when she was in school. She told us about the girl she used to bully who she hit with a tennis racket for no good reason, but she was a good person now because she feels so bad about it. It dawned on me after that story. She was telling us she was a good person, just like how my mum told me she was a good mum. She wasn't. She would hit, scream, trash my room, my schoolwork over the slightest thing. Sometimes she would just go for me for no obvious reason. The women very quickly realized that I was the kid everyone hated. She wanted to be popular, so she started picking on me as well. She was such an ass to me. She once watched a kid punch me in the face, break my glasses, then she sent me out because I started yelling at the kid who did it. She would also tell my mum stories about me. Mum worked in the school. It was well known my home life wasn't very good, and she knew. Mum would hit me over everything she said, some complete lies, others she missed out parts, like the reason I was chasing another kid was because he had my coat. She stopped me to yell at me, and in that time he threw it over the fence into the hospital grounds and didn't do a thing about it. I had to scale that fence to get it back. She would blank me in class, refuse to call my name on the register, give out sweets to the class, but leave me out. She once sent me out with a pink slip for doing nothing. I said nothing, not to her anyway. I didn't move. She was just pissed at the rest of the class because she couldn't control them and took it out on me. Luckily half my class rescued me as soon as the bell went, and I didn't get in any further trouble. We weren't friends, but they finally saw her true colors. I also had her as a proper teacher for a year. One morning I was minding my own business when she stormed over to me and blamed me for ruining her entire evening. It had taken her 2 hours to read and mark a story I had written. It was 3 pages long. The only thing written on the paper when I got it back was a tick at the bottom. Other people had writing all over this with corrections etc. She made sure to also tell my classmates this, so they would attack me for it. That was fun. Then there was the time in the lunch queue. It was my final year of high school and I decided I wanted to be more normal. I had never eaten in the lunch hall with other kids before. I wanted to be around other people and decided to get a school lunch. That didn't last very long. Other kids in my year group knew they could do whatever they wanted to me and decided that feeling me up was a good idea. Well, I freaked out and started screaming at them. I got dragged out of the queue and pulled into a corner by this huge teacher. My form tutor decided to get involved and they both told me no one was touching me. I was just throwing a tantrum and using my past to get good kids in trouble. I was still badly bullied and those good kids were not good kids. I got sent away and told I wasn't having lunch. I didn't get breakfast at home, which meant I only got one meal that day. A few days later it happens again, and I freaked out completely, broke a couple of hands in my escape. Nearly took out this fat teacher as I barged my way to freedom, and ended up just crying, because I was so freaked out. Eventually I ran and hid. I missed one class, had to go to my final class, got no lunch again and nothing came of it. No one gave a damn. I was then on banned from eating lunch with my year group. I had that as whole form tutor and the dick who yelled at me in the first place, constantly denying me entry, even with my note. I just stopped eating lunch eventually. Oh yeah, she also talked about how she was so awesome because she was taking care of this kid in year 8 who was being badly bullied. She just stared at me as she did this. This little girl ended up with 6th formers looking after her, taking her to classes, sitting with her at lunch etc. This little girl was getting the help she needed, the help I needed, when I was her age being attacked by 16-year-olds, but no one gave a damn about me. She knew it as well. That's why she just stared me down as she said it, because she knew it would hurt me. Once I was in 6th form, she would blank me completely. She used to do it in class, but after I wasn't near her she would pretend I didn't exist. Such an ass of a woman. Last thing I heard was that she was head of year. I feel bad for any kid stuck with her. Story time. A couple of years ago, a friend and I went to this pool house rave party which was pretty cool. We were having a good time, drinks were flowing, and we danced a lot. Several hours went by, and I decided I wanted more drinks. So I ran off to find some more. I come back, and she's dancing with a dude I guess she met on the dance floor. Either way, this gave me the heebie-jeebies. Like fuck, red flag everyone. This sheet's code red. As they were winding down, I decided to swipe her off immediately with the drinks. She giggles, and comes back with me. The guy gives me this gnarly look like I'm gonna faking stab you. So, friend and I decide to go home. And I'm calling for a Uber, and for fact's sake I had the most incompetent driver ever. Kept screaming for instructions, so I cancelled on him. Lo and behold, creepy guy shows up, and tells us he can give us a ride. I'm like fuck. She tells me, why not since it's free, and I'm like oh hell no. Too late she gets in, and I'm going oh god, play it cool. Don't seize up. I thought of something quick. So we don't drive to where she lives, and I ask my friend if she was hungry and right on cue yes. IHOP it is. Far from her. We go to IHOP, and during the ride, so many red flags are being thrown at me that I couldn't handle it. All his stories were either complete BS, or had so many holes you could tell it was all fake. We get to IHOP, and when we arrived he had the nerves to call some friends while we got seats. This faker thought he can cock block me away from her, but fuck that shit. I ain't letting that happen. As she's finished eating, I run to the restroom and immediately request for lift. Boom. The guy is arriving in 2 minutes. I told the dudes hey we are gonna pay and leave and thanks for the ride, and faker responds with what the fuck man. Aren't we getting along? Let me take her, not mentioning me, just her, home. I'm like ha thanks for the offer, but lift is right there. And he was pissed like furious pissed. I paid and we get in the lift, and she was quite annoyed by me. She said why are you acting like this? I'm like I'm being paranoid because my gut feelings are throwing red flags, that's why. She's pissed but whatever, I trust my guts since it hasn't let me down so far. Next morning I googled this faker's name because I was so curious why I was getting so many heebie-jeebies. This faker had 6 counts of felony charges ranging from child molestation to indecent exposure. What the fuck? I showed that to her. She threw up for an hour. She even took 3 showers. Never deny my heebie-jeebies. This guy, Christian Gerhardt's Rita, aka Clark Rockefeller, a conman and murderer who variously claimed to be an actor, director, art collector, a physicist, a ship's captain, a negotiator of international debt agreements, and an English aristocrat. He had met and convinced a roommate of mine that he was a visiting physicist who was waiting on a huge grant and needed a place to stay until then. The guy immediately set off mine and my girlfriend's alarms. But the roommate assured us that he would take care of him and not to worry about him. He was arrogant and didn't know anything about physics. The roommate believed he wouldn't talk science because he was too brilliant for us to understand. By the 5th day we told him he needed to go. He had borrowed about $1,500 from the roommate by then, and he was still hoping that Gerhardt, who he was going by, was going to come through with the grant money. The compromise for the next couple days was that Gerhardt had to stay out of the house when we were gone, so the roommate set him up in a tent in the yard. Whatever the roommate saw as confident and charming, I just saw a shady, entitled prick. I never left my girlfriend alone with him. The guy never missed a moment to go to some party or dinner until the roommate finally cut him off too. He took off immediately for some other sucker. Heard an interview with a book writer decades later and knew it was the same guy. I think he is totally guilty of many terrible things, but he probably did not kill the couple and bury the bodies. I'm sure he's responsible for it, like he convinced someone else to do the actual murder. But that would be entirely too much physical work for him, and it would get his nice clothes dirty. Edit. Formatting. I met my little brother's college roommates. One was his best friend whom I had met a few times. While I knew this one was a knucklehead, he was a good friend at least. The other guy, Kyle, which is his real name, because fuck this guy, immediately gave me a piece of shit vibe. So much so that within the first hour I had nicknamed him Piece of Shit Kyle. This irritated my younger bro, saying that I was wrong and that was being mean. Can't really put a finger on it, but I knew this guy inside and out, instantly. Skinny, typical 20-year-old, nothing really pops out at you. Courteous, personable, all that stuff. Before I left upon meeting him that day, I did notice he drove a Ford Crown Victoria, old, out of commission police car. Given my announcement to my family that this guy was piece of shit Kyle, and having no real reason other than my vibe, this car choice was my only real ammo for backing my claims. I really laid it on thick with how psychologically, this douche likes the power of tricking unsuspecting drivers into thinking he's a cop. That he gets high on the power. That cars get out of his way on the road until he gets close enough and you notice it is not an actual cop car, but a normal guy driving a car that looks like a cop car. He even kept the front guardrail and the side view mirror searchlight on the side so that it would look like a cop car. Everyone thought I was being crazy. Fast forward 3 months later, guy got fired from his job for joyriding cars as a valet. The girl and baby he left behind in another town caught up to him, with law enforcement with her. He had urinated in a corner of his room for about 3 months, based on the damage he caused. Left them high and dry for his end of the rent with no notice, and was the cause of my bro losing his friendship with his other roommate, his best friend. I never had to say I told you so, not that I would, but I didn't need to. My brother said I was right and my entire family adopted the nickname shortly after getting to know him too. Still feel pretty proud about my read with my ocular pat down. Oh my god, I'm the lord and master of seeing right through the charming veneer of grade A bullshit that so many assholes seem to pull off so well. I can see right through them the minute I meet them. Everyone has a talent and this is mine, so I'm not afraid to say it. And half the time no one believes me until it's too late, and then I get to hear you were right. Examples. Flattering man-child that wheedled his way manipulatively into an older couple's heart. He worked for them and worked them over like a master sculptor, acting like a kid from a bad upbringing who was trying to be better than his old man, etc. After I watched him do his thing a few times, I told them he's taking you for a ride. They didn't believe me. No one did and they got pissed that I said anything. He stole their work truck the following month. Another couple found a talented person and like a month into knowing her wanted to partner up with her and let her buy into owning 50% of the business they had worked on for 30 years. I knew within 20 minutes of meeting her that she was a talented, charming thief who didn't give a shit about them. Negotiations thankfully fell apart, but she nearly convinced them to just hand over majority control to their company for free. When she didn't get her way, she then spent the next year bad-mouthing the company with terrible lies to everyone in the industry. Charming as fuck young man who pretended to be a troubled but improving type. Everyone loved him, but I saw seriously hard rage brewing in him constantly. Ticking time bomb. No one saw it, no one faking listened to me when I warned them. He finally assaulted a client after she told him he was being rude to her, which he was. Everyone was shocked because he was so nice. I could go on and on. It's amazing to me how quickly people want to accept only the good in others without paying attention to the warning signs. People like being fooled by charming people. Frequently it's born from a good enough place. Most people have lived nice lives and thus aren't vigilant to potential danger. You can't blame them for not paying attention, since most people are basically good, and if they haven't been hurt there's really no reason to look for the bad in others. But it doesn't hurt to pay attention and learn the difference between a good person having a bad day and a bad person letting their facade slip a little. Some tips from those who want to avoid being taken in by charming assholes. Some are more skilled at hiding themselves than others, but you can learn. Body language is the biggest giveaway. You have to learn how to interpret it in context of an individual's personality though. Don't go by the pop psychology bullshit of liars glance to the right blah blah blah. The trick for really reading body language in a person is to look for inconsistencies in behavior. If a charming asshole is usually pretty mellow and then under stress he has a moment where looks at someone like he wants to strangle them on the spot, but his mellow cool guy facade comes back in an instant without him expressing any anger, that is someone who is well practiced in hiding their true intentions. I would much rather deal with a guy who is open about feeling angry than someone who is all smiles and charm and wit all the time. No one is or should be expected to be charming all the time. It's unnatural. Another thing in less practiced charming assholes is that their smile doesn't reach their eyes. Bright happy smile, eyes that say fuck you. And again, these are all just clues you have to take into context with a comprehensive pattern of behavior, rather than something you can use as a snap judgment. You don't want to confuse a person who is just undemonstrative or has social anxiety with a charming asshole with an insincere smile. Examine everything together: flattery or good deeds done specifically in front of an audience. Charming assholes know that their biggest tool for success is getting a lot of people to like them, so they will frequently put on their acts in front of others. They know if a lot of people in their targeted circle like them, it will help undermine anyone who may see the warning signs and try to speak out. If they are more skilled, the flattery will not be towards their intended target, but towards someone else in their target's view. In my first example, the young man was not particularly skilled, and he would directly flatter the old couple in front of everyone. But in my second example, the woman would be nice to the people around her target instead. Again, this behavior has to be taken in context, because the behavior by itself is not that uncommon. Point anger in private. If you passively imply, or even outright confront a charming asshole in front of others, they will wait until they have you alone to talk about it. The unskilled ones will let their anger show in that private meeting. Usually it's a super desperate and defensive tone. More skilled charming assholes will try to wheedle you a bit with their charm, but you can generally see little flashes of anger, or their smile doesn't reach their eyes. The anger in private is for the same reason as the flattery in public. They want as many people to like them as possible, and any doubt is addressed in private, so that there are no witnesses to back up any claims. Again, all of it has to be taken together, and you'll have to make an intuitive judgment call in the end before deciding if someone is a charming asshole. My mom dated a string of assholes. My asshole radar has been working great since I was about 9 years old. Point 2 stick out most in memory. One guy magically seemed to have all the same hobbies and interests as she did. When she said she liked antiques, by golly, didn't you know he had a property way out in the Bobbins full of his antique collection? Over and over stupid things like this. She thought it was great that they matched so well. I thought he was full of shit. A year goes by. He's convinced her of all sorts of crap. She has bought her own engagement ring due to some nonsense excuse like all his money is stuck in his antique business and blah blah blah. They marry. Then one day everything comes crashing down when she finds out he is a grade A conman, like, fit for a daytime talk show guest. He has multiple girlfriends. He was stealing money from all of them. He doesn't have 2 red cents to his name. He's a classless buffoon. I tried to tell her the first time I met him, but she wouldn't listen. She also dated a guy we called Crazy Bob. He was hyper and tried too hard to get us to like him. This was when I was about 12. He would shower my mom with gifts, and he was straight up annoyed that we saw right through him. To make a long story short, he snapped. His entire family knew he was seriously mentally ill, and he broke into my mom's place in a mood one day, slashed up all her clothes with scissors, slashed up her car tires, and would stalk her. His family was apologetic, but never saw fit to warn her. I just hated his beady eyes from the get-go, and knew there was something off. My first grade teacher. He was paralyzed from the waist down, but was extremely functional. Everyone thought it was amazing that he was pursuing his passion of teaching, and he was relatively personable and funny. I always got weird vibes from him, but my parents attributed it to me being young and weirded out by his disability. He was a bit eccentric, to be fair, but nothing creepy. His house was full of exotic reptiles, scorpions, tarantulas/spiders, and insects that he bred, and he'd bring them to class from time to time for show and tell. For a bunch of 6-year-olds. That's pretty entertaining. He had a daughter who was a few years older than me, and would always show us pictures of her. His wife had died when the daughter was quite young, and she was all he had left. One day during recess I found a ladybug, which I enthusiastically brought to show said teacher, knowing he liked insects. He smiled at me and asked me to put it on his tongue. Not wanting to disobey my teacher despite this seeming odd, strict Catholic school does that to you, I did as he asked. He licked my finger and then swallowed the ladybug, saying it was delicious. That was a major what the fuck moment, and I avoided being alone with him for the final month of school. The next fall, he did no return. Rumors began circulating that he'd had an accident or medical complications. Nope. He was arrested for molesting his daughter because she reminded him so much of his wife. I only found out the truth many years later because no one wanted to explain that to a bunch of little kids. Needless to say, I was not shocked. Dude was always creepy, and especially after the ladybug incident I just knew he was a faking weirdo. This is so old and my comment will get buried. My best friend's ex-wife, my buddy, and I had been friends for 5 years. My wife and he were also mutual friends as we had all worked together. He started dating a girl and she and my wife became super close. Everyone loved this girl, sociable, attractive, funny, the life of the party. I did not. I didn't know what or why, but we had a weird tension and distrust from the very first time we met. Fast forward 4 years, they get married. My wife is the maid of honor. I'm a groomsman in the wedding. Everyone still loves this girl. I still don't trust her. Still don't know what it is. She just seems like a shitty person to me. Fast forward 2 more years. We are out to eat with them. His wife sees someone across the restaurant and goes to say hi, brings back a guy to the table, introduces him as her boss and friend. I'm super suspicious. Something is off. He ignores the rest of the table and is oddly polite to the husband. "So nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you kinda stuff," but is only interested in befriending the husband, even though he had been introduced to the whole table. Alarms going off in my head. At the end of the night we go to our separate homes. My wife gets a text asking what that guy's name was, confirms it. Then she gets a phone call from our friend saying that he found months worth of phone calls / messages / photo content from someone with that dude's initials on the wife's phone. She denied for some time before the evidence was too overwhelming, and she admitted that she had been having a lengthy affair, and that it was not the first. Confirms to me she was a shitty person. I guess I have a story, maybe not as great as a lot of these ones, but whatever, I'll share. So I'm a recovering addict, 3.5-ish years clean, and when you've been through that lifestyle you tend to be able to spot other addicts in society a lot more easily than others. I'm talking functional addicts here. Obviously total junkies are easy for most to spot. So at work, this salesman from another company starts coming in more and more frequently, and I tell you what, from the first time I heard him speak, without even seeing him, I knew this guy's on some kind of drugs. Could just be cannabis, who knows, but he had that "I'm higher" sheet sort of drawl to his voice, the kind of thing that it is physically difficult for him to talk and seems like he has his tongue half in his throat, that kind of way of speaking most addicts have when high. Anyways, time goes on, he's in more and more often, and people love this guy. He's got all the stories, all the charisma and charm to make these people love him, but I can just tell something is off. Fast forward a few months and now he is hired at our company. I've told no one about my thoughts about him, as nobody asked for my opinion about hiring him. Just all of a sudden one day this guy works for us. So he brings in some sales, but he doesn't come in until 10 AM and always leaves around 3 PM and takes long lunches with clients as well. Some mornings I smell booze on him. He has all these extravagant ideas for growing the business, like taking us from 5 million per year in sales, all the way to 50 million in a matter of a year or two, type of extravagant ideas, and spends $100,000 on parts on a whim, in order to get a good deal, yet only has maybe a couple $100 worth of sales set up for those parts, and the remainder has all sat in our warehouse, taking up significant prime real estate for the last 3 months or so. Everyone still loves him at this point, except the top boss, whose son is also an addict. He's starting to suspect and get fed up with the poor work ethic. So guy gets laid out for it and tries to change his ways for a couple days, then he's back to old ways. Gets yelled at again, gets his probation period extended 3 more months, and then something changes. He starts coming in at, he says, and the computer / security shows 4:30 AM. 4 faking 30 am. One morning he empties out this massive filing cabinet in his office to make more room and tosses all the catalogs and sheet in the garbage and moves it by himself into the filing room, scratching up the floor the whole way there. Really weird behavior. Cocaine binge behavior. People had been subtly joking about it for weeks before this, myself less subtlety. For example, he made a big sale once and said, "Ring the bell baby, woo." and I asked him if ringing the bell was a euphemism for taking a massive line of cocaine. Bell ringer is a slang term for the tinnitus/auditory factory that high doses of cocaine can temporarily cause. Usually from smoking, but I assume really big lines can do it as well. I just never wanted to waste that much expensive cocaine to find out, but it is no joke to anyone anymore. This guy is a mostly functional addict, but I'm certain his level of functioning is slowly deteriorating, and he can't manage his addiction anymore. I hope he gets help for his addiction though. He isn't a bad person by any means, he just has a bad addiction. I'd prefer to see him clean and just as motivated with our company than see him get fired and just continue his downward cycle with some other company. Ex-boyfriend was a super nice good old boy from a relatively small town in South Missouri. He was a firefighter and was in the Air Force. After almost a year of dating, he basically moved in with me because he lived 2.5 hours away and would frequently stay for days at a time anyway. My whole family loved him, and I can see why, but he quickly became the person in the relationship who loved everything the other person did, even though he didn't. He refused to disagree with me, which meant no meaningful conversations, and suddenly loved everything I was into. He was essentially me with a dick but much nicer. Finally, I can't take this ass kiss anymore, and I break up with him, unknowingly on our 1-year anniversary. I've never been good with dates, but I gave him a week or so to gather his stuff, so he could move back home, or find some other place. Fast forward a week and he texts me at work, to let me know my period was late. Really faking weird, because my cycle has never been regular anyway. And is he faking digging through the trash, to look for dirty tampons? Anyway, he brings me a test and I take it. Positive. I'd had a Mirena IUD for about 8 months, which was why I hadn't noticed the late period. Mirena can make you lose your period entirely. So I go to check to make sure the Mirena is still in place. It's not. I can't feel the strings at all. The next day I go to the ER for an ultrasound to look for the IUD, because sometimes they can become lodged in the side of your uterus or find their way out into your abdomen and just float around 3 sonograms, and later I finally find out there is no IUD in my body. Absolutely no way did I intend to keep this, because Jay is weird as shit and I didn't want another child when I already had a 2-year-old. If I had, I wouldn't have had an IUD. At first Jay says he supports my decision because it's just so crazy that it would disappear like that. Then he starts getting upset that I don't want to keep it, and instead of getting his own place or moving back home, he moves in with my aunt and uncle who happen to be ultra Catholic, and he stays there in their basement, crying inconsolably for months. Obviously he told them, and my mom, what I was doing to the baby. Months later he finally gets his own place, but it's only about 5 to 10 minutes from the new place I moved into. He is constantly showing up or texting random things just to be nice. It was the pathetic kicked puppy routine, not the I want to murder you routine. At one point my gas was turned off because an old roommate had it in her name and some paperwork got fudged. I had blocked Jay on Facebook, but I had posted that I needed to borrow some space heaters from friends for a couple days until they would turn the gas back on. When I got home from work that day, there was a brand new, very nice space heater on my front porch. Nobody ever told me I could borrow one, let alone pretty much nobody knew where I lived. A couple months later I woke up to my car being parked about 3 feet closer to the house than I had left it the night before. I immediately knew he had done something with it, since he had the spare key. I know I should have taken it from him. I see an antenna on the inside of my windshield and text him to ask what the fuck he did to my car. He says something along the lines of, "Oh man, I knew I should have scooted the seat back up. It's an early Christmas present, auto start." I go off on him about how we are not together still, months later, and he needs to stop hanging around and acting like we're together. Then it's I was just trying to be nice. Got a couple months later I have male guest at my house. My dog starts growling at the window in the living room and I look up to see Jay's peanut head in the window, watching us. Police were called. Several other things happened in between all of G's events, and it was upsetting because every time I mentioned it to someone they acted like I had been encouraging his behavior, but I wanted nothing to do with him after he started kissing my ass when we were actually together. All the super creepy shit happened a year or more after I broke up with him. A couple years later, his new girlfriend and mother of his infant son messages me on Facebook to tell me she just deleted a bunch of naked pictures of me off his phone. She says they were put on there recently and she knows he got them from his computer and not from me, but his laptop is PW protected and she can't get in. I give her the password. On his desktop is a folder titled My Angel, which contains 84 pictures and videos of me. A few are normal, but most of them are of him molesting me when I was passed out drunk. I drank a lot when I was with him. I was young and couldn't stand him. She could also see that he had opened that folder as soon as 2 weeks prior. I had suspected before, but at this point I'm now positive he had removed my IUD in order to trap me in a pregnancy. You may think that's crazy, but I had an IUD removed by a doctor several years ago and all they did was grab the strings and pull. It was barely a pinch. New girlfriend and I start talking about how weird he is. She says she wanted to get an abortion too, but he had convinced her not to. He also stole her car while she was sleeping to have an auto start installed, probably also a tracking device in both cases, and told her he wanted her to get her hood, clitoral, pierced. She knew I'd had mine at one point, so she refused. She said it was like he wanted to turn me into you. He freaks me out. He also pees sitting down. I wanted to add that for giggles TLDR. If your so refuses to disagree with you and starts adopting all your interests and abandoning their own, something is wrong with them. Get out. Super duper late, but I'm bored, so my mom starting dating someone, let's call him Andrew, when I was about 6 or 7. I don't remember the first time I met him or an overwhelming feeling of hatred, but I just didn't like him. My mom didn't date much, but my dad had remarried years before, so I figured maybe it was just that. She really seemed to like him and said she had known him for a few years already. My sister also didn't like him, but she was around when my parents divorced, so I also attributed it to that. We hung out with him a few times as a group, but all of a sudden, they stopped dating. My mom seemed fine, and less than a year later she started dating a new guy I really liked. Fast forward 3 or so years and the new guy is toast. My mom starts things back up with Andrew, and I'm very disappointed. She also announces he'll be joining us on our spring break trip. Not much happens, and my sister and I can tolerate his presence, save for a very unfortunate incident of me walking in on them, forever scarred. But let's move on. Eventually, the same thing happens. Suddenly no more Andrew. I'm older this go around, and my mom is a very open parent. So my sister and I get the deets. Apparently, Andrew was still married to the woman he referred to as his ex-wife, and was taking frequent trips to the state she lives in to see her and their daughter. He was doing this the first time my mom and him were together too. I still have a feeling there was more to the story, because his whole persona was just so off. Classic faked up weirdo disguising himself as a fun, chill guy kinda thing. Anyways, fuck you, Andrew. My dad is a charming, charismatic, intelligent and seemingly nice person. Everyone I know tells me how amazing he is and says how nice it must be to have him as a father. On some levels he is a genuinely good person to be around. At times he can be thoughtful, generous, and do nice things for other people. The truth is he is narcissistic, selfish and only wants what's best for him. No matter what that means. He has girlfriends and will complain for an hour about some shady thing they did while openly cheating on them. He doesn't even hide it from me, his son, and my younger sister, 15 years old. She has said that she will probably cheat on her boyfriends when she is older. I'm sure this is because he has normalized it for her. My younger sister and I currently live with him, but our youngest sister who lives with my mom has no contact with him. He tries to blame it on her, a 10-year girl, but we all know it's because he doesn't make the effort to keep in contact with his own daughter. My parents are both the same, in that they care about the idea of being a good parent more than the actual reality of having a child. But my dad takes into another level between blatant infidelity, alcoholism and physically abusing me at times, just slapping in the face and occasionally punching, but because he thinks it's funny, not in anger. I just wish more people could see him for the monster that he is, and stop telling me to be like him. Becoming like him is my biggest fear. Late to the party, but this was pretty recent, and I've gotta get it off my chest. This girl, let's call her M, and I have been friends since middle school, now early 20s. She had a baby about a year and a half ago with this guy we will call Scumbag. I never met Scumbag in person, but after he saw the two of us in public, totally platonic, I have never even tried to put moves on this girl. He hunted me down on Facebook to threaten me and tell me to stay away from his soulmate. That interaction coupled with some of the stories she told me gave me the most horrible sociopath vibe I have ever had in my life. M started seeing Scumbag again, and, after trying to gently convince her he was bad news, I told her we couldn't be friends anymore. My life has been faked up by his type in the past, and I could not be around it again. She was upset. I later learned this was because I was the last real friend she had left. Scumbag drove the rest away. Anyways, fast forward to last week and I see a bunch of Facebook posts from her about the baby and was a little concerned, but we haven't talked in months, so I didn't think there was anything I could do. She messaged me and sent me an article from a local paper. Scumbag raped and drowned their baby while she was at work trying to provide for them. He is now facing capital murder charges. There were no glorious I told you SOS here, just how can I help you out? She was / is devastated, and I don't know how to help her. This is probably going to get buried, but I'll comment anyway. When I was in the 11th grade, one of the classes that I took in the first semester was biology. I had ended up with a teacher who was universally adored by all of the students. He was the fun teacher, the cool teacher who would recruit students to help him perform flashy chemistry experiments at the beginning of every class. Very flashy and buddy with the student population. Another reason why everybody liked him so much was because his course average was about 85%. However, evidently none of the staff were aware of exactly why it was so high. Essentially what he would do was, if we had been neglecting out homework and assignments all year, he would allow us to do one giant makeup assignment at the end of the semester to atone for it. He also allowed all of our tests to be open book. The open book part was particularly useful because he never actually taught us anything during that class. We didn't open our books a single time. He literally spent more time talking about himself and bragging that he could teach evolution to a gopher than he did actually teaching us. To this day, I could still tell you the name of his wife, his 3 sons, his cats, his dog, which university he went to, and why he'd always wanted to teach. Fun fact. Did you know that he went seal clubbing in his freshman year of university? Wow. So cool. Despite being universally acclaimed by students, I couldn't stand him. I could never put my finger on exactly why, but he struck me as incredibly superficial and performative. He didn't want to teach, he wanted to have access to a crowd of impressionable young people who would be easily dazzled by his carefully crafted displays of charm and charisma. I saw right through him, and I knew he knew it too. He always treated me with an edge that he didn't treat anybody else with. That's when I began to notice other things. One day near the beginning of the semester, I had stayed after class to ask him a question about the source material because he wasn't teaching us jack shit. 2 other girls, let's call them Robin and Alyssa, had also stayed after class that day to talk to him. I stayed on in horror as what had begun as an innocent attempt on my part to ask him a question quickly became a half-hour-long overly intimate conversation in which this 52-year-old male teacher was telling a story to 3 of his 16-year-old female students about a time that he had counseled one of his former female students about how to lose her virginity to her boyfriend, not in the capacity of a coach or a guidance counselor. In private, conversationally. He expressly explained to his adolescent female student how to have sex. The story was very much told with an air of I'm so wise, you know you kids can confide in me about anything, right? With a hint of narcissism on top. What grossed me out the most about this conversation, however, was the fact that one of the girls, Alyssa, was lapping up every word he was saying. I could almost see the stars in her eyes. He made no effort to make eye contact with Robin or myself. Over the rest of the semester, I caught them casually hanging out together a number of times. I would walk to the bathroom over lunch period and see her and her friends eating lunch with him in his biology lab. He began training her in cross-country running after class, and I spotted them on the field a few times too. Coupling my observations about his narcissistic character with my observations of their social interaction, it wasn't hard for me to figure out that they were having an affair. I told all of my friends about this, and nobody believed me. Fast forward a year. I'm now in 12th grade. I had come home early from school and was chilling out on the couch when my brother and our mutual friend walked through the door, staring at me in silence. "How did you know?" said my friend. "How did I know what? What do you mean?" "That Mr. V was having an affair with Alyssa." "Yep. Mr. V had left his wife and 3 sons after Alyssa had pressured him into being exclusively with her only." I was right the whole time. The kicker to this story, she ended up cheating on him 2 years later with her college professor, who she got pregnant by. I have already posted one, but I was reminded of this when reading the other comments. I had, for many years, a close friend I will call B. We stayed friends because we were one of the few survivors of our punk rock clique from high school. Most of our mutual friends had either done serious jail time/rehab or were dead either by murder or overdose. So for a few years, that held us together. Then I was living in another state and wanted to move back home, so I rented her basement for a year. Over that year I started noticing things about her that others also noticed, but I had ignored because of our history. I literally had friends that would tell me right off, "I do not like her, and I don't know why," and I kind of absorbed that and started noticing things. For one, she had absolutely zero empathy for anyone. No one. Anytime we passed a homeless person she always had some crack to make, along the lines of, "He probably makes more money than you do." I also noticed that she always put herself first. If, for instance, someone would say, "Hey, I'm growing blueberries and they are really awesome," she would instantly come out with, "Well, when are you gonna bring me some?" Every angle was for herself. She also became increasingly right-wing as she got older and was terribly misinformed about just about everything. She got all her facts from talk radio and just absorbed it. But the real kicker was this. One time we were gonna go out of state on a long drive to go see a band we loved. It was an 8-hour drive, so we had to get up really early. That night, I had a strange nightmare that she had bodies buried in her backyard. She had killed 3 people and wanted to help me bury the bodies. I woke up feeling really strange, but didn't mention it. But on the car ride up north, suddenly she starts talking about killing people. Just out of the blue, she asked me, "Would you ever commit murder?" And of course I gave the stock answer everyone does, for self-defense/my family etc. And she asked me, "No, I mean for fun." I sort of stopped cold and looked at her. I said, "Fuck no, what do you mean fun?" She said, "I think it would be fun. I'd do it if I knew I could get away with it." That was when I started pulling away from her and moved out a few months later and have not talked to her since. But I have always thought that someday they are gonna find something on her because she is clearly a sociopath. This will probably get lost in the feed of feeds. However, I've always taken pride in my good judgment of character. This story may take the cake. Generally I don't get along with women. I'm the oldest of 7 brothers, was in the military, and in a very male-dominated career field. I have been in a long-term relationship for years, and I'm a relationship-only kind of girl. Still, women don't like me, or I just find them dramatic, petty and scandalous. My friends are mostly men. In 2008 I got married to my best friend. We met at work, and had no sexual connection at all for 3 years. Somehow we began dating and got married. He and I were so close and had the best relationship, we began hanging out with my other best friend, a male. Ted from my department. Ted started dating my department's lieutenant's niece, Danielle. She was a Jessica Biel look-alike, had an amazing body, and was outgoing and loving. Everyone, I mean everyone, loved her, worshipped her and wanted to be around her. We became close over time and she inherited the title of my only female BFF. Every weekend we got together at our house, went on numerous vacations as a foursome, and I spoke/texted every day all day. Ted and I worked every shift together and signed up for the same assignments. We were all closer than close. S was 26, I was 29 and my husband was 43. One night D and Ted had separate plans and she came over to hang out and have some drinks. I ended up getting plastered and going to bed around 2 am. In the morning I had an unmistakable feeling that something was terribly wrong. I went downstairs and he was making breakfast, going out to smoke my man and overly excited to see me. She left later and my husband began acting distant. I knew something was not right and it had to do with her. Later in the week my husband announced that he and he were going skydiving and that our planned trip as a foursome to go camping no longer included me. Pictures began getting posted all over FB of his activities with her, but no one seemed to find that odd but me. I asked both of them repeatedly if anything happened, but they both replied that I was crazy. That weekend my husband left Womi to go camping with her, Ted and a huge group of mutual friends. I just couldn't stand the thought of them being alone. So I drove myself, alone 3 hours to the campsite. When I showed up I was met with cold shoulders and mean looks. Everyone on the trip was gushing over Dee and how amazing, beautiful, funny, and great she looked. No one had any clue or noticed I was disturbed. Especially Ted. That night we all went to sleep and my husband never showed up in our tent. I couldn't sleep and got up at 4 am to try and break into his phone to get some answers. It was left charging in the car. I got in and found naked pictures of Dee and explicit texts, a video of her blowing my husband and a masturbation video. I still regret not sending those to myself. I confronted her at that time and she ripped my head off. Everyone around also ripped into me about being jealous and narcissistic. I left alone. In tears the following week I called Ted and told him what I found in the situation. He became enraged and told me I was jealous of Dee and their relationship, that I was evil for trying to break them up, and to never talk to him or her again. My husband then called me and told me I was crazy and that he wanted a divorce for causing drama and coming between him and work. I literally could not believe what I was hearing and felt like I was in 11th grade again. Long story short, my husband left me in a nasty divorce and secretly dated Dee for 3 years while she was with Ted. I lost all my friends at work for being a liar and was on admin's bad side for a while. After I left the department Ted found out about the relationship and tried to kill my husband. Everyone was finally made aware that their little darling was a tramp, yet no one apologized or said damn you were right. Today, my ex still dates girls 20 years his junior. Dee is a raging alcoholic that has never worked and lives at home. I haven't talked to Ted since. Icing on the cake? She's now fat and alone. Plus, she bleached her hair and it fell out. I was in 4th grade back in 1996. One day my best friend pissed off some other kid at recess and was about to get his ass beat when all of a sudden this cool guy rolls up on his motorcycle and stops the fight. The guy's name was Frankie and pretty much everyone knew him as one of the coolest guys in the city. Leather jacket, sweet bike with flames painted on it, the works. Kind of a Fonzie vibe to him. He befriended my buddy and they started hanging out with Frankie's gang members, riding around the city on his bike, etc. Everybody in school basically worshipped Frankie and was really jealous of my friend, but I always had a bad feeling about Frankie. Nobody believed me, but my gut instinct ended up being correct. One night, when my friend was hanging out with Frankie's crew, I got suspicious and decided to follow them. As it turns out, they were planning on using my friend the whole time. They wanted to rob a store and believed my friend's head would fit through the football-shaped window in the back. Fortunately I got there at just the right time, while my friend was being coerced to break into the store. I brought a hand-cranked police siren, which scared off Frankie and his crew. I helped my friend get his head unstuck from the window and that was that. He was pretty ashamed to have fallen for Frankie's manipulating tactics and thanked me profusely, but I just told him that's what friends are for. We are still best friends all these years later. Every once in a while Arnold and I recall this story and share a laugh about it. TLDR, my neighbor is a heartless bastard that shot my dog. My neighbor, who shot my dog. Long but worth reading, because this guy is a heartless piece of trash. Okay, so we live in WV on a gravel road in the middle of nowhere with very few neighbors. My grandparents live after we do on the road. About 5 years ago, the house before ours went up for sale and new neighbors moved in. My grandparents soon became buddy with the new neighbors. I became friends with their kids, but we never really liked their dad. Soon after they moved, the house burned down. Everyone kinda knows it was Mike's fault. He did it on purpose. Then he and his wife started fighting, and eventually started going through the process of a divorce point. While all of this was happening, he got his guns taken away for a little while because his wife reported she was scared of what he might do, because I guess he had been threatening her. She moved back to where they came from with the kids. Mike stayed here and rebuilt himself a small house and got himself some goats and chickens. Fast forward to December 2016. We got a call from him that my dog was down there chasing and harassing his goats and to come down and get him. I immediately jumped in the car and found Cole on the road walking back home. We got him an e-collar to work with him and make sure this didn't happen again because we were afraid Mike would do something to him. He has threatened Cole before when he was walking the road once by saying, "If he bites me, it'll kill him," but we never thought he actually would. Now, Cole wasn't a big dog. He was a Chihuahua/Pekingese mix. He couldn't have done any damage to those goats if he tried point anyway. So now fast forward to February 4th, 2017. Saturday morning around 11. We had let the dogs out to go potty and be dogs and bark at stuff. We had been working with Cole and we thought he hadn't been down there since because his training was going good. We were sitting around and we heard 3 gunshots. Didn't really think much of it because that's normal around here. Everyone shoots guns. About 10 minutes later, we get a call from Mike. He goes, "I shot your dog. Come down and get him. He's dead, Dad." And I go down there. That was the hardest thing I've ever had to do/see. It was awful. Cole wasn't even 2 yet. Dad and Mike are yelling back and forth at each other and I'm standing there bawling my eyes out and screaming. Dad goes, "Look what you've done to my daughter. Do you not feel bad at all?" He was standing there with a smug look on his face and he goes, "Nope, not at all. He was harassing my goats. I already had one miscarry. Don't need another one miscarrying." When Dad walked down to go get my dog in the field, he had to walk far away from the goats to get Cole, which is still a mystery as to why Mike shot him while he was nowhere near the goats anyway. My grandparents are still buddy with him cause they're like that, though not as much. They thought he hung the damn moon. Everyone on the road likes him, but has an asshole. And the worst part is that there's literally nothing we can do because Cole was on his property and messing with his livestock. If you made it to the end, thanks for reading. This kinda turned into venting for me, so thanks for listening. Edit. Added a few words for clarity. No, but I did have the opposite point in my fraternity pledge class. One of my brothers was kind of an obnoxious dick, but well-meaning. He put on this over-the-top frat bro persona. So despite what the media might say, most frats are filled with intelligent, ambitious guys who volunteer tons of time for charity, who also know how to throw a great party. Anyway, this douche personality pisses most of us off because it makes us all look bad. My pledge class actually tried to get him cut, but I lobbied for him because I saw through it. I still wasn't good friends with him, but I listened because he had good intentions through his bro-iness. The next year I lived in the fraternity and ended up having him as one of my roommates because he came as a package with one of my other friends to live there. By the end of the semester we were best friends, inseparable, and he dropped his douchiness because it was him overcompensating to try and fit in the frat. He dropped it when he realized people liked him. I was his best man at his wedding last year and would jump in front of a bullet for him. Also, he's the most intelligent person I know, faking 4.0 in aerospace engineering and hardly studied. His PhD advisor, who was one of his undergrad professors, also wrote his letter of rec for his PhD program, wrote the accepted NASA roadmap for permanent Mars colonization that the Martian was based on. TLDR, friends think guy is just a nerd. Turns out I was right, we shouldn't feed into his issues. Freshman year of college. I already had a friend enrolled, so I was just absorbed into her group, and generally it was a good time for that first year. Except the blemish, I will call Danny. Now Danny came into the picture in the spring. I had been the last to meet him and something seemed off. Sure, he was nerdy like the rest of us, but his particular obsession was with the paranormal, and he considered himself the expert. Most of his backquote knowledge was stuff extrapolated from all the ghost hunter shows, documentaries, and a couple books. He also admitted to messing around with his Ouija board and dabbling in demonology, as he put it. I got to develop this gut feeling that he was more than just a nerd about the paranormal. Something about how he talked just seemed like he enjoyed the attention too much, and when conversation shifted away from him, he tended to not engage anyone and retreat. I voiced my concern that we were giving him too much validation, but I was rebuked because I was just a freshman. What did I know about how diverse and colorful other could be? After a month of us all knowing Danny, they threw together a ghost hunt to the campus library. I politely declined because I had homework. I did, but I also didn't do that homework. I just didn't want to risk the chance of being alone in the dark with Danny and getting poked by his spooky boner. Cut to the next morning. The group has reassembled, and they gave me the lowdown of why a few hadn't slept all night and had bandages an hour into the ghost hunt, and after a half-assed seance and other trick pulled from shows, nobody else could feel or see anything except Danny, who was screaming "they're everywhere" and throwing salt all around him, making a mess, which they'd been told not to do by the campus officer so gracious to let them do this in the first place. When he just wouldn't stop and got more erratic, he was restrained by 2 of the 4 other people, at which point he started biting and scratching them while making horrible screeching and yowling noises like a trapped cat. Cue campus security getting called. Danny was arrested for assault, and the 2 who had restrained him, plus a 3rd who had just been unlucky enough to be in scratching reach, going to the hospital for minor treatment. Danny wasn't charged because it was determined he had mental health issues and admitted to a facility. Never saw hide nor hair of Danny since. A member of my friend group in high school, who I guess I'll call Adolf. His family had moved to town the summer before my freshman year, and I was the first person to meet him. I can't remember how we met exactly, but it resulted in me having dinner with his family, who all turned out to be extremely conservative Christian fundamentalists. Adolf seemed like the cool one in the family at first, and I invited him to my gaming group, which we had to keep secret because his mom had been part of the whole crusade against gaming when she lived in Texas in the 80s. So I didn't have a gut feeling about him right off the bat, but it started pretty soon after. I just wouldn't be as forgiving as all my friends when he said something kind of shitty about girls. Our friends would tell me, yeah, he's a repressed 15-year-old from a fundamentalist family, be patient with him, but I started trying to avoid him when I could, which wasn't that often, since we went to the only high school in my town and shared all the same friends. Over the next few years, I started distancing myself from the gaming group because of the vibes I got from him and the fact that I was starting to piss them off with my paranoia. I don't blame them for calling me paranoid because I didn't have much evidence that he was a bad person, but it was just exhausting trying to pretend everything was fine. Eventually I started running around with the different crowds, which included a bunch of girls, and some of them had stories about Adolf stalking them. I started dating a girl, and soon after, she started seeing him in the parking lot of her work and getting sexually explicit unsolicited ICQ messages from him. Guess when this was? One time we were having sex, and I caught him watching through the window, but nobody who wasn't there would believe me. My senior year, things came to sort of a head. One of my old buddies from the gaming group started hanging out with me again, telling me I'd been right about Adolf, but not elaborating. Then one night, those guys had a party at a hotel room Adolf had paid for, and he ended up alone with a girl who had gotten drunk and passed out. Her parents found out the next day and called the police, who initiated a rap investigation, but ultimately didn't find enough evidence to press charges. The weird thing is, he actually confessed to me one day in the library. He just straight up said I rapped that girl. I can't think if any reason he could have had to confess to someone who pretty openly hated him by that point, but there it was. I don't know if any of my old friends believed me when I told them that. Not sure I would, because it's so insane, but 20 years later, I'm still friends with them, and Adolf is just someone that shows up on Facebook from time to time for people who haven't yet blocked him. TLDR, I knew a kid who I said was creepy. Later he rapped someone and all our friends started agreeing with me. Every time I have this feeling, every time, I'm right. Here's a good example point. A number of years ago, I had a friend who was in the same industry as me. We went through the same program with the same or very similar aspirations. Spent a lot of time hanging out. We were very close friends. Almost brothers. Spent Thanksgiving together. Always in tow. A really Mutt and Jeff duo. When he decided to start his own business in our industry, I let him know I was there to help any way he needed. I helped him truck gear. I helped him with certain design. I helped him do construction on his site. I went through my own list of contacts to see if I could put anything useful in his Rolodex. You know, the kind of things that a friend does for a friend. Point. In order to start the business, he took on a couple partners. One guy who had control of the property. Another guy who made a good face. Another guy who was a bit of a spastic genius. They all, to varying degrees, gave me that feeling. The first, we'll call Bob. Bob was one of those douchebags who always had to assert dominance. He was also one of those douchebags who always has to assert dominance, but disguises himself as a dirty hippie. It's a good way to get people to let their guard down, so that you can establish dominance. Every faking thing was about him putting himself a notch above people. And he was a chronic liar. The second guy, we'll call Mark. Mark was a good dude, but Mark wasn't too bright. And Mark brought with him Yoko. His girlfriend was always skulking around the business, and you could tell that she was hoping that it would take off so that she could get a piece of it one way or another. And Mark was wrapped around her little finger. The vibe I got from Mark was that he would ultimately be unreliable. If Yoko decided that he should get a bigger piece, he was going to start making passive waves about getting a bigger piece or not showing up or something like that. And Spaz. The problem with Spaz is that he was a spaz. About as reliable as a kitten, and just as focused. Point aside from Bob, I liked these guys. But they did not strike me as a good team to start a business with. But I kept my mouth shut for months. I didn't want to come off as jealous. As far as I was concerned, I wasn't ready to start or be a partner in a business. I had a lot to learn and a lot of practical experience to gain. I was fine with just hanging out and helping where I could, but otherwise just paying attention. I thought free labor, for my friend, was a fair exchange for that point. Then it started. My friend started talking to me like I was beneath him, ordering me around, being stern in a way that would get most friends knocked the fuck out. I'm not saying I expected him to cup my balls every day, but I did expect him to remember that I had provided him with all the free labor that I had. Was still providing him with free labor, and was his friend before this career was ever an inkling to either one of us. There was some minor demon of ego clutching at his head. I have a good amount of experience that he did not have in a very similar industry to this one that worked with similar pricing, billing, and invoicing structures. So, after an early job with Mark, when it was just the three of us, my friend, we'll call him Jake, held up the envelope with the payment and said, "How do we want to split this?" There was a whole bunch of hemming and hawing, and ums and ahs. So, I said, "Hey, Jake, when I was working in the widget industry, they'd put 20% to whoever brought the job in, 30% into the company, and then you two would split the remaining 50%. I remember the contempt in his voice when he hissed at me. I don't remember what he said, but I remember how much disdain there was. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're stupid. You need to shut up and not speak until you're spoken to. These were people I'd pulled all-nighters out partying with. People who were supposed to be my friends and colleagues. This one guy was supposed to be one of my closest friends. It was that gut feeling you get when you find out your so hates you, and you can't figure out what you did to earn that. I should have told him to go fuck himself and walked out right there. Instead, I went and got my shine box, or whatever the fuck it was I was supposed to do. A couple weeks pass, and everything's blown over, but the other three guys, they're acting more and more like I figured they would, and it concerned me for my friend's well-being. He too had expressed certain concerns, but then later on he'd contradict himself and act like everything was just fine. Over a couple beers one night, I laid out my concerns. Bob is going to betray you. One way or another, Bob is going to betray you. He's probably going to try to steal from you. Mark is going to disappear right when you need him because his girlfriend found some other source to try to siphon off of. Spaz is going to lose his sheet and do something crazy. You have to be careful with these guys, and you have to start documenting your billing process way better and way more meticulously than you do. Because when the sheet hits the fan, should it hit the fan, that will save your ass. He got really angry with me. It didn't break into a full-blown argument, but it got tense. I went home and moved on. The next time I called him to ask if I should be going to the site that week, he said no. Everyone here is tired of your negative bullshit. You shouldn't be coming here anymore. He wouldn't answer my calls. He wouldn't respond to my texts. One of my best friends in the world ghosted me because I was trying to help him. 3 years go by. I'd moved to a new city, set up my own small shop with a modest but growing list of contracts. My skills had improved exponentially, and I was really proud of myself for just being able to stay afloat as a professional, or close to it. One night, I'm walking into a bar and I hear Union. Standing outside the door was Jake. Of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, we had a few beers. We caught up. I'd been right about everything. Everything. As they started taking in more work, conflicts over money emerged. Equipment would disappear for days and weeks when it was needed to complete certain projects. Some equipment never returned. Bob turned out to be stealing from Jake. Not only was he stealing, but he'd been lying about the rent on the site and was pocketing half of what everyone else gave him. He was also trying to poach clients from the other 3 so that he could keep the lion's share of the money. Since they didn't have a standard billing best practice in line that wasn't so difficult to play bullshit games about, Mark would just not show up to projects, disappear for days with his girlfriend. When she got pregnant, he faked off, and Spaz faking Spaz. I never got a clear story on what happened with him, but he disappeared for a while with a bunch of equipment. Then late one night, Jake gets a call from him. He's in county. He'd been caught doing 60 in a school zone in a stolen car. Booted full of meth, the car and him, with his pregnant sort of girlfriend in the backseat. There's more to that story, but I think you get the picture. For his part, Jake ended up living in a storage space at the site for a good 6 months, because since he quit his job, without a good business strategy in place, he failed to keep up his rent. His car got repoed. He ended up moving to the same new town as me, because he had a family member there that put him up for like another year. I'd been right about everything. Except one thing. I was wrong about Jake. I thought he was a good friend with a good judge of character, but it turns out I was wrong. He's a narcissistic douchebag who values people on how they contribute to his ego. I should have taken that lesson then. But you get to loving some friends like you would family. And when you see family in need, you want to help them out. And you want to be around those people. What I'm saying is, I went into business with Jake again. And the same faking sheet happened all over, but that's a story for another time. I will say this, when people get pissy about how angry I get, when people won't faking listen to me, this is the story I tell. In 6th grade, a neighborhood friend and I would joke about our bus driver because he was incredibly strange, looked like an average guy, but he would look up in his mirror, the huge bus one, and stare at kids with these squinted eyes and a half smile, like he had some kind of plan as he watched us. We could call out names to him, honestly can't remember them, but nothing too bad. And most kids didn't hear it. It was more for just a laugh between us two. One day, I was getting off the bus. When we arrived at school, I sat closer to the front. He gently took my arm and asked me to wait until everyone got off. I was shy as a kid, so I listened. Nowadays I'm not sure he ever had permission to keep a child behind on the bus. Maybe he was supposed to report it to the school if a rule was broken. Back to the story. Everyone was off the bus now. He sat down in the seat across from me, and with his scary half smile and squinted eyes he softly told me, "You know, it isn't very nice to call people names. It might hurt their feelings." I remember this moment exactly, 15 years later. I felt so uncomfortable that I avoided looking at him and kept apologizing and quickly got up when I knew he was done talking. I told my friend. We stopped calling him names now. This happened in suburban Minneapolis in a very large neighborhood that even had a small office near the main entrance and a kindergarten school. Fast forward 3 years. I come home from school, now a different one, and on the news in the living room is a big picture of his face. He kept a little girl behind on the bus when everyone got off, and he sexually abused her, hiding in the seats on the back of the bus. He went to prison. Called my buddy and he freaked out. We called it. One of my cousins met and married a man I never liked. He was very well spoken, active in the religion we all participated in. He was kind, charismatic, handsome, great at sports, etc. I never liked him. As soon as I met him, I got the same feeling I get around a really slick, as in greasy, used car salesman. He had a beautiful, dazzling smile, one that never touched his eyes. About 10 years later my cousin and her husband had a child. Over time I'd noticed they came to our family events and reunions less and less. He was in school, she was too busy, there were a lot of excuses. After the baby was born, a beautiful little girl, they all but disappeared. About 18 months later, I heard that my cousin was staying with my parents while she worked out the divorce and child custody. For over 10 years this piece of shit had verbally, sexually, and physically assaulted my cousin. When he found out she was pregnant, he punched her in different areas of the abdomen for several hours. When the baby was born, he held off for a few weeks, then continued to beat her daily. He never hit her in the face, grabbed her anywhere that would visibly bruise when wearing a shirt, or indicated in any way to the public that he was anything but a loving, patient, doting husband. He threatened her daily, convinced clergy to be on his side, and manipulated them, and even law enforcement, to believe that anything she said was because she was emotionally unstable and abusive. He even got many people to believe he was the victim. I never saw the bruises, the broken ribs, the cuts, bite marks, or other terrible things that this inhuman cunt did to one of the sweetest people I've ever known. I've never heard my cousin say a negative word about him. And she still falls into the abusive cycle and tries to defend him when she does open up about what happened. If I could get away with it, there is a dark part of my soul that would torture that monster until he felt every bit of pain and more that he put my cousin through. I'd say I'd kill him, but he deserves so much worse than that. I wish I had had the courage to say something, because I always felt he was wrong. Now I never trust anyone that only smiles with their mouth. This one guest checked into the hotel on a Thursday. I had 3 guests come up and mention that he was super nice and friendly and interesting. I was like, okay, neat. Then the assistant manager was going on and on about him being nice, and she gave him a discount and blah blah blah. Cool. I met him the following morning and was immediately put off and creeped out. He seemed nice enough but odd. As the day went on, he came up to the front desk to ask for this or that or suggestions on where to go, and was getting more and more clingy and leery. He would leave as soon as someone else came in, then immediately return when they left view. He kept trying to initiate physical contact by "Can I have a hug? I miss touching my wife." So I informed the other manager I don't like him and refused to talk with him anymore. Okay, he deals with him for the rest of the evening. Next morning he comes in at 8, 1/2 hour before we open, and says he locked himself out last night and slept on the concrete and was waiting for us to get into the office. Little did he know that I'm the live-in manager and there's an after hours number posted everywhere to prevent just that. Okay, here's a new key. He starts rambling, complaining he was locked out all night. He's clearly drunk still, so I escort him to his room and go back to work. Now is where it gets weird. He was supposed to check out around 11 a that day. I obviously knew he'd drag if he was drunk at 8 am. As the day proceeds I keep asking him to leave as checkout time has passed. He promises to be out soon. I ask my other manager to evict him. He goes in, is friendly, they chat, he's helping him pack, calls him a taxi, etc. Then this creep leaps from a level 4 creeper to a 12. He pulls out a stun gun and turns it on to show my other manager. He proceeds to start talking about how that girl in the office is nice. Do you think she likes me? She could work for me, make lots of money, travel, I'd pay for everything. I just need a really reliable massage person. Yeah, no, I'm in no way a massage therapist. He keeps going on and on, starts getting angry and cussing, saying everyone in this town is out for his money and his holes. It's now been 2 hours since checkout and I need that room. He's visually getting more and more upset. He's saying creepier and creepier stuff. I have had it. I call dispatch and ask for assistance. They finally show and attempt to escort him out. He falls over twice while walking, says he doesn't know why we are being such beaches, blah blah. Thankfully taken away. I didn't sleep for a week after that for fear that he would randomly show back up and rap me. Definitely glad I trusted my intuition on that one and kept my distance from the get-go. TLDR. Everyone is excited about new nice guest. Guest has stun gun and proceeds to be a creeper and hits on me. Has to be escorted away by police. Guy that was hired at the last security place I worked, hired to do mobile patrols in a company vehicle. From day one I had a feeling something was off about him, couldn't quite place it or explain it, and everyone else seemed to like him. He worked overnight while I was days, so didn't see much of him, but when I did he was never in proper uniform, sweats instead of cargo pants, just the uniform jacket, and not the actual shirt, basically looked like crap. Couple months after he was hired, I'm watching the GPS tracker map showing the company vehicles and where they are, and notice he is way outside his area for an extended period of time. Thought this might be where he lived and was taking lunch. Double checked because hey, wanted to make sure, and I really did not get a good feeling from this guy, not even close. Started digging and pulled his shift logs and the records for his assigned vehicle from the past week. Nothing he logged matched what he actually did. I ended up looking through every single log from the moment he finished training and nothing matched even remotely. And I'm not talking off by a couple minutes. I mean off by hours or just saying he was somewhere when he wasn't at all. He basically spent 2 months going to random places, staying in one area for several hours, guarantee he was sleeping, and basically doing everything but his job. Manager hauled him into a meeting and fired him, and he tried claiming the trackers in the vehicles weren't that accurate and we were all wrong, despite having video evidence from being shadowed by me and another manager the night before for half his shift. I was so tired in that meeting, but it was well worth it. I was once friends with this woman. I'm going to call her Sarah. Well, I met Sarah in college and we were friends for a while. She made me cookies, took me to conventions, took me to Ohio and let me stay in this beautiful small town. I had a lot of fun with her. Then, all of a sudden, I got this terrible feeling about her. It took about 3 months. Honestly, she started contacting my exes, my current girlfriend at the time, my family, my girlfriend's family. Then she came over and snuck into my house to see if anyone was home. Weird stuff. I finally told her that this was enough and I needed to take a break from her because she needed to get her shit together. Then she started stalking me. I had a friend talk to her and tell her I knew she was stalking me around and to quit. Then I went to China for half a year. Honestly, my girlfriend had been an asshole about Sarah. Maybe it's Stockholm syndrome, maybe it was, because I honestly thought Sarah deserved better than how I treated her, but I decided to give her. She has some disorders that make her socially incompetent. Turns out she had absolutely ruined my name and said terrible things about me. I decided that I had to put this to a stop. So I went over and said some stuff I shouldn't have. She cried, admitted she was being an idiot, told me she did it because she was in love with me and didn't know how to handle any of it, made a therapy appointment on the spot, and asked me if I would keep my promise of giving her another chance. I decided I would because of the therapy appointment. We invited another friend over and decided we would get drunk while playing GTA. A couple days later, I got too drunk, my friend rapped me, and Sarah watched and didn't call the police. Now I'm not saying I got rapped because I got too drunk. I was rapped because this guy decided to rap me, period. I was alright, went to the store and got plan B and went to the police. She falsely testified when she was interviewed and only got charged with soliciting alcohol to minors. I'm still trying to put my rapist in jail. Sarah is still telling everyone it was planned, but that I was the one who planned it. Turns out, she slipped up with the detective and said she'd slipped something in my drink, but then immediately retracted it, so it isn't really usable evidence. Please listen to your gut about people, even if they are good to you and were great friends at first. It was a good friend / roommate of a friend of mine. He was the only person ever who immediately gave me intense creeps. So, I was about 22 and had a boyfriend for 3 years. During the summer, we would usually spend our evenings smoking weed with friends, just hanging out. One night, a friend of mine brought this guy along. My boyfriend and I haven't met him before, but my friend told me they were roommates and really good friends. It was just the four of us. We went to the beach to have a J. Side note, my boyfriend was from a different country, so we had to communicate in English. Well, this guy refused to speak English. Like, he mumbled a few sentences in English, enough for us to see he can in fact speak it. But then said in my language, which my boyfriend didn't understand, that he doesn't want to speak English anymore, just cause it took a bit more effort. At one point, I remember he was sitting next to me and kinda brushed my leg with his knuckles. The first time it happened I thought it might have been an accident, so I just moved a little closer to my boyfriend, who was sitting on my other side. Well, he did it a couple more times. I moved a little bit more each time. We left soon cause we finished our joint, and I didn't feel like being in this guy's presence anymore. I don't know why I didn't react more, but he just gave me such a bad vibe from the moment I met him, so I wasn't even surprised he was doing that sleazy shit. Also, I didn't wanna cause a fight between him and my boyfriend. My boyfriend later told me he saw what the guy was doing, but he said he didn't wanna react cause we were having some issues with his jealousy. And I definitely was glad things didn't escalate. A couple of days after, I told my friend I was sorry, but I really didn't like his friend, and asked him not to invite him from now on when he plans on hanging out with me. This was extremely weird for me, as I'm usually very social, and can adapt to many different kinds of personalities. But something about this guy just made me wanna stay away. A few months after that, my friend who brought the guy told me he had a huge fallout with him. Basically, they were roommates in a college dorm and the guy started using their room as a distribution center to start off his career as a drug dealer. He started with getting a few bags of weed to sell, then in the meantime started doing coke and spreading his business. The thing that made my friend finally stand up to this guy was that he let his friend, who looked like a serious criminal, sleep over in their dorm room. They fought about that. The guy soon moved out and moved in with his criminal looking friend. Soon after that, he kinda just dropped contact with my friend. Even though they'd been pretty close for a while, and my friend was trying to help him and reach out to him. Last we heard was that he dropped out of uni and wasn't working, meaning he continued with his business. As much as I was shocked with everything, I wasn't that surprised, cause I had a bad feeling about the guy from the start. I was mostly shocked about him becoming a drug dealer so suddenly, a serious drug dealer nonetheless, but what hurt my friend the most, him cutting off contact so abruptly, was the part that didn't surprise me at all, because I felt the coldness that night I met him. Remembered a few details. His name is John. Complete faking as whole. I had just moved to Seattle for a new job, and was living alone, looking for a roommate. A good friend of mine was also out looking for a new place, so we decided to find a place together. Our combined budget for monthly rent was too low to find anything near the city center, which is where I work, so we both were getting pretty desperate. As whole. My friend had told me that he knew a guy who had just bought a house 1 hour south of Seattle who was looking for 2 roommates. I didn't like the idea too much, since I hate commuting with a passion, but I thought it was worth a shot. My friend and I visit the place one night and were actually impressed. Apparently that asshole John had found a place in foreclosure and mortgaged it with the help of his daddy money bucks. The place looked like it was in the process of renovation, so all of the problems in the house I was overlooking, because I expected everything to be fixed within a month. This left me time to focus on my impression of this guy. On first impression, John was obviously a steroid using lifter, think cat delts and non-existent legs, who wore trainers to make himself look taller. He was all smiles and did nothing but brag for about 45 minutes while we were there, being sure to sprinkle in some heroic stories to show how good of a person he was. I played along with all this out of desperation for a place to live. Even shook his hand after one of his hero stories. His awkwardness when it came to the congratulations kind of tipped me off that maybe it wasn't all true. Then, when it came for me to introduce myself, John started using his phone. It came time for my friend and I to leave, so we said that we wanted to move in and left. On the car ride back my friend and I were talking about what we thought, and it came around to my impression of him, where I said that I don't know, seems off, but it's probably nothing. I've never been more right and wrong than I was right there. This guy was a nightmare point complete. Faking. Sociopath. I'm not sure if everyone knows this, but when you're taking massive amounts of steroids your libido goes through the faking roof. This guy would have loud drunken sex with the ugliest, low self-esteemed women I've ever seen in my life. Whenever he found an actually beautiful girl that wanted to see him more than once he would emotionally manipulate them into staying with him. I'm talking full on crying, boohoo, no one wants to be my friend type sheet. He would keep these special girlfriends around for a month at a time, telling them how much he loves them, how he wants to marry them, and how he wants to have their babies. While doing the latter he would have unprotected sex with 2 to 4 different women a week, giving his girlfriends sexually transmitted disease. The worst part was, the girlfriends liked my friend and I, and would talk to us. My friend got close to about 5 of them, while I only got close to 1. The stuff they would tell us about him behind closed doors was horrific. He was literally 2 different people to us, and to the girls. When these girls had enough of his shit, he would just move on to the next bimbo. No mourning period at all. Point there's more having to do with his dogs, his family, my family, and his friends. But I'm just going to leave it there, as these paragraphs are more than telling of what he was capable of. I got out of there quick, couldn't faking stand it. My friend had stayed behind though, as I'm pretty sure John had manipulated him into going along with everything, but he's finally seen the light after 10 months, and moved out yesterday night. Point the worst part is, that his mother and father really loved him, and they were so worried about him, that they wanted my friend and I to be his friends. However, that man-child is so far beyond what any friendship can do for him, and is the only person I would want to volunteer for electroshock therapy. Point fact. My aunt's soon-to-be ex-husband. We'll call him Dick. My aunt started dating him when I was 12, I'm now 25. Well, I hated him at first as well as my grandmother. My aunt thought I was jealous that she was spending a lot of time with him, while she thought my grandma didn't like him because of his looks. Both of those ideas were probably partially true, but I just hope they would break up soon. A few years later they move in together. My aunt doesn't tell my grandmother, and then they elope. Meanwhile I still don't like him. He acted nice on the surface, doing favors, helping me with homework, all that stuff, but there was a darkness underneath that I could always sense. It caused a lot of fights between my aunt and I. He was nasty to the both of us on multiple occasions, but we just dealt with it. Her because she was blinded love or some bullshit like that. Me because I love my aunt and I couldn't let my hatred for her husband get in between us. Cut to me being 19 and dropping out of college. My aunt and Dick offer me a room in their apartment. I of course accepted, because I had no job, no place to stay. I stayed with them for 5 miserable years. Dick would constantly berate me for the way I parked my car, not washing his dishes, being in my room too much, any little thing. Whenever I said anything my aunt would just say, well, he's letting you live here for free. Yeah, that was true, but doing a favor for someone does not excuse you from being a piece of shit. I just knew Dick and my aunt wouldn't last. I knew one day I'd come home and catch him with another woman. I selfishly hoped I did, so my aunt could leave his corny. As now I'm 25 and moved another state. My aunt comes to visit me. We have a great time. She gets food poisoning the last night she's here, and honestly we should have taken it as an omen. She flies home, lets me know she's landed, and that Dick picked her up, and that's that point. The next day I get a text saying Dick moved out while my aunt was visiting, which was only 4 days. Dick had packed up his belongings, clothes, pictures, everything, and moved in with his friend. When I asked my aunt if she thought there was another woman, she said no. In my heart no. I was like, okay, fact what your heart says, and I put my FBI hat on. I look on his Instagram and notice one woman liking a few too many pictures. Well, I look at her page and the first picture is of her with a very pregnant belly standing in front of a cake next to, you guessed it, Dick. And the caption, mommy, daddy and soon baby boy. So now my aunt had to move out of her apartment, pay back rent that Dick had neglected, move in with her parents and start over. It's heartbreaking to see it on TV. It's soul shattering to watch it happen to a loved one. So not only did he leave her, but when my aunt asked for a divorce, he said okay, and asked for half of her 401k and to divide up her assets. TLDR aunt was with a man for 13 years. He cheated and got a woman pregnant and moved out. And now wants said aunt's money. PS. Don't be a dick. I made a new friend at my boarding school of the opposite sex. We'll call her Amy. Admittedly, I had a few vague intentions on dating her at first. But when I learned she had a boyfriend, I shrugged and decided to just be her friend. Well, Amy and her boyfriend became staples of my friend group. I never liked her boyfriend, who we'll call Cal. Cal annoyed me, and I got a bad feeling around him. I never enjoyed hanging out with him when all my friends thought he was the funniest dude ever. His jokes always went a bit too far, and he was very flippant of others' emotions. I'm still not sure if it was because he was dating a girl I kind of wanted to date, or if it was a gut feeling about how shitty of a person he was. Maybe I just hate jocks. He was a hockey player. Everything progresses as normal for a few months. Amy and I actually become extremely close friends. We told each other everything, even the darkest shit. We cuddled, platonically. I had no sexual or romantic intentions after the first week of knowing her. Welcome March or so, she starts withdrawing from me. It really concerned me, so I tried to see if Amy was okay. Well, Amy basically started ignoring me and literally jogged away from me once. I was bewildered and became intensely depressed, which just made me want to talk with my most intimate friend so much more. Well, eventually she tells me that Cal told her she needed to stop hanging out with me because of some bullshit reason. Turns out he was jealous of me and my friendship with Amy. He emotionally manipulated and abused her away from me. The rest of our friend group started hanging out with me much less after this, since they were both so integral to it. So I lost most of my contact with nearly all of my greatest friends. I wait about 8 months away from Amy. I came close to killing myself without her a few times and cut myself quite a lot, but it all got better eventually. Then I get a message from her on Reddit of all places. I guess she deleted my phone hash. She apologized profusely and explained that she and Cal are no longer together because he was too jealous and abused her. He pressured her to stop hanging out with any male friends, despite the fact that Amy was openly bisexual. He had also rapped her. I do not remember the exact details, and I hope Amy doesn't either. But he sexually assaulted her multiple times and she stayed until he forced her to stop hanging out with any guys. I was justified in my dislike of Cal, but it devastated me that I did everything I could to support Amy, which I think I managed in the end. I hate Cal with every fiber of my being. If I ever had an opportunity to torture anyone, I would gladly choose him. Not only did he scar and abuse the most intimate friend I've ever had, he ostracized me from her and from many of my other friends. This may sound psychotic, but I would find pleasure in making him suffer, like he made Amy, and to a much lesser extent, myself, suffer. He is the one person in the world I genuinely hate. It got to a point that I told my siblings to stop mentioning him around me because just hearing his name made me so angry. So yeah, I was right. He was a rapping, emotionally abusive asshole. And I doubt he will ever pay for it, no matter how much he deserves it. TLDR, I never liked my best friend's boyfriend. He forced her to stop spending time with me, and after she broke up with him, she reached out to me and told me how he rapped her and emotionally abused her to stop spending time with any of her male friends. Every one of my friend's boyfriends, I called out as being a douche. I met her in high school. She was a broken girl from a broken family that just wanted to be loved. It seemed that every dude had a nose for her and her weaknesses. They dated her for sex and control, and she let them do it because they loved her, and their actions were just a statement of how much they cared. But once every few months, she'd call me to be her knight in shining armor to save her from douche. Batch #20th. I'd go find her, help her pack her sheet, find her a place to stay. She eventually started go-go dancing, then stripping. I'd finally had enough one night and straight up told her that she didn't need a man to make herself whole. Someone loving her didn't give her value. That she, in and of herself, was of tremendous value. She didn't like we had a falling out. There's only so much you can do before you're at the point of enabling a person. I'd check in on her from time to time to see how she was doing. She was engaged to a guy who went through her phone, logged in on her FB, and forbade her from going anywhere but work. I got a message from her on FB one day when I was at work asking if we'd had sex the night before. Confused, I asked why she'd think that. She said she was pretty drunk the night before. My BS radar started going off when there were some inconsistencies in her stories. He, as her, eventually offered to meet up with me for sex and even sent nudes. Pretty sure the dude was gearing up to fight. I backed away from the situation and tried to get her on the phone or find out where she would be so I could talk face to face with her without having to question if it was really her I was talking to or not. Eventually, all communication ceased. Didn't hear a peep. A few months later, I was browsing on FB and I noticed we weren't FB friends anymore. I navigated to her FB page and saw in loving memory of the apostrophe. My blood went cold and I quickly googled her name and the word obituary. She had died in a car crash with some dude that wasn't her fiancé. The dude was driving, speeding down a road with a wicked curve. Car went off the road and flipped through a soybean field. She was alive when the life flight took off, but was pronounced dead upon arrival. Half of my knows I did what I could. The other half of me feels partially to blame for not doing more. I know the latter is just guilt, but I can't seem to shake it. This will get lost in the very depths, but I'm gonna tell it anyway. A few years ago, after graduating university in Scotland, I took some time to travel around the states with a friend. At one point we rented a van in San Francisco to drive down Highway 1 to LA and San Diego. On the way we stopped at Santa Cruz for a night, got drunk in our motel and headed into town, and ended up catching the Fantastic Moon Duo playing a set in an empty bar. My friend and I popped outside at one point for a cigarette and got chatting to two guys who rolled up with a skateboard and wanted to hang out with the drunk British girls. They were both called Kay and had only met each other that night. We invited them in to come see the rest of the gig with us, but one of them said he couldn't. No ID. He didn't trust the government. He had an enormous backpack on and a bandana tied round his head. At one point he pulled a plastic bag full of green matter out of his bag and started eating it. Moss from the woods where he'd been living. I ended up taking the other K's number with the promise we'd go hang out with them after the gig. I proceeded to get monumentally drunk, dance like a maniac, and embarrass myself incoherently gushing over the band after the set, an experience I repeated years later in London. I think Moon Duo must hate me. Totally forgot about the case until the next day, when we caught sight of Woodsman K in Trader Joe's. My friend and I knew a lot of weirdos and were normally very up for drug taking and partnered with eccentric strangers. To be young, K really was no stranger than a lot of people we'd partied with, so I couldn't explain why I hid from him in the shop. I just badly didn't want to reconnect with this guy. A year or so later K ended up famous on the internet when he beat some insane murderous guy to death with a hatchet and became K the hatchet wielding hitchhiker. He's now in jail awaiting trial for the murder of a 73-year-old lawyer in 2013 and is having a really shitty time by all accounts. I don't think anything bad would have happened if we'd hung out that night, and if I'm honest I do feel bad for him. I think he's had a rough life and had to fight to live it. There's definitely something way off kilter about him though. There was something about him even back then that made him seem like more than just another benign homeless guy with a unique way of looking at the world. Confusing. It's like my brain was, oh, we should party with this guy, it'll be fun. And my gut was like, fuck no, hide behind the granular point. If this murder charge really does turn out to be self-defense, then I'm sorry K for not trusting you. But gotta trust the gut. A new girl that transferred into our office. She was really sweet on the surface, but I started catching her on little lies. Just contradictory stuff. At first I was like, maybe I heard her wrong, but then the lies were totally noticeable. Example, she told me how big her wedding was, 600 guests etc. The exact words were, it was a fairytale wedding. Then I overheard her saying, my boyfriend this, my boyfriend that. I was like, wait a minute, what about her fairytale wedding? It was crazy cause I'm like, obviously this lady is batshit, but my coworkers were like, isn't she great? I didn't want to outright call her a liar. So I kinda fished around to my coworkers to see if anyone of them were noticing what I was. Nothing. Everyone just loved her. So I just decided I will keep my distance, but be polite. So all the girls in the office, we socialized together quite a lot. Drinks after work etc. So the new girl starts showing up to like everything. That did start to rub people a little the wrong way. Example, we had a bunco club. She came to my house, my turn to host. She didn't pay to play. Don't cross these beaches with their $ lol. My best friend lived with me at the time, and the next morning she was pissed to discover all her MAC oup was gone from the bathroom drawer. Just the MAC products lol. Then money started missing from work. Small amounts of cash. Every time she went out with us, she never paid her tab. There was always like 12 people on a shared dinner bill or something, and she would throw in a bunch of ones and play it off. Finally people started to talk and put it together. My real chatty friend who has no filter was the one who started bringing things up and calling her out. I was like, finally Jesus. This beach is crazy. A few people continued to socialize with her, get burned out of $, but then she took a lower and told us she had cancer. Even her cancer story made 0 sense. Yeah, they don't treat uterine cancer with liposuction, hahaha. But she was spotted at every bar in the city looking faking fantastic. She got fired like 2 years later after playing the disability game. The end. My manager at a previous job. She was one of those people who was so sweet, softly spoken and jiggly to everybody she spoke to. Everybody thought she was so sweet, but she would do things that made me think she was very two-faced. Her smile was so fake, and she was so passive-aggressive I couldn't believe that nobody else could see it. It was so bad I actually thought she had some kind of personality disorder. One minute she would be buying me flowers telling me how wonderful I was and what a good job I'd done, and the next minute she'd be screaming at me, but never in front of other people, except the other girl we worked with. She would take lunch for 3 hours, or go for a manicure in the middle of the day, and then expect myself and the other girl to lie about it if the regional manager phoned while she was out. The worst part was that every time she screwed things up at work, she would blame me. She would blatantly lie about me on the phone with our regional managers while I was sitting right next to her. I ended up getting money docked from my pay for her screw ups. We used to often get paid in cash and we each had our own cash box. I'm a perfectionist, and I was absolutely all about counting the money again and again and again in front of the client, and again in the back room, where we kept our cash boxes. On 2 occasions some money goes missing, like over a 200, from my cash box. She tells me I obviously didn't count correctly, and the write-off would have to come out of my commission. I knew that I had counted correctly, and although I suspected she had taken it, I had no proof that she had taken the money. I told the regional manager about my suspicions and she basically told me with my previous track record of screw-ups I had no room to accuse the branch manager of anything. No matter how much I denied having anything to do with those screw-ups, they took the side of this sickly sweet girl. I used to go home and cry myself to sleep almost every night. I was completely stressed out by the situation. Then one day, when the branch manager had taken the day off, we had the company accountant pay a visit. She notices that there are some daily records missing from the file and begins investigating and questioning myself and the other girl who worked at that branch. The next day the branch manager is back, and while we are each busy with the client, a police car rolls up. They come inside and tells her she is under arrest. She is handcuffed and driven away in the back of a police car. It turns out over a period of 2 months she had stolen around $15,000. I finally felt vindicated, but not once did the regional manager or senior managers apologize to me for believing her lies and taking her side. I used to cover some of the rent of a comic book store, so I could have some showcases and the ability to buy/sell Magic: The Gathering on Friday and Saturday nights. It was a good gig until the owner sold it to someone who was knowledgeable about the game and decided to do it themselves. Another guy did the same thing, however he did it with Yu-Gi-Oh, and that guy just never made me feel comfortable around him. He never did anything bad to me. He loaned me money, I loaned him money, and in general our relationship was very symbiotic. He was a giant flirt with pretty much every girl around his age, which was a little cringe at times, but in general pretty nice dude. The amount of cringe you deal with in a comic book store is astronomical, so this guy wasn't that bad in comparison, but there was just something I could never put my finger on that made me very wary of him. Maybe a year into knowing him, we hired a shop girl and she and him hit it off. One day she just doesn't want to come back to work because he was being a giant asshole. I get it. Don't date people you work with, especially if there are only 4 to 5 people in the company. A couple months go by, and we get a message from a girl he used to bring around the store, someone he dated for a bit. She said she wanted us to know what kind of person we had working there. She said that he had been harassing her and secretly recorded her in his house. Super creepy, also super random. We didn't really know what to do with this information, and she said she had gone to the police already. We confronted him about it, and he said that she knew the cameras there blah blah. Not knowing what to do, and the matter already being brought to the attention of the police, we just sort of started distancing ourselves from him. Maybe a month and a half later he was arrested on charges of extortion, distribution of child pornography, and possession of child pornography. Multiple accounts of each apparently. He would flirt with girls, both in person and offline, and exchange pics etc. Standard things kids do these days, and then when the situation had run its course he would threaten to spread the nudes, unless they sent him more nudes. The child pornography comes from one of the girls being 16 or something. What made things worse for him was that he was doing this to girls all over the country, which made it a federal crime. He is now serving 17+ years and has to be supervised when he is released. Good riddance. The only people who initially disliked him were myself and the 2 girls that were hired. The first one I mentioned, and the second one was over his sheet within the first couple of shifts they worked together. Everyone else slowly picked up on the fact that he was probably not to be trusted, but towards the end everyone was just done with him. He also dealt a lot with the company I used to work for, and when I told the guys there what happened, they weren't really shocked. So I guess they figured him out a lot quicker than we did. Here is the press release regarding the case. https://www.justice.gov/ Wife fiance now, girlfriend at the time, had this awesome friend. He was a guy I went to school with, and he got along with everyone, but he was like the John Tucker of my school, which, luckily, me and my girl knew it, so it was just a friendship, no worries. He was a basketball player and everyone loved him. He'd help anyone in any way he could. He was just a slouched. I had this weird feeling about him, but he was so cool I was told I may be crazy. He lived 4 houses down from us, and if he wasn't at our house he was at the gym or scatter park. Well, we went out the 9th of November 2012 for our 1-year anniversary, and when we got home we had been robbed. All of our marijuana and paraphernalia was gone, and even my safe. We called, let's call him Mike, to see if he saw anything, and he said no, but he'll be right over. He came over, called a bunch of people, cops showed up, and questioned us all. Cops showed up cause my safe was stolen. No one got charged, never found out who it was. A month later I was at Mike's with our 2 pit bull puppies that we got after my girlfriend lost our first son, RIP. Braden. While I was there we left them outside for maybe 10 minutes on leads in a fenced-in yard, and when I came back out they were gone. Again we called the cops and no one was charged. The cops suggested maybe someone was out to get me. Not my girlfriend, but me. A week later the windows and headlights in my 84 Camaro 2Z8, miss that car, were busted out, and a day later it wasn't running anymore. Bleach in the gas tank, and the cops fingerprinted the gas tank, while Mike was standing right there, and said, I hope you catch this piece of shit, man. The fingerprints came back to be Mike's, mine and my girlfriend's. Mike never pumped our gas, so we got it down to him. With minimal proof he was out in a couple hours. This dumbass came over and smashed all of our front windows, and when I ran out with a bat and he was bare knuckling our windows, he screamed at me that he deserves my girlfriend and that I'm a psychopath. I hit him in the shoulder with the bat and waited for the cops to get there. Has now doing 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. I was the scout master for our church scout troop. This new family to the congregation moves in, and they seem great. We met for scouts one night per week at the church building, and dad would drop his son off and go home. but once per month, the congregation had a combined activity where all of the young men, 12 to 17-year-olds, would have an activity together. All of the scouts would come and all of the girls from the weekly girls activity would all get together for a movie, dodgeball, or something. On these nights, Dad always wanted to stay and hang out. There were plenty of chaperones, but you cannot really tell a parent that they cannot stay with their kid because it is their kid. I immediately knew the dude was a creeper and told several people to not let him out of sight, especially to never let him get close to the kids or be alone with one, which in scouting alone is a huge no-no, not to mention in the church rules. Everyone but my wife thought I was being a paranoid jerk. I did not care because kids are involved and I knew something was up with him wanting to hang out and watch every time the young girls were present. Well, after about a year, we did not see him any longer because he was arrested and ultimately charged and convicted of messing around with a 12 or 13-year-old in his last congregation. He had sex with her and had done lots of other things to her a couple of years earlier, but she only had the courage to speak up a year or two later. I looked up the court records online, so I saw the long list of charges. He was put away for so long, it might as well be a life sentence. So I was right in the end. He was checking out the fresh meat at our activities and no one but me could sense it. If anyone has a gut feeling about a creeper, never ignore it. Kids need protection no matter what, even if someone is wrong about the person. Not sure if this counts. My cousin's husband, we'll call him Gregory. It's a story of this guy used to be a real asshole and a piece of shit, but he's changed, and now he's just slightly an asshole, a good Christian, and overall good person now. He's a good role model for you. Father 17 at the time, I wasn't sold. It's just hard for me to overlook multiple instances of cheating on your wife. One of these times with a 17-year-old at like 28. My mom got really sick with hepatitis C. We kind of guessed she was going to pass away. When she was still, mostly, coherent, she decided that I would go love my cousin and Gregory. She thought that Greg was now a strong male role model for me. I brought up his past, and she said that's all in the past. That was 10 years ago. He's a good man now. Yeah, right. But my mom passed away, and I went to live with my cousin and Greg. I was willing to give him a shot. Casual acquaintances, more distant family members, and his wife loved him. And if his wife was willing to forgive his past and think he had changed, I could give him that benefit of the doubt. But it was immediately obvious he was an asshole. He was a control freak. He was a dick to me, an even bigger dick to his 3 children. He was really sarcastic, which I don't mind, but he took it too far, to the point of just being mean. He once said to me, have you ever just watched a fat person eating and got disgusted and wanted to throw up? My mother, who had passed away like 4 months ago at this point, was 5 feet 2 inches and 260 pounds. He was well aware of that fact. He also made a point to point out that my mother's death was her own fault, basically before her body was cold. To an extent, that was true, but she also had hep C, and also fuck him for saying that to a teenager whose mother just died. When his daughter, my age, snuck out of a youth group New Year's Eve lock-in to get Jack in the Box, he told us that we wouldn't be going back to youth group. Then, privately, he told me that we would, but that she needed to think we weren't going back because of her actions. Like I wasn't going to immediately share that with her as soon as he left the house that night to go fuck somebody that wasn't his wife. Oh, I'm sorry, go play chess with a hot blonde employee of his, if you believe him. Point changed, my ass. Everybody else was so shocked, and I'm just sitting there feeling like I'm taking crazy pills. At least my cousin finally left that asshole for good. I graduated high school 12 years ago. About 3 or 4 years ago a friend had a cookout at her house. Lots of old friends from high school went. There was this one girl who was there that wasn't a part of our friend group. I kept asking who did she come with, and why was she here? I just thought it was really odd. Anyway, the whole time this girl was just giving compliments to everyone. I love your shirt. Where did you get it? Oh my god, that diaper bag is amazing. It wasn't a rhyme. Nervous at this party, so let me just be extra nice to people. My gut just kept telling me something was wrong. At one point one of the girls who lived in the house, and whose bedroom was on the first floor, and where all guests had put their bags/purses, went to get something in her room, and found the girl alone in there. When confronted she said she was trying to make a phone call. Anyway, hours into the party I'm still telling people how weird this girl is being, and then just like that she's gone. It wasn't until the next morning, guests from the party noticed they were missing money and the girls who lived in the house were missing jewelry. Everyone got robbed that day. The jewelry was recovered from the pawn shops and the girl was arrested. She confessed to everything and said she had a drug problem. I remember saying I faking told you all there was something up with this girl. What bothered me the most was I was not very nice to this girl in high school. But after having a daughter of my own I changed the way I treat people. I've tried to apologize to as many people I hurt from my teenage years. I felt awful for talking about this girl at the party. I didn't want to be that bitch again, but I just couldn't shake the feeling that this girl was up to no good. Yay. When my fiancée began working at her law firm, she was quickly swept up by this girl that had been there for a few years to show her the ropes. My fiancée was in love with this girl immediately and would come home and brag about how cool, smart and just amazing this girl was. She really aspired to be what Heather was. After 2 or 3 weeks, I ended up meeting Heather along with my fiancée for drinks. I didn't, and still don't to this day, know what gave me my gut feeling, but immediately after meeting her, told my fiancée that I had a bad feeling and to please be very guarded around this woman. The girl was very charming, attractive and kind in that meeting, but something just gave me a queasy feeling. My fiancée wrote me off as being crazy, yet she told me that she would take my concerns seriously. Every time I would meet this girl, something else would sort of give me this vibe. She'd be rude to a waitress, or say some snide remark about someone else in the firm. My feeling just continued to build. After about 6 months it came out that Heather had slept her way to the top of the firm. She'd had sex with all of the partners, including the 70-plus-year-old founder. Heather was around 30-ish. She told my fiancée how she had made her way to the top and suggested my fiancée do the same, which my fiancée relayed disgustingly to me. By this point, my fiancée knew I was onto something and was more guarded around her. Eventually it came out that it wasn't just partners at her firm. She'd slept with lawyers at firms all over our area and would leverage such as ways to negotiate deals with lawyers on the other side of the aisle. My fiancée and I smoke marijuana, but because of our careers, keep it very secreted. At some point she had told Heather of our little secret. When my fiancée and her relationship started to sour, Heather went to her firm and told them that my fiancée was a huge druggie and needed to be fired. My fiancée was called into a meeting and asked about her drug use and they suggested my fiancée go to rehab over weed. That's all she does, but this girl apparently embellished the drug use. By now, it was full on war at the firm and my fiancée and her wouldn't even speak and were actually separated into 2 different office buildings. Their war continued on for a few more months until Heather became pregnant by some other lawyer. When that happened, I guess her sexual escapades became a little more noticeable to the firm and they took issue to it and asked her to leave. Now, everything is good and my fiancée is still with the firm, but it was a rough couple of years, something that all could have been avoided if my fiancée had listened to my judgment. So I must have this sixth sense about people, because I have a few of these stories. First one is my own cousin. I never liked the guy. When I was 13 my mother and I moved in with my grandfather, henceforth Poppy to watch him. My cousin would come over a lot, then started timing his visits to when it was only supposed to be Poppy home. But he hadn't learned my school schedule, and I would be there too. About a year later, and we hear he's stolen money and pain meds from his mother, then got caught selling the pills. Next was my grandfather's neighbor. This man has always made me uncomfortable since I was a kid. He called me a little hillbilly because I was born in Virginia. Again, when my mother and I moved in with Poppy, he took a keen interest in me. He was always outside when I walked him from school. I started going home with friends, waiting around at school, or begging for rides to avoid him. He proved he was a piece of shit, and not just a weird old man this past year, when he started flying a Confederate flag and openly using racial slurs. My friend's girlfriend was terrified to come to my house because of this guy. Thankfully, he kicked the bucket a few months ago. Not only am I free of this creep, the little girl that just moved in next door will never have to grow up with the lecherous old neighbor creeping on her. The last one I can remember is a guy that I met in community college. He was well known and well liked by most of my friends, so I dealt with him. But I got bad vibes off him. When my boyfriend of 4 years broke up with me, I covered up the mental breakdown I was having on the inside by flirting with anyone and everyone. It was all talk, though. I was never that type of girl, but with a few close friends, the running joke started that I'd shut up if I was getting some. Again, these were all jokes between friends that knew I had just come out of a very serious relationship and was in no way prepared to move on. But this guy apparently didn't get that memo. Late one day, I was staying late because I was supposed to hitch a ride with someone who had a late class. This guy sticks around with me. Normally I wouldn't mind the company, but I had been left alone with him, and he was getting persistent about having sex with me. I told him no, but he got more insistent, even going as far as trying to drag me to the restroom. I pulled my wrist back, gave him another no, and turned back to my phone. So he dropped his pants and grabbed the back of my head. I still curse myself for not biting him. Then me and I was alone. I got expelled from school for that incident after the security officers caught it on video, which conveniently had no audio. And I never had the balls to go back in and tell the school what happened. I never even told my friends what happened. Outside of about 3 people, this is the first I've actually gone into any kind of detail about what happened. This lady that my mom took in without consulting a single other person in the house, even my father, from an abusive household. At first I just thought it was my knee-jerk reaction to another instance of my mom's naivete, and was even trying to be kind to the lady, but it wasn't long before I started seeing her true colors. She was lazy, wouldn't shower, smelled awful, her sons were sheetheads, and I'm pretty sure she slept on our couch without underpants on. I still don't sit on the damned thing. Oh yeah, and she brought in cockroaches. I haven't seen the little demons in some time, but I know that cockroaches don't just go away. Sometime after she was moved into her own place, and she let the very husband that she told us she was running away from move in, we got a call from said husband, where she was throwing the same kind of tism tantrum that her sheethead son would throw over not getting away. You God, just typing this makes me angry. What a sheety person. She's also into my family for over $3k USD, the faking leech, and we'll never see a cent of it back. And you want to know the worst part? My mom still spends time with her, saying that when she becomes friends with someone she's friends for life. Like, that's okay, but you need to be more selective with who you spend your irrecoverable time with. I had a friend that was like Donald Trump, in that he would just lie all the damn time, and I have just stopped spending time with him. You don't associate with people who are going to drag you down into the filth and never improve. Not like that, at least. You help from a distance, so you don't get dragged into whatever fuckery has got them already. I got introduced to a new group of friends by an old pal of mine when I moved to a new country. Most of these guys were young and single, so a lot of the banter and evenings were about partying and meeting women. Most of them, not me, I was not single, would get new girls regularly, and telling the group stories about it kinda became a thing. However, one of the group just went too far with his behavior and would lie through his teeth to get his girls. He would routinely play the love-struck idiot and heap mountains of confessions onto these very homely looking girls just to get their pants off. He would routinely swear on his mother's life that he totally fell in love the moment he saw them and that he saw a massive future with them, blah 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 blah. Anyway, one day he's bragging about another huge girl he banged, and I just happened to point out that everyone except for him gets laid without having to lie and swindle these girls. So now he goes off on me and gets really aggressive and defensive. This was in a WhatsApp group chat, not physically. He threatens me and claims he will beat my ass, etc. So he avoids the chat a while and only comes back now and then to cuss me out, which I don't mind since he's a simpleton and I love arguing. Hence him on Reddit. So it gets tedious and the group starts to side with me and call him out on his confrontational behavior. So he suddenly disappears for 3 months. Then we all get a Facebook invite from a Facebook user who claims to be his deaf Australian wife. Moreover, she notifies us to warn us and tell the true story of this guy. Point to prove it. She has wedding pictures of the two of them, her and him, with cake clothes, other people, everything. So as it happens, they met several years ago online, and he was still back in Nigeria, and she was in Australia, and they fell in love via chat. He pushed for a meeting saying he loved her and wanted to marry her. She gave him, paid for him to come visit her, and they got married a month or so later. The deaf bride's family bought them a house where they moved in immediately. After a few weeks, he started bringing friends over, other women who stayed in the guest room and seemed to just hang out while she went out to work. He didn't have a job, couldn't find a job, so one day she comes home early, has banged in his friend, and gets angry at her for not knocking, beats her and threatens her, then locks her in the bedroom. So this goes on for months until she snaps and tells her family. She told them while he was studying abroad. Actually, he was partying with us in Malaysia, and we were all wondering how he always had money but never seemed to be busy with work. So her family and her were paying for him to party abroad and giving him lots of pocket money while he was abusing her when he was home, bringing home girls he banged in their bed. When he came to Malaysia, he banged every girl with low standards that wanted to believe his BS. After the family started an investigation into his background, they discovered that he was already married twice to two other women in Nigeria who both didn't know anything about each other. So he was married 3 times now. The Australian gov is looking for him for marriage fraud. Point burn in hell, J. I met a guy through a mutual friend at an Anin convention. I didn't really like the way he carried himself, the way he talked, or the vibes he gave off. But several of my friends, including my now girlfriend, all insisted he was a really cool guy. So I decided I'd give him a chance. The first few months of our friendship were pretty awesome. Things started to rapidly go downhill when I found out he was trans. This is when I also discovered this guy's huge victim complex. Everything had to be about him, and you obviously were transphobic trash if you ever told him no on anything. His rumor quickly became super mean and straight up abusive. I had no idea why his behavior changed so quick, but gave him another chance. My girlfriend and I had given this guy a lot of gifts and money because we had felt sorry for him because he told us his aunt, she had adopted him, and grandmother were always misgendering him and only cared about his younger sister. He was 19 and refused to work. His sister was 13. He was mad because he didn't get everything he wanted. I didn't see much of his mom, but the few times his grandmother did misgender him, she would quickly apologize and correct herself. Most of my friendship with him was a nightmare. He was very blunt and rude about his opinions. He was very rude to all my gender neutral friends and his own best friend, saying they only wanted attention. He always went on about being oppressed because he's black, when his great grandfather was black and this dude was about as white as snow. I did a lot for him and only got shit on and lied about in return. He told almost all of our mutual friends that both my girlfriend and I always misgendered him on purpose, especially when we were mad at him. He told people I stole my girlfriend from him. He had never even liked her either. She had a huge crush on him, but he only liked other guys. But he liked the attention and stuff from her, so he strung her along. He did this to 2 other female friends as well, one of them getting mad at me when I showed her the truth. There's a lot I could say about the way this guy acted. I was friends with him for 3/4 years because people insisted I'd give him a chance first. Chances 2 to 3 were because I was desperate for friends. Girlfriend and I finally got sick of his behavior and the behavior of several mutual friends. When we cut ties with him, most interactions were him belittling us, asking for something, getting mad and even nastier when we wouldn't give him something, etc. Last I heard, his former best friend messaged me because she stopped being his friend. He is 22 and she is 16. He propositioned her to be one of his queer platonic partners he has 4, and it's basically friends with benefits. Besides that, she has a boyfriend. She wasn't comfortable and said no. He threw an absolute fit, screaming, cursing, called her a cunt repeatedly, said he wanted to kill herself, and it was her fault. The time I was friends with him, he was pretty awful to her back then too. None of their mutual friends believed her either when she told them what he did. Several of us that have cut ties have told people about his behavior and they only get mad at us. I gave him and just started to avoid him and his friends. It's been about 2 years since I stopped being friends with him and a small group of mutual friends. I hadn't liked this guy the moment met him and should have just never bothered being his friend. My boyfriend at the time introduced me to his best friend of 3 years. I immediately had a really bad feeling about her, but I didn't want to seem like that typical jealous girlfriend, so I brushed it off and tried to be friends with her. Turns out she's a two-faced manipulative sociopath and decided she didn't like that her best friend had another girl in his life, so she turned every single one of my friends against me, including my best friend of 4 years and even casual acquaintances. Bullied me, cyberbullied me, got all of said friends to participate, tried to sabotage my relationship with him, straight up told him she wished she hadn't found him that night he attempted suicide, and managed to wrap all the school authorities around her finger, so even when I brought them 80 pages of cold hard evidence of her bullying me, they didn't do shit about it. It drove me to leave the school and cost me every friend I had except for that boyfriend. We later ended up breaking up for unrelated reasons. It has been 2 years since then, and she has still continued to sabotage or attempt to sabotage every friendship I have repaired or made anew since then. She also has one of my other friends completely in love with her, and she's been leading him on for the past 3 years. Responding to every move he makes with "I don't like you yet, I might later," so that he doesn't get over her. Then behind his back she's ruined countless of his friendships and soiled his reputation, telling everyone what a creep he is. When he told her maybe they should take a break so he could try to get over her, she practically bit his head off. There's more with other people and such, but I don't want to bore y'all. She's still very two-faced, so everyone believes she's this adorable sweet bubbly chick and I seem to be the only one who sees her for what she is. Some of her friends have admitted to me they know she's manipulative, but they are clearly too afraid of her to do anything but exactly what she tells them to do. When I was 12, there was a lady, we'll call her Karen, that lived down the street from my family with her 5-year-old son, we'll call him Grant. Karen lived with her boyfriend who was a real scumbag type, we'll call him Ken. He would constantly disappear for weeks at a time and then just show back up in the middle of the night drunk off his ass, and he always would be getting into fights, especially with Karen. They would honestly break up and get back together so many times in a month that I couldn't keep track. Karen's son Grant was a good friend of my younger brother. Because of this, Karen became close with my parents. They loved her. She was smart, funny, charming, attractive, charismatic and just fun to be around. Everybody seemed to love her except for me. I hated her. I thought there was something wrong with the whole situation that didn't quite add up. My parents would never listen to me when I tried to explain and would instead scold me for having a lack of empathy for her and her situation with Ken. One summer, Karen and Ken broke up for good. He actually kicked her out of the house, which was never something he had done before. She asked to stay with us for a few weeks over the summer while looking for a new place to live. My parents of course allowed her to come stay with us as we didn't want her 5-year-old son to have to live out on the streets. So we let her move into our basement. Weeks turned into months and Karen continued to live out of our basement rent-free. But not only did she not pay rent, she didn't chip in to pay for any groceries or gas for our car that she would drive, and she did not clean up after herself. Pretty soon our house became her pigsty. After about 7 or 8 months living with us, my parents finally told her she had to leave. After she left she vanished, and we didn't hear from her or about her for a few years. That is until recently. As it turns out, Ken, from earlier in the story, is a successful property manager who owns many houses around the country. He and his wife, Karen, move from place to place and take advantage of people by putting on a show, pretending they are in an abusive relationship, and use their son, Grant, as a means to make people feel sorry for them so that they can get people to do things for them for free that would otherwise cost money. The worst part is, Grant is totally in the dark, and he doesn't even know that Karen and Ken are married, or that Ken is even his father. TLDR. A couple took advantage of my family by putting on a show and using their son as sympathy bait. when I was in the army. At that time, was living with my two best friends, a guy and his wife. We all started getting into the local BDSM scene, but I stopped after meeting a few of them because I got a bad feeling about the group that my friends ended up befriending and hanging out with. One of the women was intensely interested in me and didn't like the fact that I would regularly turn down her advances. Well, we were getting ready to deploy and were heading out on leave. My friends flew out a few days before I did and has asked those friends to take care of their cats while we were all gone. 2 nights before I was due to fly, those friends came by unannounced. I was just playing Xbox and drinking between matches on Battlefield. I was on drink 3. I was raised to be polite with guests, and thanks the very beginning of a bus, I started to think I might have been wrong about them. Well, the one who kept making advances towards me offered to get me a refill since I was in the middle of kicking some ass. Thinking nothing of it, I said sure. Aside from a few little bits of memory I wish I could repress, imagine a naked tan stay puffed marshmallow woman. That's all I remember from that night. I woke up the next day naked in bed, alone thankfully, with the unmistakable dried fluids of Sech on my dick and the absolute worst hangover I have ever experienced in my life. I drink a lot of water, especially if I'm drinking liquor, so I never get hangovers. 1 glass of water per glass of good drink. I was still experiencing a severe mental fog and couldn't put things together, so I called my buddy and relayed everything I could remember. I was then informed it was highly likely that I was drugged and wrapped. At this point I had known those two friends for years and they knew my capacity for mixed drinks simply doesn't affect me like that. The story really stops there. In the end I never mentioned anything to anyone else. There was no point. Single male in the army, no one would believe it anyway. My two friends apologized profusely for not believing me when I said those people were no good and cut ties with the people in the scene. I'm an exceptional judge of character and always trust my gut feelings, but no one ever believes me until something shitty happens. When I was in 2nd grade, my mom started dating this guy, I'll call him Richard, and he eventually moved in with us. He acted nice and seemed to get along with everyone, but I was afraid of him. I remember telling my mom that he made me feel like a mouse and he was a cat, but of course she didn't listen. Everything was okay at first. It started with having us do more work around the house, which was reasonable because we were a sloppy family. Then rules started getting more strict. I usually followed the rules and was used to discipline, but I wasn't used to squatting for an hour every time a mistake was made. I remember one time my sister and I were caught running in the house. So he made us go outside and run laps around the house until we thought we'd pass out, and my mom let us back in. It wasn't too long before he had taken complete control of the house and got my mom to start smoking again. I'd say my sister, Mary, got the worst of it. She was never exactly quick on her feet, and he'd chase us with a belt if we weren't doing chores fast enough. He knew I didn't like him, but I was always able to explain myself when things went wrong, and sometimes I could escape punishments. Mary, however, always had a lot of trouble speaking, and he often lost patience with her, and he'd yell at her until she cried and then sent her to squat, which would make it worse because squatting hurts after a while, and it would usually hurt to walk for the next few days. Luckily she didn't usually have to squat as long and would just be sent to her room 10 minutes in. Things changed when I was in 4th grade, age 9, because my second sister, Cindy, was born. I loved her like crazy and was convinced she was the cutest baby in the world. I didn't really have to start watching her until she turned 1, but I hated every minute of it because sometimes when she cried she would stop breathing and pass out. I remember the first time she did it, they were home, and I remember Richard carrying her, and she just flopped around. They took her to the hospital and the doctor said she was fine. I remember crying because I had to watch her when they wanted to go out with their friends all night, and sometimes Cindy wouldn't sleep, and I had school. The next year Billy was born, and he was crazy and a lot of work, but I'd beg them to take Cindy with them because I hated when she was unconscious, and I was always afraid she wouldn't wake up. Things got really bad when I was in 7th grade. It was completely unexpected. The day before we had just had a cousin over to cut our hair, and he was complimenting us, and the next day he just lost it. It was around 2:50 am, and I was watching LOTR, when he came in my room, and took me to the kitchen. Everything was off. Normally he waited until I was dressed, before having me do anything. He made me smoke something from a metal pipe that burned my throat. I was too scared to scream. I didn't know what to expect from him. He was breathing heavy and his voice was so threatening. I was crying by this point, and he wouldn't listen to anything I said. He had me sit down. He tried to get me to snort white powder off the table, which I later found out was cocaine, and told me it was for my sinuses. When I refused, he tried to push me. When that didn't work, he sent me back to my room and told me to stay there. I could hear him talking with my mom, and I asked if I could come out. When no one answered, I snuck out. And I saw him looming over her, and she was crying. I knew I couldn't do anything by myself, so I ran barefooted and pantless down to the neighbors we were friends with for help. They didn't answer, and Richard was driving by in my mom's car. I ran back to the house to find my mom outside with blood running down her face. We were able to get a ride to the hospital from another neighbor. He had hit my mom in the head with an 8-pound weight and broke her finger when she tried to block it. Then he stole my mom's phone and drove away with her car. He eventually turned himself in. We eventually found out that he was physically abusive in his previous relationship and that he often stole our possessions so he could sell them. It took my mom a while to recover, and I ended up having to take on quite a few of her responsibilities. It was a terrible year for everyone. I made friends with a guy, and over time thought I was in love with him. Looking back, I'm gonna blame it on badly handled mental illness, general dependence issues and desperate yearn for attention. Not because he wasn't the kind of person a sane person would fall for, just that I was not that person. It wasn't going to happen for many reasons, but a major one was the girl he was in love with. Naturally, I didn't like her. I never shared that with anyone because, hey, I must just be projecting my anger at him for not liking me onto her. Okay, she talks a lot about herself, humbler brags a lot, sure loves attention. Well, obviously this is a beach eating crackers situation. Some things seem a little unlikely. But whatever, I'm just jealous, but something about her bugged me. The weird thing was that I also desperately wanted her approval. I still don't know why, but I do know that tons of people fell for her, including at least one straight girl. Okay, well, she was flirtatious and not bad to look at. I'm probably just jealous, but God, there was just something so off for me, especially about the way she treated my friend. She'd be super flirtatious with him when she knew he was in love with her, and she maintained she didn't feel the same way. He'd drop anything to do anything for her, and she always seemed to take just too much advantage of it. Finally, one day he decided to propose to her. I think he had before, and decided that if she said no he'd give up. For reasons I honestly still can't fathom, she accepted. At this point, I backed out of the friendship a great deal. Heartless of me, yes, but I'm really bad at maintaining friendships with people I have feelings for who aren't into me, and usually this is how I deal with it. I've lost a lot of great friendships this way, well, a few, but I'm so fucking crazy I can't find another technique that works. So many regrets though. But anyway, I get an email from him, and one of the things he mentions is his girlfriend/wife. I don't think they ever actually got married, having been wrapped in a mental hospital. Jesus Christ, I don't like the girl, but that's fucking horrible. That of course stuck with me for years, because how could it not? We continue to drift, checking in less frequently, until I'm talking with my friend, and she mentions, hey, did you hear that SKD and FFG broke up? Not actual initials, but abbreviations of a nicknames another friend had given them. I'm honestly shocked, not so much because I believed in their love, but because I never thought he'd let her go. Yeah, she claimed she was wrapped, but it turned out she cheated on him and made it up to cover for herself. I was just not surprised. I was sad because despite having the worst case of nice girl syndrome on the planet over this guy, I'd hoped that he'd finally found something to make him happy. He was way past due for that, and they had seemed happy to a point. He was crazy about her, and she at least seemed to value his friendship. Sadly, she passed away last year, way too young, as a result of complications due to alcoholism. The guy posted a bit on Facebook about how her family blamed him for her worsening depression. He didn't clarify, but I assume for dumping her, and confessed that she'd been pregnant and miscarried several times over the course of their relationship, but never by him. They'd never consummated the relationship, as he was too decent a human being to accept her overtures when drunk and sober. She wasn't into it. I guess so at least the people on his side might understand why he didn't stay point, and I just wasn't surprised. I do wonder how many things I thought were bullshit actually were, but are saddened as I'm by it all. At least I think I finally understand why I got such a bad vibe from her, again, despite wanting her approval / for her to like me, which I still don't understand. Is it possible Venus are real? Even though the entire world seemed to think she was the most amazing person ever, it figures I'm finally right about something and I feel completely shitty about it. The boss of my old job. It was a pizza place and super family friendly with cool coworkers. But the owner just made me uncomfortable from the start. Older guy, probably 60-ish, who hardly ever spoke a word, except to his son and the customers. All of the other employees loved him, and thought he was the best guy ever. He and his son ran the place together, and the son was a prick, but he never gave me the willies like his dad did. I would say hello and be polite, but even after I had been there for a while, if we were walking past each other, he would just stare at me until we couldn't make eye contact anymore. I couldn't really ever put my finger on why I didn't like him. Fast forward a few months and the son is trying to downsize the wait staff. He had already fired a couple of people that had been there longer than I had for really minor things. Anyway, I was late one day and that's enough for him to tell me to go back home. Like I said, he was a prick, and by this time I was checked out of working there anyway, so I said finally, I hate working here, and you're a terrible boss. Not my finest moment, but hey, I was mad. So I'm leaving, and I happen to just have a thought of his dad that makes me turn around and say, and your dad is psycho, he's definitely gonna snap one day. And I left. Fast forward again a few months and my dad asks if I had heard about what happened at this place. Turns out the dad had shot his mother in the head and then committed suicide. I still wonder to this day if the son thinks about what I said. There was a chick at work I didn't like. Her work ethic was not the best, but not the worst I've seen. I just didn't like her. Sure enough, a casual friend that also worked there ended up going out with her. He was a great guy, and I felt I could give him my loyalty, if not my friendship. He and her date for a while, and I keep face and be nice to her because she means a lot to someone else I respected. I wrote off the iffy feeling to a couple of bad days I had to work with her. She was in turn very friendly as well. We were on a talking basis, but never really exposed anything about our personal lives to each other. I guess in hindsight she really probably isn't a bad person deep down, but when you don't like someone, you don't like someone. Like, I guess our personalities just clashed. Eventually, she and the loyal friend get engaged. I'm happy for them, and offered the chick to ask for help with the wedding if she needed it, but deep down I felt he could have done better. Got the invite in the mail, bunch of cute pics circling around FB of them picking stuff out, cake tasting, stuff like that. Then one day, boom, out of the blue they break up. I didn't know enough about either of them to know how it happened, but it happened spectacularly. She deleted her FB, he was down for weeks. She quit her job. It was obvious something huge drove the wedge between them. I got a piece of paper in the mail that was plain on copy paper that said something along the lines of, after much discussion, bride and groom have decided that marriage is a big commitment and have elected to cancel the wedding. We apologize for any scheduling inconvenience, blah blah. It was a sad piece of paper. I don't talk to any of them now, but I think he's doing well enough. The chick never came back to work and never reinstated her Facebook account. I suspect she could have cheated on him, but I'll never know for sure. A close best friend of mine ended up finding this girl she started to quickly fall for over the internet through a specific sort of site. so it made it easier to be sure there were things in common, including gaming. I have this defense mechanism from growing up with a full-on narcissistic mom, where I meet someone, and one of three things happens. 1. I feel a near instant trust of sorts and open with them. 2. I'm wary but give a chance as I've been wary of okay people before. 3. I feel no trust toward the person and thus put up a wall or set up a net while keeping a slight distance if I don't just back off completely. In this case with this girl I was between 2 and 3, not a good sign. Anyway, it continued for a few months with them getting rapidly closer. Love you soon added to vocabulary, as well as sweet things like her reading the girl a story before sleep or them watching a movie via streaming together. Thing is, my BFF also began neglecting everyone around her including me, which put a lot of strain on our relationship. I saw her other friends get frustrated or disappointed, and her sleep schedule was now off due to time zones being drastically different. Red flags start popping up everywhere, from the girl doing constant self-deprecating comments to asking why my BFF puts up with her and begging to never leave. She'd get into horrible crying fights, then end up heading right back apologizing, as if it was always her fault. I tried to gently tell her, but it wasn't going in. More isolation, and finally at the 4-month mark a fight to end all fights happened, including the girl messaging me about her jealousy of a close friend of my BFF for finally getting time to game with her. The girl spent 2 hours arguing and working herself up, then started lashing out at me. I dropped her from contacts and told my BFF it's on her and the girl is toxic. She forgave her. We are still recovering from that wedge it caused, but within a day it was over as she realized what all the girl said and did to those around her, trying to get my BFF to only herself. So that's a time I've been right on that. It's happened several times. TLDR, BFF falls for UK girl online, manipulation, and fights, ends up toxic AF and my BFF leaving her behind after tears. I had that feeling about one of my first housemates, who I'll call Twat Muffin, when I moved out of the dorms a few years ago. I first met Twat Muffin when I was looking at the house, when I was looking for a new place to live, and he came off as pretty friendly and overly social, but the dude completely rubbed me the wrong way. That feeling didn't go away when I had moved in with Twat Muffin and another guy, but I wrote it off as being annoyed by him being overbearingly extroverted. I'm a classic introvert, so that kind of stuff irrationally irks me. Turns out that Twat Muffin was the single biggest douchebag that I've ever had the misfortune of meeting. He cheated on his super sweet girlfriend with incoming freshmen and other girls, had drunk as holes at the house with no warning or word ahead of time, stole my food, never cleaned up after himself, and other assorted twattery. What really took the cake was what Twat Muffin did with money. More specifically, the money that my other housemate and I gave to him for rent and utilities. Twat Muffin had some weird relationship with our landlord, so he was the leaseholder and the utilities were in his name. He was out of the house much more often than not, thank fuck, so my other housemate and I just put our part of the rent and utilities in his room, where he could see it when he was actually at the house. There were a number of times where Twat Muffin would text us to ask us to give him more money for the utilities because reasons, and my other housemate and I smelled bullshit a mile away. It turns out that Twat Muffin just flat out didn't pay our utility bills for months and owed almost $1,000 to the utility company. I don't know what he did with our money, but since the utilities were in Twat Muffin's name it was his credit he faked over. Met someone in high school, thought they were a bit strange, but they were friendly and nice enough. Always told me about how they stopped doing certain things because it reminded them of old bad friends. They had a lot of stories like that. Always piqued my interest on why. Never got an explanation. Months later, I lived with them due to some harsh circumstances. Their family had agreed to legally adopt me and with time, had told me they loved me the same as their biological children. But I felt that it wasn't true, that since the government paid them monthly to take care of me, I felt they were using me. Also, the mother of the family was very preachy when it came to feminism. I personally believe everyone should be equal, but they thought women should be treated better instead. I never really argued with them as they let me live with them for free. We did once get in an argument over the word mansplaining. I personally believed it was an inappropriate word that shouldn't be used. Shortly after, they bought their second home, moved us in, and a few months later took everyone out of the house and called social services to come kick me out. No warnings, no reason, and they never spoke to me again. No idea what happened. At the time I didn't drink, smoke, do drugs, steal, destroy property, or break the law. I spend most of my time in my bedroom on my computer. It just seems silly to give someone safe to stay, tell someone you love them like family, then rip it all away with no warning. I'm still hurt about it. Part of me wishes they'd tell me why. Part of me wants to forgive them and love them, but I know I can't. Sucks. Sometimes I catch myself snooping through their social network pages. I don't know why. Deep down I don't like them anymore. I don't know what I'm looking for now. I'm curious what things they don't do anymore because of me. I'm even more curious what they did to their other friends too. One of my coworkers at an old job about 5 years back was really affable and seemed to befriend pretty much everyone at work very easily, but I felt a really dishonest vibe from him. He was a pathological liar, used to tell all sorts of outlandish stories. Oh, I'm friends with celebrity A's son, I played a show opening for band X, etc. Maybe some of this stuff was true, but it turned out we once heard from a childhood acquaintance of his that he was the same way in high school and even faked having cancer at one point. Anytime something went wrong at work, he made sure to say it wasn't his fault. Even if what we were talking about had nothing to do with him or something he did. For some reason unclear to me, he decided he didn't like me at some point and then actively tried to get me fired by bringing every tiny mistake I made to the attention of the managers while ignoring all other employees' mistakes including his own. Sending me an angry text message, waiting for my reply, and then showing the manager only my reply. Basically single-handedly turned everyone at work against me. Then he found another job and quit. But after that he used to come in and brag about how much more money he was making now, all the while acting like he was my friend somehow. I never had quite the same relationship with my manager or my coworkers after that, and ended up getting let go for some bullshit reason with no notice or termination pay. So many people I know from that time are still in contact with this douche turd, including people that were at some point wronged by him and had talked me about what an asshole he was. Maybe not as bad as some of the other stories on here, but it was my first encounter with a truly toxic person, so it stands out for me. I had left primary school in the UK, 5 to 11 years old, but I had a sibling still at the school. I returned there to do some work experience and met the new head teacher. I had heard a lot about him because everyone in the locale knew of him for reinvigorating a failing school in a really poor neighborhood. Besides that, everyone knew of him for his eccentricity. This guy was weird, but he had an endearing sense about him. A lot of folks couldn't tell if he was really nice or odd, although most settled that he really was both something special just because of what he had done with the school, how students spoke about him, etc. There was nothing except that he was too nice that was worrying to anybody, although everyone did reserve the sense that he was weird. I think most people felt jaded and taken aback by his can-do attitude. Guy would cast himself in school plays and engage with everyone. In a way, he had a great energy to bring out the best in other people and built the school to one of the best within a year or two. I left the area and didn't think much about him, but would get updates about the school from family members and so on. A few years later, I received a message from my father saying that he had been found dead in a local hotel room, hanged in the closet, presumably by himself. Within a few days, the local paper broke that an investigation had been opened up about his online activities related to child pornography, specifically images or videos on a laptop. I still do not know whether he did it or not. It was never confirmed nor denied. No reports from students at the school, nor confirmation from authorities. The investigation was closed after he killed himself. This guy had a wife, family, and reputation that could be ruined by those allegations. I still don't know if he killed himself because he knew it was over for him either way. That accusation in the locale with his demeanor, etc. Was he a sociopathic abuser or a socially different guy in the wrong place at the wrong time? No idea. Ugh, I have such a creepy one. I work in food service at a local college. There was this guy that started out as a temp and worked his way up to management. I always had a feeling that he was off somehow. Nobody else shared my opinion, so I kept my thoughts to myself. I would come home and rant about him, how uncomfortable I felt being around him. I really used to get that cringy, prickly feeling whenever I had to interact with him. Last fall he was arrested for seeking out a girl who had just turned 15 at her school bus stop and harassing her and asking her to get in the car. Mugshot on the front page and everything. This was after reports of similar incidents in nearby neighborhoods for weeks. A grown man driving through a suburban neighborhood at 6:30 a.m. asking a teenage girl to get in the car. He claimed he was aimlessly driving around to escape his wife's postpartum anxiety and was also on his way to work, where he didn't usually show up till 10 to 11 a.m. in a black car with blackout windows and concealed license plates. Yeah. He was fired, thank God. But there are people at work that insist he was framed by the cops and that the 15-year-old girl somehow instigated the whole thing. And somehow, there's nothing wrong with driving around for 4 hours through multiple suburban neighborhoods that are nowhere near the route to work. Yeah, I'm still weirded out by the fact that I work with such a creeper and that there really are people who are that blindly supporting him. I did my medical residency in Detroit, Michigan. I was training as an oral maxillofacial surgeon and spent the 6th and 7th years, research and chief resident years, doing a lot of oral cancer stuff. Well, some of my patients had cancer before, and some came from this clinic in Oakland and Dearborn called Michigan Hematology Oncology, PC, but the charts never really seemed to match up. So I brought it to my chief resident, and we just attributed it to either charting errors or medical errors. We had in-house oncologists and associated oncologists, so we always recommended those patients to go to those instead. It always bugged me about the clinic, though, and the doctor. The man was relatively decent. He was trained at Sloan Kettering Cancer Center of Cornell. Plus, cancer wasn't my specialty at the time, so I thought a few errors here or there in the 3 to 4 patients I got from his clinic were probably charting issues. Nevertheless, I informed my higher-ups, and there was an unspoken agreement to make sure to thoroughly check any patients from this doctor's clinic in the future. In 2007, after I finished my residency program, Dr. Ferid Fatah was sued by a patient called Maggie Dorsey for malpractice. In 2013, Dr. Ferid Fatah was arrested for prescribing his patients aggressive chemotherapy regimens when they had no clinical evidence to support they had cancer. On July 10, 2015, Dr. Ferid Fatah pleaded guilty to 13 counts of healthcare fraud, 1 count of conspiracy to pay and receive kickbacks, and 2 counts of money laundering. Federal investigators amassed evidence that Fatah had bullied or deceived 553 people into getting chemotherapy treatments they didn't need, leaving the patient's insurance companies and Medicare stuck with $34 million in fraudulent and unnecessary claims. They also found that Fatah took kickbacks from 2 local hospices and poured Medicare and private insurance proceeds into his own diagnostic testing facility, where he ordered unnecessary diagnostic tests. He will be released on October 19, 2052, when he is 87 years old. I don't think his sentence was enough. A newly assigned priest to my church a few years ago. Shocker, right? But read on, as it's not exactly what you think. When I was introduced to him, I was struck by how flat, cold, and assessing his eyes were. It was clear that he examined me, found me wanting, and dismissed me as having any value to him within a split second of meeting me. I felt very uncomfortable and left his presence as quickly as I could. On the flip side, he was very charismatic in groups. He gave some of the most dynamic homilies I've ever heard. He'd mix in cultural and socio-economic details to help explain scripture, to make it relevant to today, and bring it alive to the congregation. To this day, no other priest has held my interest during mass as much as that priest did. The kids in the church loved him as he connected with them through joking around by bringing his dog to their meetups. The men's group thought he was the bomb, etc. Anyway, the sheet finally hit the fan when it was learned that he sexually preyed upon the female parishioners who came to him with their marriage problems. Apparently, He had a history of this in at least only the church, but somehow got himself another chance and was assigned to our church. After his latest escapade was discovered, he got yanked back to the diocese, sort of like the regional office, and given a desk job, then quietly ushered out of the priesthood. I knew there was something off about him at the time I met him, but didn't know exactly what. In retrospect, he matched all the characteristics of a sociopath. The self-interest, the lack of conscience, the ability to manipulate, the charisma, and those flat, cold eyes. Oh yeah. About 2 years ago the company I worked for hired a new vice president. He was very outgoing, flamboyant, and apparently highly intelligent with a degree from Harvard. Very quickly he picked out his favorites among the employees, had leadership sessions with his chosen, and from my perspective, was creating more division within the company. At the same time, tried working with him on some social committee events and basic things like budget and planning. He seemed to just go off the cuff without any real thought. He also made claims that in retrospect were just odd, like being university basketball player, a figure skater, taking the LSAT, law exam, without studying and getting 96%. My coworker seemed to like him, so thought maybe it was just me. After about a year he decides to leave the company, to focus on another venture. About 6 months after that, an anonymous email we suspect from his other company came out saying this guy is a fraud and here is the proof. The email detailed that he had no degrees and basically made up all of his qualifications. It was only after this event that I learned almost everyone in the company had reservations about this guy, but because he helped create an atmosphere of distrust, nobody would really talk to each other about it. I'd find it hilarious, except he did real damage to the moral and culture that the company still hasn't fully recovered from. A group of friends, all guys, and I went to meet up another friend Jay, also a guy, at a bar, back when we were all barely 21. Our friend Jay was already there with his new friend R, some random dude he made friends with at another bar recently. R was in his 40s, heavyset, wearing a suit. Keep in mind this was a shitty dive bar, has bleached blonde spiky hair, and recently divorced. Dude looked like he was going through a midlife crisis and trying his hardest to be young and hip. R immediately befriended everyone and bought everyone shots. Everyone became best friends with R that night, but I get a weird vibe from him. I can't tell if it's the antisocial asshole in me, or maybe R is going through some shit and legitly wants some younger friends to hang out with. It's now the end of the night, almost 2 AM. Bar is closing, but everyone still wants to drink and party. R lives close to the bar, so he invites everyone over. I get a weird vibe again, but I'm in a group of guys, so I'm pretty sure we can take him if some weird shit goes down. We hang out for an extra hour. R gives us all some beers and tells us about his life a little bit more. He has a daughter from the divorce that's just turning 21 in 2 months. R shows us her picture, and she's actually pretty hot. R says he's taking a bus full of her and her friends to Las Vegas for her birthday and invites all of us to go. I start to feel a little better about R. R gets everyone's phone number to hang out later, except mine. I'm still being a bit of an antisocial asshole, and we all go on our way. Flash forward 2 months later to a friend's BBQ. Jay and R have been hanging out a lot at this point. It was my first time seeing Jay in 2 months. So I go up to him jokingly saying, "Hey Jay, where's your boyfriend R at?" At this point Jay tilts his head down and responds, "Oh, you heard. The week prior, R took Jay to an empty parking lot in an industrial area at night to pregame a 6-pack before they went to the bar. R tried to wrap Jay in his car. Jay had to kick out R's passenger side window to escape and run away. I was the last one in the group to be informed. After R's failed attempt at Jay, R called up everyone else's numbers to hang out and drink. Being antisocial works out every once in a while. Late, but I have a good answer. In my first year Japanese language class, and our teacher had to leave for a few weeks for family issues. Everyone knew each other in class. Few weebs, but everyone kept it low. Anyway, everyone loved our teacher. Still do. We heard we'd be getting an American sub that spoke Japanese, so we were pretty excited. Beach Sub is her name. BS for short point. The first day BS came my gut was like this beach is an asshole from the first time she opened her mouth. BS taught strangely, but didn't really say anything mean. Then she would get uppity about writing something certain ways, when our previous teacher said it was fine. People were a little annoyed at it, but let it pass. Then BS started sheet talking. It was an afternoon class after school that lasted until 5. We had some time before we had to be in class, so everyone would chat outside. Well, I heard one day she had sheet talked our teacher. BS said that our teacher didn't know how to teach us and was a sheet teacher. Hell no, that sheet doesn't fly. Respect drops for her instantly, and I tell my gut I'm gonna listen to you from now on. She does it again, respect plummets. Pretty much no one likes her now. Septic guy we'll call loves Japanese. Peppy every day. He's a big weeb. He was oblivious to BS's sheet talking and rudeness. One day our friend S comes up to me, and I ask if BS has said swore dumb sheet. S tells me that she decided to sheet talk M for being a teacher's pet and know it all. He just really loves kanji. BS became dumb beach certified that day. M came happily running up to everyone that day, and when S told him what dumb beach certified said, I saw him completely deflate. It was over. No one liked her anymore and people started dreading coming to class. The final straw still makes my blood boil to this day. She was a little older, so she said during the matching parts of quizzes to stop drawing lines to connect the answers, just write it next to one another. Fair enough, we all thought. And that's what we did. One day, we got a test back. Immediate outrage from everyone. On the matching section, 99% of us got it wrong. Why? We wrote the answer next to each other instead of using the lines. She explained that using lines was on the directions, so she had to count it wrong. I shit you not. Even though everyone got it right. I've never seen a class be more done in their lives. At our 10-minute break, 5 now because she's a beach, I went up to her and told her I got all the answers right. And that she told us herself to not use lines. I was livid with this beach. I'm not the confrontational type, but I went off. She said, is 5 points really that big of a deal? And I said, I deserve the grade I made, and she changed it. No one else went up to her to change it, because they were too tired of dealing with her after our real teacher came back. The second she walked in the room everyone blew the fuck up. Our teacher was shocked, and said she'd never let us have the sheet sub again. She's barely been absent since, and we've gotten a lovely Taiwanese sub, and last I heard BS retired. I think I see her somewhere around school, though fuck that dumb cunt hoe. One of my coaches was a total douchebag. He was wildly popular because he produced winning results. I disliked him from the day I met him, but put up with him because he was the coach. I'm super friendly and talk to all the athletes. I was in high school at 17. I would even go to the movies with the 14 and 15-year-old kids at the gym and even had them over once for a sleepover at my house. The douchebag coach kept telling the head coaches that it wasn't right for someone as old as me to hang out with kids, and that I was up to no good. The kids confided to me that this coach had rapped one of the kids on the team. I called the cops right away. The cops refused to do anything, since I wasn't the victim, and referred me to Child Protective Services, who also gave me the runaround back to the cops. It was fucking frustrating. By this time, the rumors had been flying around, and another kid came forward about being rapped. The district attorney came to interview me about what happened regarding me calling the cops and CPS. I also testified in court about what happened. I felt horrible for those kids. His got locked up and will never work with kids again. A few years later, the mom of one of the kids approached me and thanked me for having the courage to call the cops. The DA had told her that they would have unlikely pursued charges so quickly and aggressively without my testimony of having called both the cops and CPS and them doing jack shit. Always trust your gut. Our brains are smarter than we know and pick up on things we are not totally conscious of. Edit. Retyped a word twice and deleted the typo. Had a very popular science teacher in middle school that was loved by everyone except me. He never seemed to like me either. I would always get in trouble in his class or by him in the hallway for very stupid things. I really found it odd the first time he hit me up via AIM. I first asked how he got my screen name. He told me one of the girls from class gave it to him. The conversation, looking back in it, was very weird. He explained how it must be nice having all the girls like me. Said he wished girls liked him like that. He was married. Soon after this conversation, things really started going south for me in his class. Good grades started becoming bad grades, and I was getting in trouble for seemingly childish things like making fetching noises by my locker between classes. Eventually he called a parent-teacher conference. I did not attend the meeting, but my parents came home and asked a bunch of questions. Apparently he had told my parents all kinds of lies about my behavior in class. My parents knew I was a good kid and had trouble believing his stories. They sided with me and took no further action as my other teachers had nothing but good reports. Weeks later, said teacher was arrested. He had been chatting with the girls from our grade online and had been sending dick pics and trying to groom them. These were the same girls who had liked me. Looking back, his behavior towards me was obviously jealousy. I wonder what in that poor man's life had gone so wrong to be jealous of a 7th grade boy, because the 7th grade girls liked him. TLDR. Teacher loved by all turns out to be jealous of the attention I got from girls. Eventually arrested for sending dick pics to said girls. I'll start it off by saying I've never liked any of my best friend's boyfriends. I often get made out to be the jealous best friend type, so when I point out red flags it gets brushed off way too easy. Anyways, this particular guy instantly set me off when he messages me 3 days into them dating saying that she's his now and I should just back off, but not to worry because he is a good guy. He also proceeded to cuss at me and call me several names when I refused to cut off all communications with her. I brought it to her attention and she said something along the lines of "yeah, he's so protective of me," and laughed it off. That alone had upset me enough to not truly want to be around my friend that much. But I felt like this wouldn't be the last time this dude caused trouble and I should keep her close. So, fast forward about 2 months, him talking to my friend about an argument they had when she let it slip that not only does he do hard drugs, but has also violently mentally unstable and was on a mission right now to hunt down someone who had wronged him. I was completely blown away. There were a bunch of other things he had done too, but I'm not getting into it too much. At this point I'm just questioning why she had been with him this long. He was constantly using her car, asking for money, but never doing anything for her on top of all this other stuff. But you can't truly convince someone in love that what they have is wrong, I suppose. Some more time goes by and every day I'm thinking today will be the day that her mother calls me and tells me she's gone. I constantly text her and made plans away from their home so we could be alone. I was always telling her how much I worry and that I think their relationship was unhealthy, but she just couldn't see it. Even her family seemed to enjoy his company and didn't understand why I was so frustrated. Until one night in front of her mother, father and younger brother, he starts yelling in her face, slobbering like a dog, threatening to kill everyone. Literally he went completely crazy. She still left with him that night and he got arrested. Thankfully she finally realized the whole thing was faked up and broke up with him. TLDR. Best friend's boyfriend ended up being a drug addicted psychopath who constantly put her life at risk, and it took way too long for anyone to notice. Be warned, this is a long one. This happened recently. I was talking to one of my friends at school. Let's call her Eliza. Eliza tells me that she heard there was a new kid and that he was in our grade. I got really excited because hey, new kid equals new friend. So later at lunch, I was sitting with my friends, talking about the new kid when suddenly one of my friends, we'll call him Church, points out the new kid to me. I looked at him for a second and thought, damn. He was tall, had pretty blue eyes, sandy blonde hair, and a nice booty. I tell my friends he cute though, and they convince me to go up and ask if he can sit with us. He actually agreed, and he sat with us for 3 days. During that time span I felt something was off. He was nice but it almost felt fake, and whenever he spoke it always felt restrained or censored. On the second day I found out he had a crush on one of my friends, Chelsea, who sat at a different table. Now, I still found him physically attractive, but a part of me didn't like him personality wise, so I told him how I felt on the third day just so he knew, and so Chelsea could get together with him. At first things were going fine for them. They seemed to have a really chemistry, and they had a lot in common. It's been a month now, and so far the new kid has made out with 3 different chicks in the span of a week, has been flirting with one of my good friends who has a boyfriend, cussed out and threatened another good acquaintance of mine when she refused to kiss him, and called him out on his bullshit, and so much more. So the moral of this story is trust your gut instinct, kids. Your crush could turn out to be fuckboy. TLDR, like the new kid, turned him off. Turns out he's a fuckboy. Dodged a bullet. Edit. Grammar, because writing is hard. Double edit. I forgot to say, everyone else did like him. Not anymore though. This is the story of my foster sister, and how she came to live with us. When I was in middle school, my sister had a friend. We'll call her CC, lived about 2 miles from us and her mom, we'll call her L, and her stepfather, let's call him Creep, came to our house often. We had horses and my mom ran a 4-H, so they would come over to go riding and have a BBQ with us. Creep seemed like a nice guy. He was friendly and loving to his family, but I always got a weird vibe off of him and didn't like to be in the same room alone with him. Eventually it came out that he was molesting C. She told L, and instead of protecting her daughter, L told C that Creep already had 2 strikes against him and the 3rd would put him away for life. So if she told the cops and got Creep arrested, that L would kill herself and it would be all C's fault. She guilted her own daughter into recanting her story. We found out later that those 2 strikes against him were because he molested his own children. And L chose him over her daughter. C came and lived with us until she graduated high school, just under 2 years I think it was. She would always try to spend time with her mom when Creep wasn't there, but that rarely happened. L would tell her that if she could come down and ride our horses, she would come visit her. Well, Lars banned from our property, so that wasn't gonna happen. C eventually graduated, ended up pregnant. The father dumped her while she was 6/7 month pregnant. She eventually lost custody of her son. Then she married a guy that was supposedly abusive, but I can't confirm that, and had 2 kids with him. She's still married to him and seems happy on FB. My mom's best friend's boyfriend was the type that everyone liked, but she always got a bad vibe from him. He called himself the Catman because he was dating her friend, Kathy. My mom disclosed her feelings about him to Kathy, which didn't go well, and she went and ran off to tell him what my mom said. I think he confronted her about it once, something along the lines of, why don't you like me? Fast forward about 5 years, my mom had moved from Mississippi to start fresh in Atlanta. She had an apartment on the 1st floor, and one night she came home to find that it had been broken into. Inside, she found hundreds of sexualized sticky notes that addressed her by name. If you think about it, you can figure out anyone's name from being in their apartment easily, so that's not the thing to get creeped out by. He signed these notes as the Catman and left them in the most bizarre places. Her underwear drawer, a mayonnaise jar, under her bed, etc. She was finding them for weeks after the incident. My dad was storing a lot of musical equipment in the attic and had left my mom a signed blank check because he was out of town. None of it was touched. The police never caught him, but they were able to determine that he was in her attic for an hour because her light switch was connected to an alarm clock. Creepy shit is all I have to say. My mom will never know if it was the same Catman because he lived in Mississippi, and why would he go through all of that effort just to spook my mom for not liking him? Who knows, but I'm glad he didn't try to hurt her. My mother's ex-friend Colleen. My mother is a born-again Christian, and Colleen is Kara's mom, down to the hair and everything. Anyway, I never liked her. My mother, who is a bit naive and kind of childlike in some ways, just thought I didn't want her to have friends. I was 16 to 17 and honestly could care less about her social circle, unless they actively interfered with my life, which Colleen tried to do. My mother allowed me plenty of freedoms. I had cable in my bedroom, my own desktop computer, and my favorite book series was Harry Potter. I read the series quite a lot, and this horrified Colleen. She kept telling my mother I was going to go to hell for participating in devil worship. My mom straight up told her each time that the Potter books are fiction. So, by the point that everything boiled over with this loony, I was 18 and finishing my first semester at college, which thankfully was close to my home. My stepfather had to go to the VA hospital in Miami for open heart surgery, and since I was living on campus, my mother asked Colleen to watch over the house and my autistic brother and steadily worsening in dementia grandmother. She told me, and I decided to take all my books home to study for finals. My brother spilled some soup. Colleen started screaming at him, and I did not take that lightly. After thoroughly berating her for verbally attacking someone who could not defend himself, I took my brother back to my room and let him play Arkham Asylum on my Xbox. About 15 minutes later, Colleen comes charging into my room, shrieking that I'm going to hell and all I have is my Satan-loving Harry Potter books. No one comes into my room without my allowance. I lost my temper and kicked her out. She didn't have a car, and this was about 10 to 11 at night. I didn't give a shit. She verbally abused my brother, attempted to raise a hand to me during her tirade in my bedroom. Yeah, fuck that. I was dating a boxer who taught me a few tricks about defense, and she had the gall to enter my room. I kicked her out onto the lawn, threw her the phone, and said call a cab. I have no money with me. Well, bitch, should have thought of that before you faked with my family. She gave me the phone back, and I locked the front door behind me, called my mother and let her know the what's up, and Colleen has never set foot in our house again. Tried to sue us, saying I had attacked her and left a bruise on her arm. We laughed at her. Her own lawyer apologized to us after she left the room in a huff. Fuck you, Colleen. TLDR, my mom was almost murdered by the BTK killer, not me but my mom. Back in the early 90s, right after my parents got married, they moved into this house kind of out in the country, where a lot of aggressive dogs would run loose. My mom would call the town dog catcher to come get the dogs off the yard, because she couldn't go out to her car without being snarled at. There was something super creepy about the dog catcher that she couldn't place. He and my dad eventually became, alright, friends, and that was a point of contention in their early marriage. My mom thought he was creepy and didn't want him around, and my dad and the rest of the town thought he was a wonderful goofy guy. He even had a loving family. He eventually got a little more forward with my mom and would try to talk to her on the front porch, but she would never really respond or leave her doorway. This went on for a few months until one day, he called her from the woods behind her house and asked if she could come help him trap a dog. This is obviously not standard behavior for an animal control officer. She refused and called my dad to come home and stay with her until he left. I should mention my dad is a well-known marksman and always carries a gun on him, which the dog catcher knew. Once he saw my dad's car pull into the driveway, the dog catcher took off and stopped coming around so often. My parents moved away a little while later, gave birth to my brother, and forgot the whole thing. A few years later, they saw the dog catcher on the news. It was Dennis Rader, the BTK killer. He had finally been caught near my parents' old house in Park City, Kansas, after he wrote letters to the media saying he was going to kill again. Had my mom trusted him like everyone else, she would have been one of his victims. My dad to this day remembers him as a good friend and was absolutely blindsided by the news. Edit. Spelling. I made 2 female friends at work when I was young. The one was from another state. She was a babe, but we became friends. Dare I say she became one of my best friends due to loving music and lifting in the same stupid TV shows. Let's call her A. She ended up being like my little sister. And then there was B, who was also awesome, but less needy and an equally good friend. They ended up being roommates. A and B and I went out one night and they wanted me to meet A's new potential male friend. Everyone loved this guy. I met him, and I don't know, I could smell the fakeness and underlying douchebag. I was nice. We went back to their house to hang out. Both girls at one point left me alone with him. I looked him dead in the eye and said, if you hurt one of them, I'll fuck you up. I don't know why, but I knew. About 2 years later B moved out. B tells me that the doucher basically sexually assaulted her. A doesn't know, don't tell her, and B's boyfriend knows. I was like, good, then me and him will get together and mess up the jerk guy. And she said, I swear, if you say anything we won't be friends ever again, and made me swear. So I fumed over this for about a year. Her and I's friendship of 7+ years deteriorated into a weird place. Sometimes she would act sexual with me. Ask me overly personal sexual questions. Treat me badly. Expect me to act different when I was forced to be around him and his friends. I couldn't. I can't not be me. Then we were all out in Hoboken one night and his friend threw an elbow at my younger cousin's head at a bar on purpose. I lost my sheet. That was basically the end. She moved across the country, and it was her birthday in a few weeks. She cried to me on the phone about spending a landmark birthday alone. I told her, if no one was going to fly out, meaning the boyfriend or any of his people, to spend her birthday with her, I would fly out, take her out for a great weekend, etc. She said she would let me know, but she ended up having a party here in Hoboken and inviting everyone in both spheres of friends except me. Message received. I said something to her about it, and she blamed the Facebook invite system on the events page. Then I immediately got an invite. I didn't go. I never talked to her again. Felt like my kid's sister died. Still sort of does. She reached out 8 months or so later. I just didn't feel anything, so I probably came off as cold. That guy was a dick. He did all that. She doesn't talk to anyone from that shared sphere of friends. He also promised her he would move to where she was directly after her. He never did. He was cheating on her the whole time. Mentally abused her, possibly physically too. I never followed through on the ass kicking. The whole thing makes me sad, but I knew. I knew the moment I looked into his eyes. I was working a retail job while I was in college. A new guy got hired a year after I started, and he gave me the creeps from day one. There was just something off about him. His jokes were always slightly sexual in nature. Every conversation came back to sex. Like if I would ask him to do an inventory of the parts drawers, and he would say, I wonder how many ZA324s would fit in a vagina. There was another woman that worked with me who thought he was just a little off, but the guys all thought this guy was hilarious. Customers liked him a lot. He was very personable and jovial with them. Sometimes when I was working, I would find him standing right behind me, not doing anything, just standing right behind me. We had to do a biannual inventory of the store. It took hours, and we would usually be working until 1 to 2 AM. The night we were doing inventory, he kept talking about his sexual needs, and how he was always thinking about sex. He said that we didn't understand how often he had to stop himself from doing something about it. The other woman and I complained to the manager, because I don't want to hear about your sexual needs. Creep. A few months after he started, the other woman that I worked with called me at work. She told me to turn a TV to local news immediately. A news segment was playing that featured this guy. He had recently returned from a Mormon mission, and 2 families from where he had been were filing lawsuits because this guy had molested their children. He was immediately fired and ended up in jail for several years. I knew he was creep from day one. My ex-stepmother. While she and my dad were dating, she tried hard to get my sister and I to like her, and it worked. But the day, and I mean the day, they got married, she turned cold. Considering my age at the time, 12, my dad thought I was being melodramatic. She had taken me to the mall for my birthday and I really wanted to get my ears pierced a second time. She told me I couldn't, and instead got it done in front of me on my birthday. 12-year-old me was super pissed. I needed specific ingredients for a science project, and I asked her for them. She ignored me and refused to get them. I didn't turn in my project because I hadn't done it. My teacher called my dad, and he yelled at me and made me write lines. He didn't believe me when I said I had asked for help and was refused. He was an over-the-road truck driver at the time, so he wasn't home very often. She wouldn't let me use the internet for homework and my grades started to slip as a result. I got grounded for that. I wasn't allowed to watch the TV, including the news. No one believed me and just thought I was some dramatic preteen. I ended up moving to with my mom, and that's when I learned even more about how awful of a person she was. My mom would call and leave us a message on our home phone. Ex-stepmonster wouldn't allow us to be home alone, so she would always get in the door first. She would delete the messages from our mom and made it seem like she didn't care. All of us. Ex-stepmonster would throw away Christmas and birthday gifts from our mother. Again, to make her seem like a better mother figure, my mom had to ship our presents to our grandparents. That's just what I had to go through. My sister was given the option of staying there or coming with me and she stayed. What she went through was 100 times worse, which included starvation, manipulation, mental abuse, and so much more. The final nail in the coffin for my dad was when my mom had a heart attack and was in the hospital shortly before her death. My dad told ex-stepmonster about it and told her to let my sister use her cell phone to call us. She refused. She refused to allow a 14-year-old girl talk to her dying mother. TLDR, ex-stepmom manipulated my family. It's not a person, specifically, but it was around 4 or 5 p.m. on a sort of greycast day in Duluth, Minnesota. I really wanted to go for a walk with my mom on a local walking path through the woods. Very pretty, but also known slightly for bears. My mom finally agreed to go with me after a lot of arguing and whining on my part. We start walking down the path. It's windy, spitting slightly, really rather unpleasant. As such, we were the only people there. My mom was acting really nervous, kept looking about, in front of, behind, and to the sides, all the while murmuring about feeling like there might be a bear around. With no one else around, she wasn't sure what we would do if one came out of the woods. We took our bear whistle from home, as you always should, for safety. Took a side path, took some photos of us together, then got back on the main path and kept going. This took maybe 25 minutes. All of a sudden, mom's nervousness is starting to rub off on me, just as we get back on the main path, but I'm brushing it off as nothing but just that. Just a reaction to her nervousness. We go a while longer and come on a sort of hidden path off to the side. It goes through some thick trees, but ends up high on a hill overlooking a river. We decide, rather stupidly at this point, to follow it and take a look at the river before we go home. It's beautiful, refreshing, and a bit cool. I give my mom a hug. I was only staying with her for a year while my husband did army duty, and tell her I'm happy to have her company. As I'm hugging her, I notice a small movement in the woods behind her and a flash of blue. Almost ready to grab the bear whistle now. I stare a little longer trying to figure out exactly what it is I'm seeing this far off the path. It was a person. I couldn't see his face well, only that he was wearing a blue jacket. Mom, there's a person in the woods, I say, not too loud. She turns around to see, but doesn't see him right away. He's still standing completely still until I point. I point right at him, and then he takes off like a bat out of hell, running deeper into the woods, away from the main path. We didn't blow the bear whistle. We thought maybe we should have, to scare him away, but book it back out to the main path. Just as we reach the main path, about to step onto it, another man is stepping onto the path we are coming off of. This man is wearing a black jacket. I didn't see him just until I was about to step onto the path, so he was very close to me. When I did see him, he does a 180 as soon as he sees us, then starts quickly walking away, deeper into the main path. We ran back to the parking area and our car, absolutely sure that it wasn't bears that was making us nervous at all. At this point we drove to the other end of the walking path, just in time to see the man in the black jacket reaching the end. He stops dead in his tracks when he sees our car, looks at it momentarily, then turns around and walks back into the path again. We are convinced the two men were planning something that day. Scary business. This was work related. I work for a very large company, Fortune 500 large, and we often bring in what we call new college hires, NCH. I have been with this company for 26 years now, and have come across many of these NCHs. I will say up front that many are outstanding people. I get to mentor and evaluate those that come into our group. We are a technology-driven group that is responsible for delivering products to manufacturing and ultimately the customer. We are the middleman between design and production. 2 years ago we brought in a kid from one of the local universities. He was highly thought of by those that interviewed him. I was not one of the interviewers. Over the next several weeks I had the opportunity to interact with him on a very important project. To be frank, I was not impressed with his ability to grasp what I thought were some simple and fundamental concepts regarding chemical engineering problem solving. At the end of his first year with our group, I was called upon to provide an assessment that would directly impact his salary increase and a potential promotion. I relayed my concerns about his ability to grasp the aforementioned simple concepts, but most importantly I was concerned about his ability to work with senior engineers. There was an air of arrogance that could not be overlooked, and my gut feel was eventually he was going to fail and try to take someone down with him. I did not come across as adamant about it, since I only had a year to assess him, and I did not want to have an impact on his earning potential based on such a short initiation with him. During the year I worked directly with him on only a few problems. Every other person in the room had a different / positive perception than I did, so I did not make too much fuss regarding my differences of opinion. Fast forward 12 months. Now a very important task has been dropped into his lap with nearly no support. It was assumed that if he got himself into a pinch he would ask for help. I took it upon myself to keep an eye on things, because that is one of the activities I'm tasked with, as I'm considered somewhat of a mentor to the new people that come into our group. I'm looked upon as a subject matter expert and often am consulted for my opinion on matters such as an engineer's performance. We were approaching a very important phase gate in our delivery process for this task, and he made some decisions where no one was consulted. When it became apparent we were not going to meet a pre-established deadline, many became concerned about where we were relative to delivering this technology / process to our manufacturing people. I was forced to call him on it, and what happened next did not surprise me at all. He threw one of his support team, a technician, under the bus. I took it upon myself to question him on why this happened, and his response was not acceptable to me. Without divulging too much information, legally I cannot, even though the engineer was ultimately responsible for delivering material for some extremely important analysis, he screwed up a process description the technician was to follow, which the tech did, to a T, that produced some samples that were useless for analysis. Literally there were 3 words in the process description that, if written correctly, would not have resulted in this error. So, instead of accepting responsibility for the mistake, he blamed the person executing his flawed plan, essentially not accepting responsibility. My gut feel was this engineer would eventually, due to his arrogance, cause us some problems down the road if he was not more closely monitored, which is now apparent. But what bothered me most is how nonchalantly threw a coworker under that bus. My best friend's girlfriend. He loved her to death. Everyone loved her to death. She's beautiful, intelligent, accomplished, and doing good things in the world. But, because all of these stories are bad stories, I just had a bad vibe from her. There was some stuff that never quite added up, notably the timelines on when she stopped dating someone and started dating the next guy. I always had a feeling she was being dishonest, and that she was never actually single, and in fact had a lot of overlap, but had no proof, until she did it to my friend. I had always tried my hardest to be nice to her, but, as good as I'm at reading people, I'm bad at hiding my feelings on things. I have no poker face. In fact, I have the opposite of a poker face. I have an easy time reading people, and to return the favor make it really easy for others. So, my friend knew that didn't like her. I didn't like the way she laughed. I didn't like the way she pretended to understand his work. I even didn't like the stupid little tree they bought and called their love tree, which would, right before their relationship ended, turn out to be home to a hibernating nest of ants that awoke from their slumber inside the home and proceeded to infest the house. A metaphor so amazing you can't make it up. So, anyway, to make a long story less long, he was headed off to another city for school, and she said she wanted to go with him. They looked at apartments together one weekend, picked one, and he flew up to sign for it the following week. He got an engagement ring for her while he was away because he had decided she was the one, and this is where they started their new life together. But, of course, right before he boarded the flight home, she called and told him it wasn't going to work out. She'd done some thinking, and she couldn't move to Chicago, and she was so sorry. He landed at the airport. I picked him up instead of her and drove him to his house and took care of him as he had a complete emotional breakdown. A week later, I went to a pre-wedding reception for a friend whose wedding I was in, and, as I was talking to another friend, I heard a familiar voice. It was her. Rather than round the corner, I decided to eavesdrop and heard her introduced to the mother of the groom. "Hey, this is name. We've been dating for about 4 months now. Yeah, he's wonderful. We're excited to come to the wedding next month, because I'm not a dramatic motherfucker. I just tucked this away. We saw each other probably a half hour later on the back patio and exchanged glances. I eventually met the other guy while she was away, and he had no idea. I ran into my friend a few days later, and, after trying to decide if I should tell him or not, it broke him further, but I knew he needed to know sooner rather than later. I've never wanted to be wrong about a hunch more in my life, but unfortunately I was right about this woman. She was horrible and underhanded, and I knew it all along. They even got married about 4 months later, and, for some psychotic reason, she invited my friend to the wedding. He declined. I honestly have never disliked anyone less. Betrayal like that is, in my mind, unforgettable. TLDR, like many other stories, I detected a cheater. She's beautiful / intelligent / whole package and everyone loves her, and hated me for not loving her. Told my friend I didn't like her, but tried to play nice. They dated for 2 years, decided to move to another city together, and when he signed a lease on a place for the two of them, she broke up with him. Turns out she'd been dating another guy for months on the side. Fuck her. Actually too late, I just remembered she's pregnant now. Close second for this story. Creepy counselor that kids loved at camp who gave me the heebas for some reason. Found out way later, after the trial, that he was molesting boys at that camp, and is serving about 40 years in prison now. He even wrote me a letter after I'd left camp. I threw it away shortly after receiving it, but I guess it would have been evidence. Finally one I can contribute to. I met this guy in college that lived down the hall from my friends and I. He started to come over more and more and all my friends really liked him, but I always had this weird feeling in my gut whenever he was around. I couldn't place my finger on it, and I just let it go, eventually becoming really close with him. We were best friends even. We went to the same Magic the Gathering Grand Prix, road tripped about 4 hours just the two of us, stayed in a hotel, had a blast, and really bonded over it. A week after we got back from the Grand Prix, I get an email from our school's Title IX head, asking me to come speak with her. I go in for my meeting, and she tells me that over the course of the semester there had been 3 sexual assault cases brought up against my new best friend. And I was the only one the victims had seen hanging out with him. Apparently, every dorm, all 4, had made their girls aware to stay away from this guy, which only makes me think I'd been getting the stink eye for months. She then asked me some questions and let me go, and I walked out baffled. I go to talk to my other friend down the hall, and he tells me that the whole friend group knew about this already, and actually had been gathering evidence and testimonies to help the investigation. His best friend from high school was the 3rd girl that came forward, but no one had said anything to me because they didn't trust me not to tell him. I spent the next 2 weeks avoiding my new best friend until I could figure out what was true, hurt by my old friend's lack of trust in me, but understanding of the reasoning. I remember getting back from Taco Bell about 2 weeks later and seeing my new best friend sitting in a mutual friend's car in the parking lot. He calls out to me as I try to skirt by unnoticed and tells me he's leaving the school. He says an accusation had been brought up against him, and due to the nature of the accusation, he doesn't feel like he had a fair chance fighting it, and so he's just going to leave before the investigation reached a verdict, ceasing the investigation per our chapter of Title IX. He tells me all this so calm and premeditated, and I got the same feeling in my gut that I had when I first met him. Turns out he did rap all 3 of those girls, and after I knew that, I couldn't justify being friends with him anymore. I should have trusted my gut. Met this dude, we'll call him Chuck, for the first time at my close friend's bachelor party. He was the husband of one of the bridesmaids, well dressed, exuberant, etc. Total schmoozer, made fast friends with everyone. City boy smooth and city boy soft. He had Tom Haverford hands. I played nice, but could tell he was a complete salesman. Had the most disingenuous eyes I'd ever seen. We do the regular bachelor party things with the exception of the strip club, which a few of us, myself included, abstain from for different reasons. Everyone is pretty drunk at this point and Chuck won't shut the fuck up about us opting out of the strip club. I have very little tolerance for this kind of behavior. Now Chuck outweigh me by a solid 40 pounds, but it's his soft 40 lbs. He is the type of person who has the physiological composure of a chocolate eclair and the psychological composure of a 35-year-old frat boy who never graduated from a mediocre state school. Chuck goes off completely, starts dropping strippers' names from the club he insists we all go. Huge warning sign. I told him to relax. He decided to attempt to jab his fingers into my collarbone. I turned around and left. Fast forward to the rehearsal dinner. My wife is wearing a form-fitting dress that ends just above her knees. Chuck decides to sit on the other side of my wife. He is openly commenting on how everyone's wives look, good and bad, and he is delivering perfectly. No one was getting pissed about any of it. Night progresses and, while I'm taking to my wife, he interrupts our conversation, turns to talk to me, and puts his hand on her thigh. She removes it. He replaced it. She removes it again. I make direct eye contact with him, and she gets up and walks away. He senses danger and goes off to pull the same sheet on my other friends' wives. Some people now are beginning to see what I know. Others are dismissing it as just drunk Chuck. I say it's not an excuse, and I'm the asshole. Next day at the wedding reception, I overhear him bragging about how he cheats on his new wife and spends more on strippers than he does on her. Last straw for me, but of course I'm the only one who hears it, aside from the person he was telling. Obviously, night goes on, and he continues to slowly burn bridges. The more he drinks, the less he hides. Night draws to an end with him forcibly grinding on any woman within reach. His wife tries to dance with him, and he pushes her away. She tries to give him a hug, and he pushes her away hard enough that she trips on her dress and completely eats it. My wife and I both offer her a hand, and as we are pulling her back on her feet, he grabs my wife's ass. She turns around and smacks him. His wife starts crying. I'm mid-stride on a mission. He shoves my wife. One more step. I landed the most inaccurate punch of my life. I missed his jaw and punched his cheekbone. He draws back, and I deliver another. This one hits home. He went straight back. I'd like to say that I got a standing ovation, but the bride still isn't talking to me. Ed moved in with a friend about 2 years ago now. Older lady. She asked me to talk to another friend of hers and his girlfriend about kink/BDSM to get some advice. First time I met him, all kinds of alarm bells went off in my head. Nothing specific I could put my finger on, but I disliked him from the instant he opened his yap. His girlfriend was 20 years his junior, and we got on like a house on fire. She's a seriously cool woman for having grown up with abusive parents and put in the foster system, in spite of her issues. A while later, my landlady remarked he'd been fired from his job in a residential care home for allegedly being busted masturbating at his desk and then laughing at the resident who'd literally walked in on him. I struck a solid friendship with the girl, still not trusting or liking him, but playing nice for the sake of the landlady and the girl. We went to a few kink events, with me chaperoning them as they were newbies. At this point, the girl was several months pregnant, 100+ days or so. Being about 5'4" and tiny, she was almost as big around as she was tall. She didn't play, due to her being pregnant, but he threw himself into it with gusto, getting a whipping and more. The girl tried some rope, but took an asthma attack a few minimums in. Him nowhere to be found and me busy teaching some other noobers safe practices. I kinda had to yell at him for being stupid enough not to ensure there were inhalers to spare. Being too busy subbing it up, whilst identifying as a dom least dom that ever dommed. In November my life went to shit. Let go from my job due to a downturn in business and the landlady asked me to leave, citing I was doing drugs and trying to sleep with her friend's girl. Neither of which was true. So jobless and essentially homeless, I managed to scrabble around and get a flat via the company I now work for. Bemoaning my poor luck. In December, the girl is rushed to hospital and the baby is showing no heartbeat. I was at the hospital within an hour of hearing about it. The story was that she fell on one of her other daughter's toys and took a tumble down the stairs. On seeing her, my alarm bells went jingle jangle jingle. They D had to resuscitate her 3 times, giving her 7 pints of blood. Her injuries were not consistent with a fall. Ligature marks on the throat and arms, bruising to the upper arms and hand patterns, rib damage and more. I stayed with her in the hospital several nights, well into the wee hours. The nurses were glad to see me as I got her to eat and drink, basically to keep fighting, counseling her, comforting her, being an emotional punching bag for the rage and tears. He never showed up, not once in the 10 days she was admitted for. I was the one to call around and help make funeral arrangements. I was the one wheeled her busted up self around the hospital, cheering her up. Being there for her. They separated early the next year, after it shown up for the youngest daughter's first birthday, stuffed plush doll in hand. He claimed it ruined his daughter's birthday, despite it being him that had invited me. Slowly the truth began to emerge. He kept coming back, trying to take his daughters, only the youngest being biologically his, forcing his way in the door, striking my friend, making suicide threats, bombarding her phone and social media, stalking her, showing up randomly where he had no business being. This eventually culminated in him being slapped with a non-molestation order, which he's repeatedly violated, multiple arrests and charges brought. Even smashed up her new boyfriend's car, called in her there screaming and crying coming from X address, giving the neighbor 2 doors down name, but the neighbor 3 doors up address, in a very distinct English accent, when the neighbors are Nigerian and Romani respectively. One glorious summer day, Ed walked down to meet her, escorted her to pick the eldest up from school, then down to a play park, to do a visitation handover. He storms into the park, gets in my face, screaming and yelling about how he told me to stay away from his kids, that he'd make sure I was dealt with. I replied, this is neither the time nor the place for this. He then grabbed the toddler out of the safety swing so hard she bashed her little legs and began wailing. I at this point had walked off outside the park, about 50 feet away to de-escalate the situation and have a puff on my vape. Little by little, the details emerged. She'd been in care when he started dating her at 17, him a 37-year-old man. In my view, he essentially groomed her, and she was pregnant a month after being discharged from care at 18. There followed years of abuse, rap, beatings, breaking her emotionally and mentally, her living in absolute fear of him, especially for her girls. He even tried to get the IRA to deliver a beating, nationalist area, claiming that she was whoring and drug dealing. For he was a poor mistreated man. Shame her BO family had ties to the rap and knew he was on about. He was very lucky not to find himself needing a new pair of knees and elbows. The hoods actually told her he'd done it, and that she had zero to fear from them. In fact, they passed it on to the police, which is saying something given their general dislike of British law types has being prosecuted for an awful lot now. The actual story is, she said something that upset him, called him on his temper. He threw her on the bed and jumped on her, driving both knees into her heavily pregnant baby, then dragged her by the hair and tossed her down the stairs, then called an ambulance saying she'd fallen. In his statement, he claimed that he'd tripped and fallen into her, and she was only a few weeks pregnant. Sad fool doesn't realize that she shared pictures of her progress a week before the incident, and the exwife information shows date stamp and location. Hello perjury charge. The landlady friend had dumped, being friendly along the way, because I was clearly just trying to sleep with the girl. I haven't. Never have and probably never will. Her friend. End of line. She's absolutely fantastic, but I have no business being involved with someone half my age. Her adoptive uncle, for want of a better name for it. Further comes to light that it was him whispering in her ear that I was doing drugs. I wasn't. And that I was sleeping with the girl. I wasn't. My garbage bins were set ablaze mysteriously. Her new boyfriend's car was trashed. Various family members and friends were getting strange letters and emails. To this date he hasn't paid any child support or maintenance. I've been busy counseling her, supporting her through the court process, advising her on life, as he'd done a complete number on her head, convincing her she was stupid and needed him to get anything done. In 6 months. Once court is settled, she's going to school to work on becoming a paramedic. I'm so proud of her. To think that slime almost murdered her and is lying about it to this day galls me. He's facing multiple charges now, but he best pray that he never meets me in a dark alley. I'm not entirely sure I could maintain my self-control and discipline. They'd never find his remains. This line's probably be buried, but oh well. TLDR, pregnant. Friend falls. Turns out it was an assault from the creep boyfriend who gave off red flags visible from Mars. Buckle up, this is long point. When I first started working at Sam's Club, I was just a cashier, with a strict, but fair manager and bosses, like team leads. I was in that position for 6 months, and proved to be good enough with members for a promotion to member service 50 whole cents more an hour, a seemingly easier job, lies, and a group of other coworkers I got along with. However, my new direct manager was a pretty well liked man, that everyone seemed to get along with without trouble. I didn't really see what everyone loved about him, but try to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. The very first week of my new job coincided with a weekend I had off by request to go to a con. I'd put the days off months previously, and had them approved about that long ago. 2. Yet, somehow the schedule posted on the wall changed from one day saying I was off the 2 days to another saying I worked double 10-hour shifts. When I went to my new manager about it, he seemed genuinely upset for me, and swore he had no idea what happened, but also said there was nothing he could do about it and they needed the help. Having been there only 6.5 months, I believed him, and spent the last hour of my closing shift crying, because that was nearly $300 down the drain I wouldn't get back, and I was missing the one and only chance I'd ever get to attend this convention. The next day, I'm called into the GM's office, because he wanted to know why it had been reported that me, usually happy and smiling, had spent the previous shift obviously upset about something. I tell him the story, and as I do he looks more and more confused. Then he told me I was approved for the time off and legally had the right to take it, no matter what the schedule said afterward, and to go ahead and go. Then he went on to say that only my acting manager could go into the system and change the scheduling like that. My boss had lied to my face to trick me into working a double shift for him. TLDR, my old manager at Sam's Club was liked by everyone, but he tried to steal days off from me and lied to my face about it. Never did admit it or apologize, and I had a hell of a time just to spite him. Yep, one of our neighbors, they were hardcore Christians who were regular church goers and everyone had nothing but nice things to say about them. They have 2 small boys, and when we met them, dad was in tens of thousands of dollars worth of debt to the eyes, and had just opened his own State Farm insurance practice. Mom was working for a local real estate firm. Dad was always quiet and nice enough, but mom always rubbed me the wrong way. Really gossipy, always talked about how horrible her husband was, and how he didn't make enough money to support their family. I went for coffee with her a few times and it drove me crazy that I could not put my finger on what I didn't like about her besides her being a classic suburbanite. Regardless, over the next little while, from what mom told me, they had to sell their house to satisfy the debt to the eyes, and they ended up moving into a rental in the same neighborhood where we live. No big deal, right? Fast forward 3 months and all of a sudden mom gets a new top of the line Range Rover. Then dad gets a brand new Audi Q7. Mom had changed jobs, so now she works for her husband's practice, which from what she told us was struggling, so he needed help. Their credit situation was bad enough that they couldn't afford to buy a new house, but mom started talking about feeling claustrophobic in their 2,500 square foot rental. They upgraded shortly after that to 4,000 square feet, and over the course of the next 6 months, they would take a trip to Bali, Turks, Vegas 3 times, Paris, Spain and St. Lucia. Then, the next tax season rolls around, and mom says they got $17K back as a return. A bunch of shopping ensues. She starts getting $500 haircuts, and filling her house with Casper mattresses and $2K espresso machines. Brags about it constantly. This goes on for the entire next year. I distanced myself from her a little before the sheet hit the fan, but I heard the drama that ensued from the grapevine. From what I gather, they were first audited by the eyes, both arrested at different stages, and dad did some time in jail and mom's stuff is pending. Her parents had to move back in with them, and I was never clear on the charges, but mom still drives that fancy car around, but other than school drop-offs, no one sees much of her anymore. My senior year of high school, my best friend and I befriended this new girl. We had just broken up with our longtime friend, and I think the new girl saw the opportunity to be a part of our group. I'm someone who is always weary of people, while my best friend welcomes anyone with open arms. I didn't really care too much for this girl, but she was always around thanks to my best friend. I always kept my distance, though point then things started getting weird, just a little at first. It started out that she would tell a lot of stories about her life before moving here. It was all way too good to be true. It kinda got to a point where I just stopped listening, because everything was so obviously false. Then she started befriending our friends on Facebook without meeting them, or briefly being introduced. A friend of ours, who was a year older, visited our high school one day for lunch, and ate with us. She friended her. My best friend mentioned her ex-boyfriend one time. She friended him. There were many other people who would ask us why she friended them. Point then she started to copy my best friend. When my best friend would get her haircut, so would the new girl. If my best friend bought a new shirt, she'd go get it too. I started to feel like this is straight out of a horror movie. The night of the Super Bowl, she allegedly flew to Miami to celebrate it, and then flew back in the morning to be back in time for school. Yeah, okay. Then she would start excluding me from things. She would ask my best friend to hang out and leave me in the dark. Towards the end of the year, my best friend and I's favorite band was playing not too far away. We were going to go, just us. Somehow the new girl found out and bought tickets for just the two of them. I made up some story about why I couldn't go just to save face, but I was pissed this bitch was intentionally trying to push me away. When prom came around, she weaseled herself into our group, and between my best friend and I in our pictures, her dress looked like a cupcake, while the rest of us went for a more toned down kinda look. She also wanted to have a tea party where we all would all show up in our dresses sometime. Once we graduated, I lost contact with her because I couldn't take the single white female bullshit she was pulling on my best friend. She stayed friends with her for a while more, but I think they started to grow apart. I remember my best friend said to me how weird the girl was, and she felt like she was trying to be her. We now refer to this girl as Life Stealer. I moved to Paradise and met, as far as I know, my first IRL sociopath. At first he came across as a really cool person, an ex-Irish Catholic priest, should have been huge red flag right there, that ran a horse tour business, and worked with local volunteers, whom all were teenage girls, something I didn't notice until later. He was always upbeat, and seemed a bit new age in his approach, a very smooth individual, but it seemed contrived to me, though everyone loves him, so I thought it was just me. We've worked with horses before, and he approached us, while we were assisting at a charity even, donkey races, to help him run his business while he vacationed. So we took over his operation for about 6 weeks, improved the property he had his horses on, built a round pen, and trained/fed horses, and ran the tours while he was gone. At least, that was the plan. By this point I was already starting to think of him as plastic and artificial seeming. After about 3 weeks of running his business for him, we start hearing stories from the girls he has volunteer. Lots of inappropriate topics and conversations. Then from the older girls, drinking ages 18 here, how he would get drunk and hit on them at the bars. So I thought that was pretty creepy, but not totally unheard of, especially in the islands. About 5 weeks and the cops show up and tell us the land he had his horses on was being squatted on. We talked to them for a while and let them know we were completely unaware. Then the stories started coming out from the cop about this guy, about injured tourists, and how he would just disappear for a week or so afterwards to dodge the heat. We started to hear about all the horses that had died in his care that year. 5 to strangulation and 2 to vehicle strikes, one of which was a beautiful Belgium draft that we had seen in the St. Patty's Day parade, and had strangled to death as well. This man would tie all his horses by a short rope around the neck to a tree. And he was squatting on land that was on a hillside, so when the rain came, and the horses slipped and fell they wouldn't be able to stand back up and would strangulate. So we made a big project of making rope halters for all his horses. He came back and blamed us for him getting in trouble for squatting on someone's land, and complained that we spent too much money on horse food. We had receipts for everything, and threw all our rope halters away right in front of us. He started to smear us publicly. He's been at this for 20+ years, lots of community support, and lie about his property situation. I did some looking into it, and he is an Irish citizen, in the US illegally house sitting at someone's house, a washed up soap opera star apparently, staying for free essentially. And if you look back through the pictures of his horse tours, there's new horses in it every year or two, and you won't see many horses longer than 5 years. Horses live to 30 when properly cared for. So fuck that guy. We had already run his business for him and seen how little effort he put out. We decided that if anyone was going to do this on the island they had about his property situation. Better be the example, especially since he would have summer camps come and tours set up with hundreds of kids every year and see the horses tied by the neck to trees. So we started a horse rescue. We started doing tours to pay for the rescue, all with the goal of pushing him out of business and being a horse owner mentorship program for the island. Lots of education efforts. That was 3 years ago, and we are now the #11 outdoor activity he's #9 on the island and gaining fast. Fuck that guy. If you see him, let him know I'm coming for him. When my best friend and I were younger, I'd spend time at her house. She had a really nice grandma plus a nice house with a big as pool, so I loved it, but her dad always freaked me out. He was paralyzed from the neck down and lived at home with the grandma because he couldn't really do anything else. My parents told me to be kind and treat him like I would anyone else, with respect, which I did, but I hated him. Every time he'd come outside to watch us play, I'd always feel uncomfortable and wouldn't want to keep playing. He never did anything messed up. I just always felt uncomfortable around him. Fast forward about 9 years later, after we're all graduated from high school, and I'm visiting back home for Thanksgiving. I'd moved away for college. My best friend and I get together before the Thanksgiving, since her family and my family are having a joint Thanksgiving, and we start talking about all the things that have happened over the years. We'd lost touch kind of, so I wasn't aware of stuff that was happening in her life. Here's a DL. Her dad was pretending to be in his late teens/early 20s online and was adding all of her friends from high school on Facebook. Her friends had started asking her to ask her freaking dad to leave them alone because he was making them super uncomfortable. He was starting up conversations with these younger girls online, commenting on their photos, commenting on their bodies in their photos, and was just in general being a total creep. She'd lost like 3 friends over it and had cut off her relationship with her dad. I felt terrible. Her relationship with her grandma, who she adored, and so did I, was also on the rocks because she was essentially the caretaker of my friend's dad, so they could never meet at her grandma's house. I met up with her grandma and my friend maybe a day or two later, and her grandma confirmed the whole thing. She was losing her shit. Apparently the dad had a scholarship to college to play basketball before he became paralyzed. He was in high school when it happened. He got in an accident, became paralyzed, but in the beginning he was super optimistic about it and had a pretty positive outlook on life. He was coaching Little League, he was active in the community, volunteered, ran some stuff for his church, and was all around a good guy. Somewhere in his 30s he just gave up. He'd started making fake personas online and stayed in his room all day playing video games, war games/flight sims, and had convinced all his online friends he was 20 years old and on a full ride scholarship for basketball at a private college. Like 100% just living a lie. That same lie he'd just become so delusional with that he'd started spreading it to his daughter's friends on Facebook, attempting to get in a relationship with them.